The bell rang, and a little later, sighing in surprise, Dan, straightening her hair, opened her eyes wider in amazement and asked, "What does all this mean?" Choi Sel, blushing with embarrassment, admitted that he liked Dan and, frowning in order to give his words the greatest confidence, said that from the moment he saw her for the first time, and as they became closer, he liked Dan. Dan thought for a moment, not knowing what to say, and placed her palm on her chin, lowering her head and looking to the side. Sawa was silent, waiting for an answer. Then, after apologizing to Dan, he lowered his head, suggesting that it was very awkward when the person Dan didn't like said that. Dan was brought out of her thoughts when she heard these words and exclaimed that this was not true, asking what Sawa meant when he said that she didn't like him. She exclaimed that there was nothing like that, and, having calmed down a little, said that Sawa was kind. He clenched his hands into fists and frowned, preparing to listen further, and Dan added that he was also cheerful and funny. That's why she didn't understand why she didn't like Sawa. However, something still got in the way. Very soon, Yashin, who was standing on the street, noticed the man he was waiting for. Looking at him, he asked, "How did it all go?" However, seeing Sawa's sad state, he realized that it was better not to ask. Placing a comforting hand on Sawa's shoulder, who was struggling to hold back tears, he asked, "Is it true that Sawa was preparing for such an outcome?" Sawa, with an offended frown, said that Dan told him that she wanted to focus on her studies. Yashin, looking a little to the side in irritation, sighed because he realized that Dan could have come up with something better, especially since everyone knows that she is not an excellent student. Sawa suddenly asked, "Why are you like this?" But before he could finish the question, the ball that the other school children were playing with suddenly flew towards him. However, the blow did not happen since Sawa, without looking in the direction of the ball, simply extended his hand to the side, blocking its path. The school children, who noticed that the ball flew towards Sawa, ran closer, asking for forgiveness and asking whether Sawa was okay. Sawa, ignoring this question, continued to hold the ball in his outstretched hand and asked, "Why does it look like that?" Yashin admitted that this is a big mystery even for him, since Sawa goes in for sports and does it very well, and also counts the calories he consumes. He imagined Sawa playing basketball, as well as the minimum amount of food on his plate, and noted that if everyone on a diet tried at least half as much as Sawa, there would be no obese people in the world. Among other things, Yashin listed that Sawa also did jump rope and ran, and realizing that all this was to no avail, Yashin asked if Sawa went to the hospital. Sawa admitted that he did this many times. Yashin asked what the doctor said, and Sawa, sighing, bowed his head in a doomed manner and replied, "They say that if, despite all my efforts, my weight remains the same, then with a 99% probability it's all down to genetics." Returning home, Sawa closed the door behind him, thought about genetics, and looked at the photographs on the table. He thought it would be great if it were true, because then, even though it would be unfair, he could just accept the state of things. Taking in his hands one of the photographs in which Sawa's parents were, he thought that in his youth, as now, his mother was used to compliments. Touching his father's image with his fingers, Sawa remembered that he had never seen him in person, but had heard a lot about him. Sawa's father was a very successful Siam fighter, and although his career was short, his records and strength are still known today. Sawa thought about his father, who won and received an award, and suddenly thought that being overweight was no big deal, since his mother told him that he had this type of body and should increase his thoughts just by breathing. Walking a little further into the apartment, Sawa noticed a salad on a plate and a note asking him to stay strong, as diet is good but Sawa is most beautiful when he is healthy. Frowning, Sawa admitted that this made him angry and, looking into one of the drawers in the kitchen, looked at the packages of snacks and asked himself, what good is a diet if it doesn't work? He remembered how many years of stupid efforts he had put into this matter, and taking the cooking utensils and food, he decided that instead of worrying pointlessly, it was better to eat properly. Taking one of the snack bags in his hands, Sawa was about to open it, but suddenly froze. Covered in sweat from exertion, and was surprised that his hands did not move to open the bag. As a result, swearing, Sawa took the salad, pricking vegetables on the fork, and began to eat it with a dissatisfied expression on his face. When the sun began to go down, Sawa went for a run, and although covered in sweat from fatigue and tension, he suggested running. The phone attached to Sawa's clothes announced that he had already run a distance of 4 km. But Sawa did not stop when he heard this and suddenly noticed that his pace was faster than usual today. Remembering the expression on Dan's face when he talked to her, Sawa decided that he would never give up. Some time passed, and it became completely dark outside. Stopping, Sawa caught his breath. Breathing heavily, thinking that he had covered a distance of 15.5 kilometers, he had broken his personal best. Now, with difficulty straightening his back, he realized that he had run too much. However, suddenly looking around, Sawa asked if this place had always been here. It was the first time he saw it, and as he was about to grab his phone, he decided he needed to look it up on the map. Suddenly, someone announced that Sawa was very nimble, noting that he moved like 10,000 pigs. Sawa froze in shock when he heard someone else's voice. Looking in the direction from which the sound came, he noticed a dark silhouette on the bridge. He assumed that there was no way to hide, and jumping high into the air, he landed next to Sawa. Sawa moved back a little, afraid of what was happening, and thought that the distance was about 6 meters. He asked if Bab was okay. Bab asked Sawa not to be afraid, explaining that he was not hunting him. He gave his name, announcing that he was serving as a judge. When Bab said this, his eyes shone, and streams of magical energy appeared around him. He added that he was responsible for monitoring the monsters on this peninsula. Sawa did not understand what this meant, and Bab, seeing his amazement, assumed that Sawa knew nothing at all. In this case, he decided that it was good and suggested not to speak for long. He asked Sawa to follow him and took out a piece of cloth, which he threw towards Sawa. Sawa covered his face with his hands, screaming in amazement, and the next moment, the piece of cloth that Bab threw enveloped him like a cocoon. Sawa clenched his jaw, unable to get out of it. He didn't understand what was happening and asked himself about it. Sometime later, the cocoon suddenly opened, and Sawa fell to the ground. Bab, catching the cloth, folded it. Sawa, rising to his knees, grabbed his head with his hand and asked, "What kind of nonsense is this?" He suddenly opened his eyes wider and began to look around, noticing that the situation around him had changed greatly. Bab welcomed him to the world of monsters, and Sawa froze in shock, raising his palm and frowning. Bab, looking at him seriously, advised him to look around, noting that in this case, Sawa himself would understand everything. He asked if Sawa saw this. Looking around, Sawa noticed terrible monsters, and Bab announced that everyone who had gathered here were the inhabitants of this world, that is, monsters. Sawa was scared when he saw all this, and Bab said that once, people were afraid of monsters and worshipped them as gods. But now, these creatures are spoken of only as superstitions and ghosts. Once every 666 years, a festival was held to determine the king of the monsters, and among all the members of the monster families around the world, including the Korean peninsula, the youngest, most talented monsters were chosen and presented as candidates. Sawa rose to his feet and listened carefully to everything Bab said. Bab, meanwhile, said that 666 years ago, one monster ascended as a king, defeated the rest of the monsters, and by now, 666 years have passed. Sawa asked him to wait, and stretching his palms forward, said that he understood everything but asked why he was here. Bab asked if he hadn't already told Sawa that each monster tribe nominates one candidate. Since Sawa was the only one who inherited goblin blood in both the monster world and the human world, he should be here. Sawa opened his eyes wider, clenching his jaw, and Bab noted that Sawa was a 4th or 5th generation goblin, albeit a next one. Sawa asked for forgiveness, drawing attention to himself, and admitted that he thought Bab had made a mistake. Suddenly Sawa heard a loud sound, and this made him even more afraid. Someone jumped high into the air, and Sawa, noticing this, trembled, unable to control his emotions. The next moment, the monster landed right in front of him, throwing up shards of stone and dust into the air from how hard the landing was. Sawa covered his face with his hand to protect it from the shrapnel, and Bab announced that they should at least give Sawa a test to see how useful he was. Opening his eyes slightly, Sawa noticed a huge monster landing next to him. The monster, turning to Bab, assumed that everything was fine with Sawa and asked if this was so. Without answering this question, Bab seriously announced that if the monster wins, he can eat Sawa. The big mouth goblin agreed to these terms, as he was sure that the chance to eat a person for the first time in 666 years should not be lost. These words horrified Sawa, and he jumped aside, startled. The goblin swung his leg to hit Sawa. Very soon it did hit Sawa, and because of how strong the blow was, Sawa flew far to the side and then fell to the ground with such force that it cracked. Bab warned that even if Sawa inherited the blood of goblins, the right to participate in the festival should not be given to an ordinary person. From the blow, blood became visible on Sawa's clothes, but ignoring the pain, he trembled and tried to get up. Bab, meanwhile, ordered him to prove his worth and frowned seriously, adding that Sawa must do this if he wants to live. Blood ran down Sawa's face, and he frowned before clenching his jaw, trying to stand up. However, he did not have time to do this, as the goblin, having lifted him, threw Sawa to the ground with force, causing even more pain. Cracks began to appear. Sawa spat out blood from his mouth, and the goblin asked if Sawa was really stronger than he seemed. Aito thoughtfully put his hand under his chin, admitting that he thought Sawa was just a tasty piece of meat, but in the end, decided there was nothing to lose. He raised his hand up to deliver the decisive blow and suggested that Sawa would be made into a chop since it's fun too. The next moment, the goblin lowered his hand, but it did not touch the ground. Suddenly, a bright flash of light appeared, and Babai closed his eyes, listening to the loud sounds around him. The goblin didn't quite understand what was happening but continued to press on, while Sawa, suddenly changing, stood up, holding the goblin's hand. Since ancient times, goblins had limitless capabilities, and now even Babai was surprised to see that Sawa stopped the blow. As a result, the main strength and weapon of the goblins became something special. Thinking about this, Babai looked at Sawa, who, clenching his jaw with effort, held the goblin's hand above him. Babai noted that this feature was the sense of play. Because if someone is a goblin, the talent is already in his body. It was an instinct that no one had learned. Now, under the influence of this instinct, Sawa bent down a little, and after that, he used the mountain throw. Lifting the goblin into the air, he threw him to the ground with force. Huge stone slabs rose from the ground, and when the dust that flew into the air due to the impact cleared, everyone saw a goblin lying on the ground and Sawa standing next to him. Sawa suddenly changed. Instead of a man, he became a half-goblin. Squinting his eyes, he tried to catch his breath, looking straight ahead, ignoring the blood running down his face. The awakening was finally complete. Sometime later, in the store, someone asked his interlocutor what happened. Then, Sawa singingly announced that it was all over. His interlocutor, remembering what Sawa had said about his changed body in the fight with the goblin, asked what kind of crazy dream that was. Yashin guessed that Sawa was having a lot of fun there, judging by his face, but Sawa frowned, declaring that there was nothing fun about it since he was getting hit all the time, and all he could do was one throw. According to Yashin, it was strange that in Sawa's dream he was beaten, since usually people in dreams are doing something familiar. He suddenly remembered that Sawa had said he never learned to fight, as he usually took up boxing to lose weight. Sawa agreed that this was very strange, as the dream was indeed very vivid. He recalled the moment he started to throw and noted that he felt like he knew what he needed to do from the very beginning. Sawa suggested that he could do it even now if he wanted to repeat it. Seeing the concentrated expression on Sawa's face, Yashin smiled and asked if Sawa was getting too caught up in this. Sawa, frowning irritably, noted that he was talking about this, and then, sighing, decided that, be that as it may, all this was most likely due to stress. He clutched the empty juice box in his hands and, looking at his palms, asked if he was really that obsessed with losing weight. Even if it was a dream, he still didn't understand why his body would suddenly become like this. Suddenly, everything changed again, and Sawa looked at his changed body in shock. He was amazed that this happened and suddenly heard someone ask if he had really woken up. Turning his head from side to side, Sawa finally noticed Bai standing nearby, who admitted that he thought Sawa would wake up soon since he had fallen asleep standing up. Sawa, looking around again, realized that this was not a dream. He looked at the world of monsters surrounding him. The monsters that were around began to look at each other because they did not expect something like this, and especially did not think that Sawa would be able to immediately kill the goblin. The monsters assumed that Sawa was hiding his power, but in the end, they realized that this was not the case since Sawa still had goblin blood in him. Continuing to talk, the monsters remembered that they had not seen a goblin serum for a long time, and Sawa, listening to all this, stood with his hands clenched into fists and his head down, not knowing how to react. He was breathing heavily. Finally, Babai, striking the ground with his staff, attracted attention to himself and announced his title as the judge of the monsters of the peninsula. He said that he assessed the candidate, Sawa, as promising, given the evidence of hundreds of monsters around. One of the monsters, located here, poked his way towards Sawa. Babai declared him not a man, but a monster, and added that if anyone was against this, they should express it now and spread the news throughout Bison. None of the monsters were against what Babai said, and noting that, in order to accidentally meet a goblin, one would have to try, they jumped into the air, planning to taxi out to carry out Babai's instructions. The monsters understood that this festival would be very interesting. A little later, coming closer to Sawa, Babai announced that since he had become a monster, his name would now be added to the list. No one could now capture Sawa or harm him without a special reason. Sawa, deciding that this was good, still said that he needed to return home. Suddenly asked himself, what if there is no reason for this suddenly? SVA, who was also next to Babai, said that this was some kind of nonsense and, sighing, noted that either Siva was pretending to be an idiot or he really was an idiot. She asked if he hadn't heard about how he was now a monster. Crossing her arms over her chest, SVA added that if the monster does not prove the ability to completely hide its essence among people, then it will not be allowed to appear in the human kingdom until it is 500 years old. Sivu was amazed to hear this and said that he caused little problems since he never beat anyone and always lived peacefully. But suddenly becoming thoughtful, he announced that if Sivu does not understand, then there is no other choice. Sivu froze in shock, and the next moment he saw that Babai began to look much more threatening. Babai announced that he must kill Sivu. Frightened, Siva jumped back and then froze in shock, noticing that he had flown a huge distance. Landing on the ground, Siva looked at Babai, who again began to look normal, and then asked if Sivan now understood what he was talking about. Sva, sighing, looked away displeased, and Babai added that no matter who Siva considers himself to be, he has the body of a monster. Sivi suddenly realized that for a moment, he thought his body shook. Babai declared that among monsters, goblin abilities were certainly considered the best. Even if Shu Yu is a newly awakened child, his strength exceeds that of a human dozens of times, and therefore, he can kill an ordinary person just by touching him. Having said this, Babai presented the broken and bloody mannequins, and Sivo finally understood everything. Looking down sadly, he said that waiting for 500 years was some kind of nonsense. But Babai suddenly announced that in fact, Sivu only needed to wait 6 months. Sivu asked in shock whether this was really true. B asked if he didn't say that the king of the monsters is chosen every 666 years. This ban was carried out for 500 years by the current king, and Babai said that 666 years ago, everything was different. He imagined a man running through a dark forest as well as a monster chasing the man. Previously, all monsters were free to enter and leave the human realm, and so people could only run away. The man in the memory of Babai suddenly tripped over a stone and fell, trembling with fright. When monsters came, they were afraid of them, or something else happened. Noting this, Babai remembered how the monster looked to the side, hearing some kind of sound. The man, more frightened, looked forward. A larger monster came closer and looked at the enemy menacingly. In some situations, people relied on the strongest monsters that lived among them. Remembering the man's frightened face, as well as the way he bowed when he noticed the monster that protected him, Babai declared that people used to treat them with fear and worship. However, at the end of the festival 666 years ago, the new king, having defeated all the monsters, was not happy with what happened before. On the day the king ascended the throne, he wrote a new law with the blood of the monsters he killed. Because of the ban, now monsters could not harm people and also could not show themselves to them. Because of this, people have long ceased to be afraid of monsters and did not even suspect that they existed. People thought that monsters were just fictional characters from fairy tales, but Babai was sure that this would not last long since in 6 months, a new king would appear who would change everything. In this case, the law would be rewritten, and CVU, hearing this, froze, opening his eyes wider. Babai added that on that day, the sun would set in the kingdom of people, and the moment would come that all the monsters had been waiting for 666 years. It would be a night of monsters in which all the monsters would return to humans and awaken the forgotten fear and horror in humanity. Babai imagined how people, crying and screaming in horror, would run away from the monsters. CVU, also thinking about this, frowned and lowered his head but said nothing. Babai added that during these 6 months, Siv needs to weigh everything that is happening or learn to manage the force in order to do something. This, according to Babai, was something that Siva had to decide on his own. Siva asked how he could control the power. Besides this, he was wondering what would happen if he learned how to do this. He asked how strong one needs to be for monsters to call a person strong. Babai laughed quietly, closed one eye, and grabbed his beard with his hand. Then he noted that for a second, it seemed to him that CVU made a confident expression on his face. That's why he asked what C was up to. Frowning, CVU clenched his hands into fists and asked himself what would happen to the world when monsters appear. He announced out loud that he wanted to make sure that monsters did not touch people. Although it was difficult for a 17-year-old man to make promises, it was clear that the world would become a much more dangerous place if everything was as Babai said after introducing Yashin as well as his mother. Siwa decided that he must at least protect those who were dear to him. Babai, approaching CVU, noted that perhaps all was not lost since the goblin blood in California's veins was very strong. It couldn't be compared to the blood of a pure-blooded goblin. But if C could properly use all of his powers, then no monster would dare to offend those who held Siwa dear. Although the likelihood of this was small, Babai noted that she would never know what might happen. She warned that he would be able to extend the law if he could win the festival and become the king of the monsters. Swa suddenly interrupted Bai's speech, ordering him not to talk about the impossible. She pointed out that although Sai was not the worst monster, he still had no chance of winning the festival. She asked if B understood this. B and CVU, hearing Self's voice, turned in her direction. Babai suddenly remembered that he had not yet introduced himself. He asked permission to do this and, pointing to Subiyoe, called her name, saying that she, just like Siwa, would take part in the festival for the sake of her people. Self, straightening her hair, sighed and then asked why Sivan needed her name. She did not understand why this was necessary, since she was sure that she would never see Shiva again. Moreover, she added, she did not come here to meet anyone. She recalled that B had said he wanted to take a test to see if he could return to people and promised that she would be angry if he went back on his word. Bye-bye, without reacting to this, explained to Siv that Subiwa was in the same situation as him. Despite her young age, she wanted to get to people. He put this question off because he already had a lot to do, but Subway still wanted to take this test. CVU, widening his eyes, asked, didn't Bai say that monsters would be able to reach people in just 6 months anyway? Bai asked Siwa to look at Sebawa, and Subway angrily asked why she had to take this test at all. Remembering the magic of transformation or the strength of monsters, she said that there were many weaker monsters who had spent 500 years among people. Bai knew about this, and therefore found it difficult to understand how ready Siwa was. The whole point was that, in order not to reveal themselves to people, monsters needed not only basic skills but also patience and self-control. Subway understood what Bai was saying but expressed hope that this was not just a reason not to deal with her. Bai said that her assumption was nonsense because, if that were the case, he would not have even called her here. He explained that the festival was coming soon and the old law was about to expire. He asked why he should listen to Soe's whims when he was already busy. However, according to Bai, Selo was lucky since there would not be a better opportunity to see how she got along with people. This was Subway's chance, and Bai noted that, as far as she could understand, Siwa was human, so there was no better judge than him. Siu froze in shock, and even Subway was surprised when she assumed what Bai wanted from her. Bai promised that he would give Subway until the end of the month, and asked her to help Siwa deal with the monster's powers, including transformation magic. He promised that if he saw that Sabawa had progressed enough in a month, he would give her and Siva the right to live in the kingdom of people. Swa still didn't say anything but just stood there frozen in shock. She then asked B to stop talking nonsense. Pointing her finger at CVU, she angrily asked what she could teach him in a month. In this case, she shouted that Bai had better immediately say that he did not give her permission. Bai said, "If you think so, then you can just wait 6 months," he asked. "What's wrong with that?" Selfa frowned, and Bai asked, "What difference does it make if this happens a month earlier or a month later?" He also added, "Whether Subie abandons Siwa or teaches him depends on her." Without saying anything else, Bai threw a piece of cloth into the air, and it covered him with a dome. Finally, before hiding, Bai admitted that he personally thought that anything was possible. The fabric hiding Bai twisted into a cocoon and, rising in the air, gradually began to disappear. Suawa and Sia watched as the cocoon disappeared in a bright flash. When it did, Subie clenched her jaw and, although she knew the question was stupid, decided to ask it anyway. She asked if Bai knew what strength in monsters was. Siva honestly admitted that he did not know. Sway resigned and realized that she had no choice. Siva suddenly opened his eyes wider in horror as he noticed that the goblin with whom he had been fighting before suddenly stood right behind Self. Swab, noticing the expression on Siva's face, asked what was wrong with his face. Meanwhile, the goblin, attracting attention, asked where Bai had gone. He said that the fight was not over yet, and Siva even opened his mouth in fear. But Sebois, unlike him, remained calm, and looking displeased at the goblin, said that it had stuck. She added that because of people like this goblin, people had forgotten about monsters. Frowning with satisfaction, she looked at the goblin, and it became so angry that it trembled. Then, calling Self, the goblin waved its hand, intending to attack her. However, Swabi, undeterred, continued to stand in place, while Siva cried out in fear. Upon noticing this, unlike people, where race decided little, with monsters, everything was far from the same, since they had completely different strength and size. The difference among monsters was determined by the average potential and skills of each type. Because of this, classes appeared in the world of monsters. Now that purebred goblins had disappeared, there was debate about which class was considered the strongest on the Korean peninsula. However, pride aside, many monsters reluctantly agreed that one species was still the strongest. At this time, the goblin suddenly froze, finding himself entangled in magical chains. He trembled, covered in sweat from horror. Selfa asked, "Is something really wrong?" She smiled, looking at the goblin's powerlessness. The rabid beasts that were the nine-tailed foxes were considered the strongest monsters on the Korean peninsula, and now Seawood proved it by telling the goblin to continue. However, the goblin could not move, bound by chains. A series of surreal scenes flashed before his eyes, but the goblin no longer groaned in pain. Seawood froze in shock when he noticed what had happened. He eventually realized that simply standing there, frozen in surprise, was not an option. Clenching his jaw, Seawood began to think about what to do next. The situation he faced required him to accept it and adapt. Suddenly, Seawood noticed Self, who was looking at him seriously, noting that he had seen it. It was magic. It was the ability to absorb and use energy and powers. Swab also explained that there were two types of magic, one called unique and the other called acquired. Siva listened attentively, and Subaway added that she was sure Siva already knew what unique magic was. An example was the Goblin Serene, which was a special ability for the goblin race, passed down through the blood of Siva. To use this ability, one did not need to learn anything special. You just needed to get the hang of it, and using this ability would be as easy as breathing. However, Swa added that this was not the case with acquired magic. She explained that anyone could use it if they mastered it. This required training and practice, not to mention quality. Pointing her finger at the goblin, she asked if Seawood could see this. Swa noted that the goblin had not taken the time to train, relying on his natural size and strength. Now, he had been humiliated by a simple binding spell. She also added that the goblin was a clear example of creatures much lower than her level. The goblin was still trying to do something, but all that happened to his body was trembling. Swa finally announced that, be that as it may, since it had come to this, she would teach Siva. She offered to clarify everything at once, and it admitted that she did not like difficulties. So, if the result was unsatisfactory, she would not control her anger. That is why she advised Siva to give up immediately if he was not ready for this, since for someone who had been human only a few minutes ago, this would be very difficult. Siu had not yet responded but simply lowered his head in thought. Swab warned that he could die if he disappointed her. Suddenly, Siva frowned with determination, promising that he would do whatever he could or die trying. If Swab would teach him, he needed to learn at all costs. Swa, seeing this determination, thought for a moment, putting her finger to her chin. Siva added that he could not afford to worry about the future now. Swa Chebie, smiling, noted that Siva most likely would not cope, but suggested that it would be better to try than not to try at all. In the end, she suggested that they eat first. Siva asked again in confusion. Subway recalled what she had said: magic absorbs energy and strength. She extended her palm forward, and a magical light appeared above it. Swa added that this was the power of all the inhabitants of the monster world. However, much of it was not available to Siva, since this power was usually gained when a person breathed air and ate food in the world of monsters. But Siva had just arrived in their world. Swa said that with the normal diet of the human world, it would not be possible to gain anything. So all that Siva had now was his innate strength. With a smirk, she asked, "Is it true that you're hungry?" After such efforts, as Sway assumed, Siva would probably want to eat. Siva awkwardly put his hand on his neck and admitted that he was not that hungry. However, he suddenly opened his eyes, trembling, and looked at his hands, on which the veins became clearly visible. Siva did not understand what was happening, and only began to tremble more and more. Swad recalled that she had already spoken about this and, looking at Siva, said that he had little strength left. Now, there was very little left since that battle with the goblin had drained everything. She remembered how Seawood had used the technique and explained that this was what usually happened with power. Subway, approaching Siva, who was bent over with trembling, ran her palm over his back and noted that the solution to this problem was simple. Walking closer to Siva, she pressed herself against his back and, leaning toward his ear, asked if he could see the goblin. Siva did not answer, and Sebaway said that among monsters there is a rule: if the judge declares the winner of the duel, then the death and life of the loser are in the hands of the winner. Sebo, also looking at the goblin, ordered Siva to eat the loser. In order to take over the power, Swabier explained that this was the most effective and simple way. Looking at the goblin, who was trembling more, Swa said that at such a size, Siva would quickly get full and warned that hunger would immediately die. Siayu walked forward with a serious frown, acting on instinct. For the first time in his life he felt demonic hunger, and it was inexorably pulling him toward the goblin. This hunger only fueled the whispers in his mind, and all that was in Siva's head was the power of the predator over the predator. However, there was something Sebuyue had not thought about, and because of this, Siu suddenly froze and looked back at Sebuyue. What Soe had not taken into account was the fact that the greedy goblin nature always aims to catch bigger and tastier prey. Noticing that Siva was looking at her, Sebuyue froze in shock, her eyes widening. The next moment, Siva ran forward, aiming at her. Frowning with displeasure, Sebuyue invited herself to look at Siva, and waving her hand, used the chain. A powerful stream of magical energy headed towards Siva. Subway replied that no matter how strong Siva was, there was no need to be so impudent. Siva's body was bound in chains, and Subway wearily added that an unfinished monster like Siva could not eat her. She was shocked that Siva actually thought that way, and asked if he thought she was an easy target. Siayu did not answer and simply stared at her, deciding that he needed to teach him good manners. However, before Subway could do anything, Siu suddenly began to free himself from the bonds. Although he only broke one chain, he still managed to break it with the force of his hand. Swa frowned in bewilderment, realizing that Siva had done it simply with his own strength. Meanwhile, Siva continued to attack, sinking to the ground with force. Looking at him, Swabia assumed that Siva wanted to show that even though he was half goblin, he was still a monster. Grasping the nail of her other hand with one hand, she pulled the nail out of her finger and smiled, ignoring the pain. Despite this, Siva ran to attack again. Swai drew a circle in the air with her blood and summoned the blessed great demon king. She summoned only one fist, and thanks to the magic, a huge fist appeared, which upon hitting Siva, threw him aside. Siva frowned in confusion, amazed by this. He then opened his eyes wider as he noticed that the fist had opened, turning into a palm. The palm began to put pressure on Siva with great speed, pushing him forward. He did not give up, putting his hands in front of him to soften the blow. The goblin took advantage of this and gradually began to move to the side as the palm flew forward. After some time, when the magic dissipated, Sway looked at the trench that had formed in the ground and asked if Siva was still alive. She noticed a dark silhouette in the dust and remarked that nothing could be done, even if Siu was dead. She recalled that he himself had asked for death when he attacked her and admitted that she did not expect much from Siu. However, frowning, she mentally acknowledged that she did not expect any resistance from him and added that the fact that Sia had awakened was surprising even among powerful goblins. She suddenly noticed that Siva's eyes were apologetic, as well as the fact that a horn had appeared on his forehead. Recalling other monsters, she mentally noted that only a few goblins were endowed with unique magic, which was as rare as it was powerful. Meanwhile, Siva took hold of the horn and tore it off. Swajue realized that Siva had the makings to become a symbol of the goblin race. At that moment, Siva stretched his hand with the horn to the side, waiting for it to transform. Suboyi, grinning, admitted that for an unfinished goblin, Siva was quite good. She was ready to fight, and Siva used a unique magic called the Goblin Club. Siva was an outstanding monster genius who received 9 tails even before reaching the age of 100, a talent that had been passed down in the family of demonic beings on the Korean peninsula for 1,000 years. This is why she felt it so clearly. Siva stood in a fighting pose with a tense body and bent knees. He held in his outstretched hand a goblin club. A clot of magical energy collected in his hand. Sebawai understood how dangerous this was, though she was seeing it for the first time. She looked at him confidently, frowning, thinking that if we talk about the amount of power monsters have, she would not lose. But she asked herself in bewilderment, what kind of pressure is this? Siva collected dark clots of magical energy in his hands, and they rushed toward him in waves. He confidently leaned on the ground with his foot. Swa looked at him intensely, her eyes wide open. Immediately after that, Siva made a sharp jerk toward her while holding the magical weapon behind his head. This technique was called the transformation of a goblin club. Sway stood opposite him, preparing to defend herself with a thunder strike spell. She put her hand in front of her, looking up tensely. A few moments later, Siva fell on her with powerful force. There was a large explosion that was both deafening and dazzling, and fragments scattered in different directions. Swai looked ahead, and after a pause, said yes then. She noticed that this was what a goblin club felt like, a huge force. A muscular arm grew out of the ground near her. Siva flew at her with burning eyes. Swai looked at him from bottom to top, gesturing with her fingers. She said, "What does this mean? Do you need to show us what you're capable of?" At that moment, a massive red hand was squeezing the magical energy that Sayu possessed. The hand pulled him towards itself, yanking him out. Siva, like a toy, was thrown up with the hand, after which a huge palm clenched into a fist and hit him with great force. Swa smiled, her face filled with satisfaction, as the sound of an explosion echoed. The blow to Sayu was heard with enormous power, sending him flying a long distance into the distance. Swa watched what was happening, exhaling the air from her lungs. She noticed that this was clearly not enough. Looking ahead, she thought that, based on the incredible endurance she had just seen, she would need to hit him 5 or 6 more times before he came to his senses. At this time, the giant hand next to her was tensely holding the goblin club, while someone was pulling it from the other end. Swabi looked in that direction, surprised, her eyes wide open. When the dust and steam cleared, she saw that a figure was holding the goblin club. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was Siva, whose veins began to glow with a bright purple color. Swab looked at this in surprise. She couldn't believe it. She understood that he was fighting with only one hand, but she asked herself in shock, how could he fight against the Demon King? At that moment, Siu raised the goblin club above his head, glaring ahead with rage. He transformed the goblin club, making it so that the giant hand could no longer hold it. All magical energy rushed toward Siu. She watched as Siu, with glowing veins and a clenched jaw, furiously fought off a huge number of powerful blows. She thought that, even though he was a half-breed who had opened his eyes only a couple of minutes ago, he was already at this level. It seemed to her that the ratio of magic to strength didn't matter at all. However, she also thought that it seemed his magic had reached its limit. If they continued like this, he would simply tear his body apart. She closed her eyes and exhaled the air from her lungs. After a pause, she said, "What to do?" Siva, with swift movements, took the goblin club like a spear and pointed it toward the hands trying to grab it. Using various techniques, he attacked them with dark magical matter. Swab raised her index finger and bright red blood oozed from it. She said, "3 tails," but then interrupted herself, saying, "No, 5 tails." When she said this, she drew a circle with her blood over her head. At that moment, she thought to herself that she had every reason to be proud. Siva, raising a huge weapon high above his head, which was formed from thick dark matter, was about to attack. Swabier, having almost finished drawing the circle of blood, said with a calm expression on her face, "It doesn't matter that this is your first time. An enemy with such strength can be considered a worthy opponent." After she finished drawing the bloody circle above her head, a huge red man appeared next to her. He appeared due to the use of the Great Demon King's deception spell. The upper part of the Demon King held a melee weapon with a sharp blade, similar to a glaive. Siu jumped and tried to attack the emerging Demon King using his goblin club. The Demon King prepared for a counterattack. With a sharp movement of his hand, he cut the floor with his huge blade. After that, he made a strike of 6 cuts and 5 connections. This strike was the first a dazzling flash of bright light, like rays emanating from the ground, struck upward. From such a strong blow, Siva flew up many meters into the air. His face looked pale and lifeless, his veins swelling even brighter, turning a deep purple color. Swaba, with the upper part of the Demon King behind her, calmly watched what was happening. A few meters away from her, a huge territory was burned to the ground, and only the body of Siu lay there. She walked up to him and, heavily exhaling the air from her lungs, said that there was no point in this. She then asked if she was late. Siva lay there with his mouth open, moaning. Swat apologized to him, telling him that she was very sorry and that he would die soon. She began to explain to him, saying that the collapse caused by magical exhaustion had already begun. Then she added, asking if he understood that it was on his conscience. Standing in front of him, crossing her arms over her chest, she noticed that he was such a fool he didn't know his place, and couldn't stop even when his body began to fail him. Irritated, she remarked that she thought her grandfather would scold her severely. She turned away from him, but then she heard him mutter something. Turning to him in surprise, she saw that Siva was saying painfully, "Mom." Large drops of tears flowed down his face abundantly. Sway looked at him with a serious expression on her face, then strained to exhale the air from her lungs. She said that this was serious. Stretching out her hand in front of her, she began to collect magical energy. Lifting him with the help of this energy, she brought him closer to herself with a gentle movement of her hand. Grabbing him by the back of his head, she pressed his face to hers. After that, she kissed him, holding his exhausted and broken body. When she pulled away from him, purple energy glowed in their mouths. She walked away from him and spat to the side. Siva fell heavily to the ground. She talked about how, from the filthiest to the magic of the fox pearl that she had recently received, she had come a long way. Seriously looking down at him and wiping her mouth with her palm, she told him that if he didn't live up to expectations, he would receive serious punishment from her. Sometime later, Siva opened his eyes. He jumped up sharply and screamed in fear. He didn't realize where he was. He was lying on a bed, several candles near him, in a clean, well-kept room. Looking around in fear, he asked, "What is this?" After that, he heard the door creak open. He sharply looked in that direction. Swai entered through the open door, holding a cup on a tray. Without looking into his eyes, she walked closer and closer to him. Siva looked up at her in surprise and fear. In the cup Sawa brought him, there was a thick, dark liquid. He took a deep breath of air from his lungs and, with a frustrated expression on his face, lowered his head and said that he was very sorry. Then, he told her that he remembered everything he had done. He explained that he didn't know how it happened, but he noticed that, despite being fully aware of what had happened, he could not control his body. Sitting on his feet, leaning on his knees, he bowed to her and shouted that, no matter what, he was very sorry. He told her that she had only been trying to help him, but because of him she was in danger. Soe sat opposite him, also putting her legs under her and crossing her arms over her chest. She carefully watched him. Then, emotionlessly, she ordered him to drink. Surprised, he raised his head to her and asked her again. She pointed her finger at the cup and ordered him to drink it before it got cold. He obeyed, calling her respectfully and thanking her for the drink. He took the cup in his hand and, looking inside, asked himself if this was some kind of traditional medicine. After that, he began to drink the liquid. His face suddenly distorted, and he grabbed his mouth to prevent himself from vomiting. His whole body began to shake. Sway threateningly told him that if he spit it out, she would kill him. Siva asked her what it was made of. Swa answered him with a question, asking, "Who knows?" After that, she noticed that this information wouldn't help him finish his drink. She added that she wouldn't feel sorry for him, so she ordered him to drink and listen. While he drank, Siu's whole body trembled, and there was a grimace of disgust on his face, but he continued to drink the liquid. Sabwa, with a bored expression on her face, said that, firstly, he was forgetting something important. She explained that that large-mouthed goblin ran away while they were fighting. She assumed that he was still alive and probably hiding somewhere, curled up in a ball, for the next 100 years. She explained these actions of his by the fact that he knew how everything would happen if he was caught. Then she noticed that it was the perfect snack for a half-breed like him, and that it looked like he had missed a prey that was already in his mouth. Siva asked her, while swallowing the liquid, if there wasn't another way. She asked him again, smiling, another after that. She ordered him to look at her, and asked if he still considered himself in charge. He told her that he still did not realize that he would have to kill or eat monsters, and he really didn't want to eat it. However, he began to talk about the fact that, to be honest, no matter who they are, for him, they are all dangerous monsters that threaten people. Hanging his head down, he said that if he doesn't do everything right, then in a few months, the people he values will seriously suffer. If he needs to kill, then he will kill, and if he needs to eat them, then he will eat them. He looked at her confidently from under his brows and said that he had already said that he would do everything he could. He then began to confidently say that he asked if there was another way, not because he was not going to eat them. He explained that he asked just in case there were other options. Sway looked at him in surprise and was silent. After that, she noticed that, as she told him, the most effective way to increase your monster power is to eat other monsters. However, she noticed that usually this is only possible in the event of a duel, to which they both agreed. She explained to him that he is a special case. Then she began to tell him that if this does not contradict the rules, then the weak will be caught and eaten. She explained that they will not remain alive for long. After that, she added, saying that moreover, he would no longer have easy prey. She explained this by saying that even if he was a half-breed, many monsters saw that he was a goblin who had a little knowledge of sheer. Rumors about him spread throughout the area. She began to tell him that those whom he can easily defeat will not fight him, but there are others who will come after him. These are those whom he cannot cope with at his current level. Then, rising from the floor, she clarified, using a metaphor, that if he lost a pheasant, then she advised him to cook a chicken. That is, she recommended that he take a simpler path. After which, she asked him if this was true. Siva looked at her in surprise. After that, Soboye, with a smile on her face, pointed her finger to the side and asked him to go. She explained this by saying that she had a gift for him. After some time, they were on the street. He followed her and repeated in bewilderment. A gift in front of him stood Swa, behind whose back was a large monster bound by magical chains. This monster made loud noises and tried to bite through the magical metal with its fangs. Sva. standing with a smile on her face, asked how it was for him. Then she asked if it was good. CVU, looking ahead in fear, asked, "Is this a monster?" SVA said uncertainly that it was both. She then told him that technically it had lost its right to be called a monster. She began to explain that everyone has their own reasons, however, many of them lose their minds and completely give in to their instincts. She clarified that this was happening just like what happened to him recently. After which, she asked him if this was so. She began to levitate in the sky, saying that when monsters are not as lucky as him and they do something irreparable, they are called animals and not monsters, and deprived of their rights as monsters. She said, dry mouths, after which she clarified that that's what they call those on the Korean peninsula. Using levitation, she rose up and was already standing on the roof of the house. Swa, with a smile on her face, asked him what he was looking at like that. She then asked him if she had already told him. After that, she reminded him that this is a beast that has lost its mind. Behind Sif stood a monster with a crazy face, its eyes directed in different directions. It was no longer constrained by magical chains and was completely free. Siva looked at Sebawai in surprise, standing with his back to the monster. The monster made a sharp blow with its hand. Sparks began to fly in different directions. Siva managed to dodge this blow. After which, standing in a fighting stance, he looked piercingly at his opponent. He exhaled the air from his lungs and looked confidently at his opponent. Swa sat on the roof of the house, carefully watching the fight. She thought that at first, she assumed that he was frozen in confusion and was about to be killed. But now, she noticed that he was using his body better than she expected. She asked herself if she had underestimated him. After that, she thought that even if that was the case, he was probably just trying to delay the moment of contraction as much as possible. At that moment, the monster was approaching Sevi, who was squatting. Swai understood that his enemy came from a family of fire dogs and earned himself a good name. But because of his irrepressible pride, he wanted to represent the family at the festival. He was accused of kidnapping and eating monsters. He exceeded his limit, could not cope with the power of monsters, and went crazy. Now, the mad monster tried to pierce CVA's body with its sharp claws. Siva managed to dodge his attacks. Carefully followed the events taking place. After this, the monster tried to tear his flesh with its teeth, but CVU, with a frightened expression on his face, managed to move his body away from its teeth. The villager watching this thought about the fact that, as she had assumed, he could not consciously use a baton. After that, she finally thought about the fact that she didn't expect anything else. She doubted that Siva would win this fight. She understood that, although he was crazy against him, he was still a lot higher in strength. While she was thinking about this, the monster made another blow with a loud scream. Svie understood that. Moreover, that part of the Siam that emphasizes throws and wrestling would not work against him. She understood that this was a cruel but effective method to awaken his instinct, which awakens only when he is on the verge of death. However, she saw Shiva with a concentrated expression on his face in a fighting stance, raising his fists to his jaw, looking in front of him with his knees bent. He was in a fighting boxing stance, looking confidently in front of him. Selfa looked at him in surprise, opening her eyes wide. The knuckles of Siva's fists began to turn white from the effort with which he clenched his fist, after which he delivered a side blow with his right hand to the monster. The monster staggered from the unexpected resistance that was shown to him. Sievy remembered how, in the martial arts section, the coach told him with surprise that he was much stronger than he thought. After which, the coach apologized to him, saying that because he said his goal was to lose weight, he did not expect that he would be so good. After that, he asked him if he ever wanted to take up boxing seriously. CVU, with a tired expression on his face, regaining his breath, was silent in response, drops of sweat flowing profusely down his face. He then replied that when he loses weight, he will think about it. The coach, with a smile on his face, asked him to wait. Then he noticed that he would lose it on his own if he constantly exercised. The trainer, with specialized pads on his palms that are designed for sharpening strikes, suggested that Sev train for 6 months. After which, he noted that if he wanted, he could help him with diet and exercise. Then the coach said that with such a skill, he would reach the competition. The coach put his hand on his shoulder and encouraged him that the excess weight would certainly fly off his body on its own. Siva smiled, looking at the floor, and thought that it would be nice if boxing had an effect. Unlike other martial arts trainees, his goal was not physical strength or fighting ability, he wanted to lose weight. When he thought about this, he dealt many sharp blows to the monster's entire body. He wanted to lose his weight in his usual and simple desire. However, despite all these desperate desires and despite his constant efforts, they did not come true. However, he did not give up, and since primary school, he has been involved in 16 sports. At this moment, Siu struck the monster with crushing blows with his legs, causing the monster's bones to begin to crunch. Of the 16 sports that he practiced, 7 were combat sports. Although he did not train for long and his weight did not go away, his efforts and natural talent as a goblin made him perfectly absorb all the skills from those 7 sports. Siva furiously struck many blows at the frightened face of the monster. While jumping with his legs, he crushed its jaw, and fragments of fangs flew out of its mouth. Selfa looked at this in incredible surprise, with her mouth wide open, and asked how to explain this. The defeated monster lay unconscious at Sivik's feet. CVU, looking at this and regaining his breath, asked, "How can he eat it now?" While the monster was lying on the ground with smoking fur in the place where Sivo was struck, and with fragments of teeth near its mouth, Sivo examined his body in surprise. Svie watched this while sitting on the roof of the house and asked herself, "Is this martial arts?" After that, she mentally hoped that this was not innate strength. She thought that this power was invented by people, and it would not be useful against the bodies and strength of monsters. She understood that he received the body of a monster quite recently. However, in a real battle, he was able to quickly figure it out and apply his skills. She thoughtfully put her hand to her chin and looked at him, realizing that his potential was much greater than she thought. Siva turned to her and asked what to do now. Looking at her, he said that it seemed to him that he had won. After which, he hesitantly said that he didn't need to eat it completely to prove it. He didn't have time to finish because Seboe interrupted him with a smile on her face and said, "Of course not after that." She invited him to talk about it when he finally defeats the monster. Then she asked him, "Right?" Siva looked at her questioningly. A moment later, a monster pierced his shoulder with its long, sharp fangs. He grabbed him with his sharp claws and, digging into his shoulder, began to tear his flesh. Splashes of blood began to spread throughout the space surrounding them. Siva looked at him in shock. He screamed loudly as the monster threw him up, stretching his skin and crushing his bones. Blood flowed abundantly from his body. He trembled with fear and pain. A monster with a bloody muzzle was approaching him. When he looked at the place where he was bitten, he saw that his shoulder was missing, replaced by a bloody mess of a dark color. He stared at it in horror, shaking with fear from the terror that gripped him. He could not move, and because of this, the monster struck him on the head. Blood began to flow from his mouth. Sela hugged her legs with a bored look and asked, "How is this possible after that?" She said sadly that she was sure they would have more than enough time. He replied, explaining that the main reason people fear injury is not the pain, but the fear that a part of the body will be either deformed or completely lost. This is one of the innate fears inherent in living beings called humans. For an 18-year-old, this was quite enough to trigger a panic attack. The monster, with a bloody, sinister muzzle, growled at Shiva. Surprised, Shiva turned his attention to his shoulder, which was healing before his eyes. He watched as its tissues regenerated and muscles reappeared. He looked at it in bewilderment. A moment later, the monster delivered a sharp blow with its claws, tearing Shiva's chest. He looked at the wound in fear, but after a few seconds, he noticed that his wounds began to close, and the cuts disappeared. Monsters and humans have so many differences that it's useless to count them, but if you were to point out the main ones, they would be endurance, body recovery, and the difference in thinking that stems from these traits. Shiva, after realizing his invulnerability, dodged the monster's next attack. With a confident expression on his face, he stood in a boxing stance, preparing his fist to strike. If he wasn't dead or mortally wounded, then injuries meant nothing. Once he understood this, the subconscious restriction aimed at protecting his body disappeared, and the limits of his physical abilities increased. Shiva struck the monster with a powerful punch. The force of the blow sent the monster flying a huge distance, creating a blazing path in its wake. Shiva looked intensely at his fist, thinking it hurt as if it would break at any moment. Yet, he understood this wasn't happening. He realized his punches had become much stronger compared to before. The monster lay unconscious among a pile of debris and destroyed objects. Shiva thought the impact of his simple punch could be compared to a car crashing into someone at full speed. However, he also realized that he was the only one here capable of recovering. If he reflected on what had just happened, it would no longer surprise him. Sela turned to him from behind and said, "Enough is enough." She walked up to him, placed her hands on her hips, and remarked that his punches landed well. Then she added that while the monster wouldn't die, it wouldn't be able to get up quickly and recover. She shifted her gaze to Shiva and asked him what he thought. Clarifying her question, she inquired about how it felt to not lose his mind and consciously use magic for the first time in his life. Shiva, pointing at himself in surprise, asked with his mouth wide open, "Did I use magic?" Then he said he really hadn't done anything special. Sela responded that magic isn't such a grandiose feature, and even if it's not high level, it can be used in various ways. She asked if he understood. Shiva, still surprised, noted that his body quickly recovered because he used magic. Sela confirmed, saying he had no control over it yet, but even his recent punches were the result of magic augmenting his physical strength. She added that, besides the fact that he hit hard, she wanted to know if he felt anything else. Shiva looked thoughtfully at his palm and said he wasn't sure but felt something similar to static current. Sela answered that if he wasn't lying, then it was likely magic. Due to his inexperience, he couldn't sense it accurately. Sela then looked to the side and extended her hand, which began to glow with magical energy. She moved her index finger and explained that she had forced him to fight to gain experience. Because the fight was bloody and he tried to win, he subconsciously used magic. With a gesture of her finger, she began raising the defeated monster. As she did this, she mentioned being a little surprised, noting that she thought it would take him 10 days to figure things out. She then complimented him, saying he was more talented than she had initially thought. Shiva, with a shy expression, lowered his eyes to the floor and began scratching his head awkwardly. Using her magical power, Sela brought the monster's body closer to them. She said it was time to finish things. Then, she looked at Shiva and asked if he was ready. She added that her next question might be inappropriate but still asked if he had killed before. Shiva answered negatively. Sela remarked that, in that case, it would be better for both of them if he finished the monster with one blow. She explained that if he merely wounded it, the monster would recover and retaliate. She indicated that the finishing blow should be aimed above the navel. She explained that for most humanoid monsters, this is a weak point, the place where they store their energy. She advised Shiva to gather his magic and channel it into one blow. Shiva exhaled heavily and began approaching the monster's body. He focused energy in his fist, looking straight ahead with confidence. It's always hard the first time, he thought. Even when one strives to gain strength, kills and devours everything in their path, excuses and reasons rarely suffice. In Shiva's mind, memories resurfaced from his life as an ordinary, mediocre, overweight guy, someone who once had close people in his life. Clenching his jaw with rage and baring his teeth, he struck the center of the monster's torso with a sharp, powerful movement of his fist. A copious splash of blood erupted from the monster's back. Sela asked him if he had grabbed something in his fist, then told him to open it. Shiva opened his palm and saw a glowing purple ball. Sela explained that it was the monster's internal core, known as a magic pearl, which stores magical energy. She told him that if he swallowed it, the monster's magic would become his own. Without hesitation, Shiva swallowed the pearl. He stared at his body, expecting something to happen, but when nothing did, he wondered if something was wrong. Suddenly, an unusual shadowy bird landed on his shoulder and commented that something strange was happening. The bird explained that loud explosive sounds usually occur when someone swallows a magic pearl. Shiva, startled, looked at the bird in fear and screamed in confusion, asking, "What is this?" The bird flapped its wings and transformed into a girl named Solai. Shiva stared at her in surprise. Sela, irritated, asked Soli what she was doing there, adding that she was certain Soli had no connection to her soul. Soli apologized and said, "Do friends need a reason to meet?" She admitted Sela was right, but explained that she had come because she had business. Looking ahead with a smile, Soli asked, "Is this the half-goblin everyone is talking about?" She spread her wings and said, "Pleased to meet you," before introducing herself as Sela's childhood friend. Shiva, surprised, bowed and introduced himself. Sela looked at Soli with displeasure and asked, "What's the matter?" Soli explained that, as they knew, she worked part-time. Sela, annoyed, asked part-time. Soli clarified that it was just a term people use. Shiva, still surprised, thought about how strange she sounded and wondered about something else. With a smile, Soli said she had caught 2 demons and came instead of the old man to deliver the reward. Sela sighed and replied that she didn't need the reward, suggesting that it should go to Shiva, as he had defeated the monster alone and deserved it. Soli agreed and mentioned that she had witnessed everything from the beginning. Moving closer to Shiva's face, she remarked how impressive it was and admitted she couldn't believe he had been human until recently. She then asked if something unexpected might happen at the festival, and after a pause, she asked Sela if Shiva could become her rival. Sela, smiling, replied that she hadn't thought about it. Then she asked Sole what festival she was referring to and commented that Shiva might not last long there. Soli blushed slightly and stared intently at Shiva, saying she was intrigued and believed he had potential. Soli then explained Shiva's reward: he could choose between returning home immediately or gaining the chance to become a stronger monster. Smiling widely, she looked up at him and asked what he would choose. Sometime later, Shiva called Yashin, who responded menacingly, asking, "What kind of nonsense is going on?" Yashin walked down the street, complaining that Shiva hadn't shown up at school and his phone was off. He added that he had answered an unfamiliar number, thinking it was Shiva, and asked if something had happened. Shiva admitted that he wanted to say no, but that would be a lie. Yashin, puzzled, asked what he meant. Shiva, addressing him by name, said he had a crazy request and that only Yashin could help him. Yashin, irritated, urged him to get to the point. Shiva began explaining, but when Yashin heard the story he responded in bewilderment. What then? Angrily, he demanded to know what Shiva was even talking about. Loud question, where is he now? Anyway, the volume of Yashin's voice almost made Shiva drop his phone. Then, in confusion, Shiva explained that he had some unforeseen circumstances and that his mother would go crazy if she found out he had simply disappeared without a trace for a month. He added that his family had a training center for traditional martial arts in Nong. Shiva asked if he was right, then requested Yashin to tell his mother that he was going there for a month to lose weight. Yashin responded, saying that he thought Shiva knew they didn't accept everyone there. Shiva confirmed this and replied that he knew. He admitted it sounded like nonsense but explained that he was aware of the discomfort it caused and had no other choice, which was why he was asking for Yashin's help. Yashin placed his hand on his face and, after some thought, told him, "Okay." However, Yashin reminded him that he could not discuss the real reason for his disappearance. Looking carefully ahead, Yashin added that if Shiva thought he wouldn't believe him, he should still speak up and not be afraid there was a chance it could be useful. Shiva, looking fearfully at Soli sitting in front of him, noticed her press her finger to her mouth and hiss, signaling that he was not allowed to speak. She explained that he could lie but that revealing their existence was against the rules. She added that even she would be punished for such a disclosure. Sometime later, Yashin responded affirmatively and told Shiva to call if anything happened or if he could help somehow. He then pressed the button to end the call, muttering to himself, "Looks like he lied." After hanging up, Shiva stared at his phone screen with a worried expression and exhaled tensely. Earlier, Shiva had asked in surprise if Soli was saying he could return to the human world right now. With wide eyes, he spread his arms and noted that he thought this was only possible if he passed the test. Soli confirmed this with a smile and assured him she wasn't lying. She explained that if he really wanted to go back, she could send him to the human world immediately. Sela, irritated, crossed her arms over her chest and looked away angrily. Soli then looked at Shiva and asked him what he would choose. Shiva stared ahead tensely before finally replying, "Okay," and stated that he would leave in a month, after passing the test. Soli looked at him in surprise, her eyes wide, and asked, "Ha?" She then inquired why he made that choice. Shiva, frowning, looked down and explained that if he didn't study properly now, Something worse could happen, worse than not being able to return. He said the fight had only reinforced this belief. Clenching his palm into a tense fist, he declared that he needed strength to handle such situations. That was why he had decided to strengthen his monster abilities. Looking menacingly ahead, he affirmed that this would happen. Before he could finish, Soli, gazing at him admiringly, raised her thumb and smiled. She remarked that his words were cool and noted that he sounded like the protagonist of a story. Seal approached him irritably and asked if Soli was having fun. Crossing her arms, she accused Soli of teasing Shiva with a choice that didn't really exist. Sela suggested simply giving Shiva a reward instead, declaring that this was no reward. She called Soli a fool and pointed out her bad habit of misleading others under the guise of evaluating them. Soli cleared her throat into her fist and explained that the test was to understand the personality and mood of a creature. She added that people learned about one another through similar questions. Turning to Sela, she asked if she had finished reading the book she had given her last time, then followed up by asking if that was true. Shiva, surprised, thought to himself that it was true and noticed that Soli seemed very different from other monsters. Her way of speaking and the atmosphere she created felt oddly familiar. Sela, with irritation, asked if Soli was referring to the stupid theory she admitted. It was so simple and childish that she hadn't made it through even a few pages. Soli, with a sad expression, explained that she had created it specifically to help Sela understand. She added that if Sela wanted to become human, she needed to at least learn the basics. Exhaling heavily, she said she would take Shiva somewhere for a while and asked Sela if that was okay. Sela, emotionless, told her to do as she pleased. Soli, smiling, spread her wings and, with a series of flaps, transformed into a bird, a demonic crow. Shiva stared at her in surprise. Soli, in her bird form, told Shiva that she had not suggested anything impossible and asked if he agreed. She continued to say that she was a monster with the right to move between the human world and this one, under the condition that she would bear responsibility for everything that happened there. Next, she told him that once every 6 months for one day, she had the right to take a monster who had not passed the test to the human world. She then suggested that he might feel sick, but assured him that she thought he could handle it. Then, she asked him if that was true. Siva asked her in bewilderment. What Sebawa, looking above herself emotionlessly, saw Somi grab Siva in her bird's grasp and fly away. Somi told Sebawa that she would return soon. Returning to the present, Siva thanked her for lending him the phone. He handed the phone back to her, saying that, thanks to her, he had been able to calm down a little. Somi, rocking on her office chair with a smile on her face, told him that she was glad to have helped. After that, she asked him if he was sure that one call to a friend would be enough. She noticed that there was still a little time left and asked him if he wanted to see his family. Siva looked down and told her that he only had his mother, and that she was currently on a business trip. He added that, to be honest, it was easier for him this way, because if someone had been at home, a scandal would have started. Then he asked her if she was hungry. He explained that it couldn't be called payback, but he would buy dinner as well. Swab, putting the phone screen to her chin, looked at him thoughtfully and asked, "Is it true?" Then she abruptly rose from her chair and loudly shouted that it was. Super. She said that she had long wanted to try something since her first visit to the human world, but it was difficult for her to get it, so she had not had the opportunity until that day. Siva looked up at her in surprise and asked her what it was. After that, she began to tell him an extensive list. Sometime later, the dining table was filled with a large number of different dishes. There were seaweed, cold cuts, soups, various snacks, and other dishes. Su, holding a bowl of rice in his hands and looking in front of him, said that he had set the table with everything he had at home. Then he asked her in confusion if she would really like this. Solmi, appetizingly devouring the dishes, zealously confirmed this by shouting that she was very pleased. She explained that she had long wanted homemade food, but all the human food she had tried before had to be bought herself or eaten at school. Siva looked at her in surprise again and asked, "At school?" Solmain licked the spoon and said that she goes to school. Then, she asked him if he knew Hojin School. Su asked her loudly if it was true, and she told him it was next to his school. Claudia explained that she had been going there since the beginning of this year, But she did not have close friends who could treat her at home. She assumed that he was the first one she had visited. Sue, while eating food with wooden chopsticks, thought about how someone like her should have many friends. Sometime later, Soul Mane thanked him for the food. There were many empty plates on the table that had recently been filled with various dishes. She told him that it was very tasty and not at all like food from a restaurant. After that, with a smile on her face, she held a cup in one hand, clicked her fingers with the other, and a certain object appeared from a steam cloud near her face. She told him that she needed to give him the reward she had mentioned earlier. Then, looking at an emerald-colored scroll, she said that it was called the Monster's Inventory. She explained that the name was a little misleading, but it was something like a bag or a phone for monsters. After that, she unfolded the scroll with a gesture of her hand, saying that just like she had just done, he could freely summon it. She added that he could also show what he wanted, because all he needed to do was swipe his finger, like on a phone. Then she lowered her hand inside the scroll, saying, "This is what's inside." She took out a box from the scroll, explaining that he could store things in it and retrieve them whenever he wanted. She also explained that he could carry everything with him without worrying about sizes. She handed the box to the surprised Siva, saying that there would be other uses for it, and as soon as he started using it, he would quickly figure it out. When the box opened, inside were several dozen coins, a scroll, and a leather object that looked like a piece of clothing. With a smile on her face, Soul Mane pointed her finger at the items and said that in the middle was the inventory he would use, along with a small pile of coins. She explained that the coins on the left, marked with a goblin face, were highly valued in the monster world. The 40 coins he earned were a significant amount, and she advised him to use them wisely. When Siva took one of the large gold coins in his hand, he noticed the image of a monster bearing its teeth on it. Soul Mane continued, explaining that the object on the right was a goblin treasure passed down from hand to hand. She clarified that treasures acquire different abilities if the power of monsters is poured into them. With fascination, she looked up, rested her cheek on her hand, and imagined various artifacts. She asked if he knew how in old fairy tales there were magical objects that appeared out of nowhere. She recalled how an old man gave her the box, mentioning that for defeating the Shutterwalk, only coins are usually awarded. However, the old man had packed all this for him personally, hinting that he had big plans for Siva. Siva thoughtfully repeated the phrase "big plans" and asked if it concerned the award for the festival. He clarified that he was referring to the event where the King of Monsters is chosen. Soul Mane confirmed this, adding that, although it wasn't as developed as human traditions, monsters also had a concept of a homeland. Resting her head on her hand, she talked about how, if a monster from the Korean peninsula became king, they could brag about it. Moreover, she mentioned that this was a sore point from the last festival. Sue asked if a monster from the Korean peninsula had almost become king. Soul Mane confirmed this, explaining that from what she had heard, the monster held out until the very end, and the fight with the King of Monsters had been evenly matched. Siva, with a sad expression, said he was very sorry that it didn't work out. Soul Mane agreed and added that the most interesting part was that the monster in question was also a goblin, just like him. Saying this, she pointed her index finger at Siva, who looked at her in confusion. Soul Mane reported that the goblin had been so strong that none of the Korean monsters could compare with him. Siva, looking at the treasure in his hands, said that even so, he had not suspected he was a monster until yesterday. He admitted that, to be honest, some part of him still didn't believe what was happening. Siva looked closely at the treasure and admitted that every minute he felt ready to wake up from all this as if from a bad dream. Soul Mane asked him if it was true. She added that she couldn't believe it because he had adapted so quickly and seemed to have gotten used to what was happening. She told him that when she saw him for the first time and heard the confidence in his words, he had made an impression on her. Then she asked him if he knew this. She went on to say that, although he had already made up his mind, it might be a good idea to aim higher. Siva, looking at her seriously with furrowed brows, asked what she meant. With a smile, looking at him from under her brows and holding a glass in her hands, she explained that people and a threat from the new king concerned him. She said he was afraid of this, and if so, why didn't he become king and extend the law further for another 600 years? Siva looked at her in shock. He then asked if he could ask her a question. Soul Mane confirmed with a wide smile on her face and said that he could ask her anything he wanted because he was her first human friend. She said that if he was interested in something, she would try to answer. Siva pointed his finger to the side and said it wasn't serious but just quackery. He clarified, referring to the inventory of monsters next to her, saying that it had started flashing. Soul Me, surprised, turned to the side and saw a large inscription on the inventory urgent. She asked lightly, "Is this?" Then she explained that it was an urgent call transmitted to all the monsters in the area when something important happened. Taking a cup of tea in her hand again, she told him that if the call was transmitted to the human world, it meant a monster had broken the rules and injured a person. She asked him if he understood this, then noted with a smile that it hadn't happened for several decades, so it couldn't be an urgent call. Then, with wide eyes and in great surprise, she realized what was happening and screamed in horror, clutching her hair with her hands. Siva looked on in incredible confusion, unable to move. After that, Soul Mane asked with a loud scream if this was serious. Some time passed, and it was already dark outside. Su, snapping his fingers, froze in amazement as the magic scroll appeared in the air in front of him. Upon revealing it, Su noticed a picture of the armlet he had received as a reward and asked if he just needed to insert his arm into it. He touched the scroll and took out the armlet, assuming it was some kind of armor he just needed to wear. In the end, Siva decided he would need to ask how to use it, but got distracted by looking at the clock on the table nearby. He remembered that a while ago, Soul Mane had announced it wouldn't take long. Looking at her phone screen, he noticed 6 hours had already passed. She calculated that half a day was 6 hours, and if they had arrived at 4, they needed to return before 10. To confirm her words, Soul Mane asked if it was true. Without waiting for an answer from Siva, she promised she'd be right back and asked him to just wait and not do anything. Siva didn't argue, and Soul Mane smiled, asking if he could talk to her informally before she left. She noted that they were friends and told him to just call her by her first name when she returned. At the moment, looking at the still closed door, he realized it was already past 10. He asked himself if everything was okay. If he had known this would happen, he would have taken Soul Mane's number. Now, he was very worried. Suddenly, looking a little to the side, Siva noticed a photo of his father and assumed that if goblin blood flowed through his veins, it was most likely from his father. He remembered how B had said that Siva was from the 4th or 5th generation. Now, continuing to look at his father's photograph, Siva wondered if his father knew he was also a goblin. Su didn't have time to think further because he heard rustling. Turning towards the open window, he asked if it was Solmi. At the same time, on the street in a dark alley, a man, unable to hold back tears, was trembling and trying to say something. However, only muffled wheezes escaped his throat as a spirit forcefully squeezed it, preventing him from speaking. The spirit, moving its hand, screamed as it prepared to deliver a decisive blow. Suddenly, an attack passed through its body. Soul Mane noted that she was still catching these monsters, for which there seemed to be no end in sight. She assumed that at this rate she'd run out of feathers. Looking at the feather she was using as a projectile, she focused on the spirit, who turned away, distracted from the man. Soul Mane asked what the spirit was so worried about. She noted that the spirit didn't feel pain and frowned seriously. At that moment, the spirit jumped, preparing to run away. Soul Mane ran towards it to stop it, and with her attack, which turned into a bright flash, the spirit disappeared. The man, still crying in horror, sat in shock on the ground. The coroner continued to rise in price, and Soul Mane asked him not to worry. Walking closer to another man lying on the ground nearby, she said he would be fine since the wound was not deep. She applied ointment to stop the bleeding and smiled reassuringly. Soul Mane also said that an ambulance was on the way. However, the man was still terrified and suddenly became even more scared when he noticed a huge spirit landing on one of the high-rise buildings nearby. Solmi, noticing the man's horror, also heard a noise from the spirit. She turned around and saw that it had already jumped, about to strike, but someone suddenly used their own attack to cut the spirit before it could touch her. Soul Mane looked at the dissipating spirit particles as Goya approached. He advised her to keep her head higher, adding that if rumors spread about such a spirit defeating her, shame would cover the entire Soul Main family. Solmi, sighing with relief, noted that her family's reputation was already not very good. She added that she knew Goya would be on her side. She called Goya her elder brother, and he, a little dissatisfied, asked who she had just called that. Moving closer, Soulmane explained that Goya was a little older and close to her, which made him her elder brother. However, she didn't insist and said that if Goya didn't like it, she could call him by his name. Goya waved his hand, activated magic, and suggested that Soulmane address him politely. Soulmane suggested calling him something else while still keeping in mind that he was like a brother to her. In the end, Goya told Soulmane to call him whatever she wanted. Then, focusing on the injured man, Goya instructed him to think of the day as a bad one. He explained that a car had hit the man and his friend in the alley, and the driver had fled the scene. Until the ambulance arrived, he ordered the man not to be afraid and to rest. Watching the man gradually fall to the ground, Soulmane realized it was hypnosis. She asked if it was true that this wasn't innate magic from the Goya family. She admitted she had heard that learning such magic separately was very difficult. Soulmane shared that she had tried to learn it from C, but was scolded and had given up. That's why she assumed Goya was ahead of her. Goya, paying no attention to this, looked around. Noticing there were 2 spirits, he asked how many Soulmane had caught. Soulmane announced that including those Goya had helped her with, she had caught 24 spirits. Among them, there wasn't a single normal one, only quackers. In addition, Goya and Soulmane noticed that all the spirits were unleashed, which meant someone was controlling these evil spirits. From what Soulmane had seen, the monsters had killed 7 people and injured about 50 others. She didn't understand who would do this or why, as she assumed the monsters knew how serious a crime it was to injure a person. She suggested that these monsters might just enjoy carrying out massacres, but then closed her eyes and noted that she was mistaken. They didn't only enjoy it, they had a goal. Soulmane was surprised and asked if monsters really killed people for profit. She couldn't understand what this meant. Goya noted it was obvious, as their generation knew very little about it. He explained that long ago goblins ate people not because they were hungry or sadistic, but because consuming human blood and flesh was incredibly beneficial for monsters. Speaking about this, Goya imagined a monster eating a person. Soulmane admitted she couldn't believe it, as she had never heard of such a thing. She was very amazed at what Goya told her. Goya noted that, in the past, this was common knowledge, but it simply didn't reach their generation. He added that one could easily become stronger by eating human flesh. He asked if the human world would remain as peaceful as it was now if this became widely known. He believed Soulmane understood what he was talking about because she had passed the qualifying test. Very few young people, like Soulme, who weren't even 500 years old, dared to go through such difficulties and take such a challenging test. Goya understood that only outliers like Soulmane or others like him could do this. He remarked that the human world was a boring place with no point in visiting until the law changed. This was exactly how their generation viewed the world of humans. But now, with the festival approaching, Goya understood that everyone was trying to become a little stronger. He knew there were monsters who knew the secret of human flesh and were willing to take the risk. He noted that Soulmane should also be aware of this since Babai was helping her. He reminded her that in recent days, many had gone crazy in their pursuit of power. Soulmane froze, remembering the monster that Shiru had recently fought. Goya said that stupidity was not an excuse but a state of mind. He was sure that if he were in the place of these monsters, he would never have created such chaos. Instead of attracting the attention of evil spirits who couldn't even move covertly, he would have done everything himself, kidnapping people one by one. Before eating them, Soulmane assumed that the one responsible for everything that had happened was very cowardly. She understood that anyone who dared to attack a person unable to resist was indeed despicable. Thinking for a moment, she suggested that even if a criminal used evil spirits, they would have the ability to summon them in hundreds. In this way, the monster would feel that using spirits was safer than personal intervention. Soulmane suddenly wondered if she should somehow convey to this monster that, Instead of acting like an attention-hungry fool, it could simply do something different. However, she suddenly realized something, her eyes widening in shock. This simply cannot be, she whispered. She called herself names, hastily shouted something unintelligible, and then bid Goya goodbye, asking if he could clean up everything here. In the next moment, Soul Mane flew away, leaving behind several feathers in the air. Goya, not understanding what had happened, simply watched her go. Meanwhile, Sivu, approaching the railing of the balcony, asked in surprise, "What is this?" He noticed that a second ago it had been closed off. Looking around in bewilderment, he tried to figure out what was happening. At that same moment, a monster appeared behind him, gradually approaching closer. It thought smugly that everything had turned out to be very simple. It was confident that it wouldn't have tried so hard if it had known Sivu would be defenseless. Raising its hand, the monster prepared to strike. However, Sivu suddenly crouched down, dodging the blow, and without wasting a second, grabbed the monster's hand. Pressing his feet harder against the floor, he launched his counterattack. The monster quickly realized that Sivu had anticipated everything. Sivu used the goblin stream technique to throw the monster off the balcony and to the ground, simultaneously following up with a lightning strike. Catching his breath, Sivu admitted to himself that he thought his heart would jump out of his chest. Mentally, he reflected that this ability, though he didn't like to call it, that was one of the unique traits of goblins. He remembered the time when a monster attacked him similarly from behind, biting him on the shoulder. Briefly distracted, he glanced at the broken partition of the balcony and asked aloud, "What kind of nonsense is this?" He eventually realized that he could rarely be defeated by the same attack twice. Continuing to examine the destroyed balcony, Sivu sighed and recalled the cold sensation on his back right before the previous bite. Now, if he hadn't recognized that same feeling, he might have been killed just moments ago. Realizing this, Sivu frowned warily and managed to dodge the blow. In any case, he had thrown the monster without overthinking, but he was relieved he hadn't harmed anyone else. Squinting, he carefully looked down at the massive hole that had formed in the ground. As the dust from the impact cleared, the crack became more visible. Suddenly, Sivu heard someone tell him not to worry. Frowning, he noticed the monster grinning and explaining that it had already put all the people in the area to sleep. The monster remarked that if everyone had started screaming at once, it wouldn't have been able to clean up everything properly. In the next moment, Sivu suddenly felt a snake's body wrapping around his neck. Trembling, he grabbed the snake's body with his hands, trying to pull it off. The monster, now with a snake tail growing from its back, observed him with amusement. It noted that this was precisely what it had been looking for, and asked if Sivu was really the goblin everyone had been talking about. Smirking, it remarked that Sivu's strength seemed quite insignificant. The monster admitted that it thought Sivu would hit harder. Pushing off the wall with its feet, the monster began to fall, dragging Sivu down with it. Frowning, Sivu clenched his jaw and struggled to stand as the monster swung its tail and slammed him into the ground with force. Dust and stones rose into the air, and Sivu, closing his eyes, cried out softly. The monster remarked that it hadn't intended to throw Sivu so far and sarcastically asked if he had weakened after the previous fall. Sivu didn't answer. The monster then mused that people might believe the destruction was due to poor quality construction or a gas pipe explosion. It added that the residents of this area were unlucky, though rental prices might drop as a result. Grinning, the monster continued its monologue. At the same time, Sivu thought about the monster harming people and wondered why Soul Mane hadn't returned yet. The monster continued speaking and asked if it was true that it would be amusing if Sivu broke after just one throw. The question was prompted by the sight of Sivu slowly sitting up on his knees. Sivu, now realizing that the main source of the chaos was the monster in front of him, understood everything. The monster taunted him, claiming that by resisting, he was only adding to his troubles. Feeling the weight of incredible danger, Sivu abruptly rose to his feet. At that moment, he noticed the monster in front of him transform. Its appearance shifted from that of a man to a massive snake before reverting to a human form again. The monster asked if Sivu should be given a chance. It then inquired if Sivu would just let it eat him without saying anything. Sivu frowned in confusion upon hearing this. The monster told Sivu not to look at it that way, as it wouldn't hurt him. Smirking, it added that there was quite a big difference in the classes of monsters and announced that Sivu would simply die painfully if he fought back. It then suggested that it would be better to die painlessly if the result would still be the same. Besides, the monster promised Sivu something that made his eyes widen in shock. Showing him a photograph of his mother standing next to it, the monster promised to let her go and eat someone else instead. Then it asked Sivu how this option sounded, thinking the proposal was quite exciting. However, before the monster could finish, Sivu, gritting his teeth in rage, activated his magic and charged forward, intending to attack. He struck the monster and grabbed it by its clothes, ready to use the goblin stream. But suddenly he froze. The monster apologized sarcastically, asking if this wasn't a banal and rude threat. It even admitted that it might have gone too far but asked what else could have been done differently. Sivu suddenly trembled and released the monster's clothes from his grasp. The monster, showing 2 fingers that glowed faintly, activated a unique magic called murderous blasphemy. It explained that this unique magic was a poison. Looking at Sivu, who could do nothing, it remarked that its power wasn't so bad, but the magic required physical contact to work. The monster recalled the recent moment when Sivu had attacked and mockingly asked if that attack wasn't a foolish move. It continued, saying the magic couldn't work on those stronger than it. For it to work on Sivu, the monster explained, it had to plan carefully. By this point, Sivu had fallen to his knees, exhausted. The monster then noted that it had heard those with a good pedigree could pin others down with just a glance. Sivu realized he couldn't muster any strength in his body, as if paralyzed by sleep. The monster remarked that life was very unfair, as the weak could only be victims under the established rules. It also added that if Sivu knew how to use the artifact on his hand, things could have been different. The monster commented that trouble never comes when one is prepared for it. It then threw the photograph of Sivu's mother to the ground, transformed back into a snake, and promised to remember him, advising him to keep that in mind in his next life. Sivu, clenching his jaw, thought it was impossible to say he couldn't move at all, as he could feel he could make a single motion. Meanwhile, the monster, its mouth wide open and eyes narrowed, prepared to attack. Sivu froze in anticipation, clenching his fists and gathering magic. Noticing this, the monster froze in amazement. Suddenly, Sivu extended his hand forward, unleashing a powerful magical attack. The monster, hit by the attack, cursed as it realized it had almost died. Seizing the opportunity, Sivu, mustering his strength, jumped forward and struck the monster while it was distracted. However, the monster managed to react in time, swinging its tail and throwing Sivu back. He slammed into the wall, causing it to crack. The monster was surprised that Sivu could pull off such a move, despite the poison already circulating through him. Sivu trembled, unable to move anymore. The monster, impressed, asked if it was really possible that even a weak goblin could not be underestimated. Suddenly it felt something sharp pierce its body. Looking down, the monster saw a sword embedded in its torso. Yashin, who had approached unnoticed and was hiding his face behind a mask, called upon the storm ancestor, who resides above the 9 heavens and presides over the Ministry of Thunder. As Yashin chanted the spell, the sword in the monster's body was imbued with magical energy, transferring the power into the monster. The night was just beginning. Hearing Yashin's voice, Sivu forced himself to open his eyes and look at him. Yashin, his body shrouded in a magical aura, addressed the monster. He called its actions nonsense and began approaching it. The monster, now in human form, pulled the swords out of its body and taunted Yashin, calling his weapon useless. It asked sarcastically if the main skill of a human exorcist was to speak in a deep voice. Grinning through the pain, it mocked Yashin, questioning where he learned to talk like that. The monster realized it had gained some time but suspected it had already been overtaken. It asked how Yashin had managed to get there but quickly dismissed the question, recognizing it wasn't important. What mattered was that Yashin was dangerous and on a completely different level compared to other charlatans. Yashin, without hesitation, drew another sword, intending to continue the fight. The monster debated whether to stay or flee. It bit its lower lip, knowing hesitation would mean death. The monster remembered Solmi, who was also very skillful. However, distracted from thoughts of Solmi, it considered that if even Yashin had come for Sivu, it still wouldn't be able to defeat him, even if he was resurrected. Clenching its jaw, the monster muttered out loud that all of this was very bad. Yashin suddenly froze in shock, noticing something. Blood began to flow out of the monster's body with force, gushing forward like a river. From the blood emerged a dark spirit that stood in front of Yashin. The monster, observing this, remarked that this wasn't bad at all. It added that this spirit's name was widely known in the West when it was sane, and noted that the roaring spirit possessed the body of a divine class monster. However, the monster admitted it did not know how the spirit had ended up in such a state. Smirking, the monster advised Yashin and the others to have fun, claiming the spirit was perfect for an appearance-obsessed person. Before leaving, the monster suggested it should finish its dish first and glanced at Sivu, who was still under the influence of poison. The spirit opened its mouth, and an attack began to form. However, before anything could happen, Yashin suddenly ran forward, holding his sword at the ready. At the moment the spirit released its attack, Yashin swung his sword, cutting through the attack. In addition to blocking the magical assault, the swing also inflicted a severe wound on the spirit itself. The monster, seeing this, asked in amazement what was happening. It turned around, hearing an incomprehensible noise, and saw Yashin instantly approaching. Yashin swung his sword and stabbed it into the monster's head. Sivu's mouth opened in shock at the sight. Yashin, who had not yet recognized Sivu, came closer to him and suggested that he was not aligned with the monster. He advised Sivu to answer his questions if he wanted to survive. Yashin intended to ask what Sivu was doing there, but before he could, Sivu suddenly admitted that he couldn't believe it. Although he had heard Yashin's voice, he couldn't fully comprehend the situation. Yashin froze in shock, and Sivu forced himself to smile. He admitted that he wanted to ask something, and then asked if Yashin truly didn't recognize his voice. Yashin removed the mask that had been covering his face and asked if it was really Sivu. He wondered what had happened to Sivu's appearance. Closing his eyes, Sivu tried to respond but ultimately said it was a long story. Gradually, he forced himself to his feet. Yashin, dropping his mask, came closer to Sivu and placed a hand on his shoulder. Carefully examining him, Yashin asked what had happened. Deciding not to ask about Sivu's appearance, he simply asked how Sivu had managed to deal with everything. Before answering, Sivu asked Yashin to stop, saying he couldn't breathe. He raised his trembling hand, and Yashin suddenly realized it was poison, not just any poison, but something far more potent. Yashin noted that the medicine he carried wouldn't be enough to cure it. Realizing there was something more urgent at hand, Yashin chose not to press with further questions. Instead, he focused on Sivu's veins, which were clearly visible. Soon, the veins gradually returned to normal, leaving Yashin amazed. He wondered aloud if Sivu had regeneration. Sivu himself was surprised when he began feeling better. Hearing a sound, he turned sharply to the side and noticed the spirit they had fought had disappeared, leaving behind a trail of blood. Following the bloody trail, Sivu and Yashin saw the tail of a snake disappearing behind some parked cars. Frowning, Yashin remarked that this was utter nonsense. Sivu opened his eyes in amazement. After some time, Sivu asked if this meant Yashin was feeling better. Yashin, sitting with his head bowed, repeated the question with disbelief. He noted that he hardly felt better at all, and added that the man he had known for 3 years had turned out to be half a monster. Sivu, now fully recovered, awkwardly scratched his cheek. Yashin continued, frustrated, saying his friend was half goblin. He vented about how Sivu had been right in front of them for 3 years, and yet they hadn't suspected anything. Yashin assumed that if his father found out, he would ridicule him. Sivu felt awkward watching Yashin's frustration and tried to distract him. He asked if it was true that Yashin had never mentioned what kind of martial arts they were studying. Yashin confirmed this, and straightening up and sighing tiredly, explained that it was his family's duty to train and destroy supernatural beings. Yashin added that if not for this duty, everyone would have considered him crazy. He then mentioned that only 6 months remained. Hearing this, Sivu realized that Yashin also knew about the festival. Unable to contain his emotions, Sivu twitched and asked, "Does this really?" Yashin explained that supernatural creatures breaking into the human world and harming people didn't happen very often, and even quite rarely. He admitted that he wouldn't mind if the monsters just fought each other. Over the past 100 years, judging by Yashin's words, monster attacks on people had been very rare, but recently, everything had changed. Sivu asked in shock how recently this had happened. Yashin frowned and explained that, for monsters, humans are a source of power. He added that monsters who want to become kings not only absorb other monsters but also humans. Sivu said nothing but was visibly surprised. Yashin continued, saying that a month ago, the number of missing people began to grow, especially in densely populated cities. He also noted that there was no direct evidence that monsters were involved, but in most cases there were signs of a struggle in the houses. Raising his head, Yashin said that this was the first time monsters had shown themselves so clearly. Rising abruptly, he grabbed his sword and asked what they had here. The next moment, Sivu noticed a flash of light and then heard someone shout his name. Widening his eyes in amazement, Sivu saw Sowai, who excitedly asked if he was okay. She also asked if Sivu was injured. Sowai, very scared, started apologizing, calling herself stupid. Suddenly, Yashin, pointing his sword forward, ordered Sowai not to approach. Soi froze, unable to hold back her tears. Yashin seriously announced that if she took another step, he would consider it an attack. In that case, he would have no choice but to kill her. Sivu, coming closer to Yashin, wanted to warn him but Yashin interrupted Siva's words and said that this was not a person but a monster. He was sure that the monsters understood what the rules were, so he said that he warned Sowai instead of killing her right away. Siva noted that there was no point in talking to monsters if Yashin wanted to fight. Yashin explained that he was doing this for Siva's sake. He asked if Siva had been told that he could live in the human world if he passed the exam. Siva froze, shocked by this, and Yashin, calling him a fool, asked if Siva even understood what this meant. Looking at Sowai, he reminded him that these were monsters and said that, even if they outwardly looked like people and had individual features, their nature remained the same. Monsters, he said, were driven by a thirst for power and massacre. Yashin thought that monsters were monsters, they ate each other and humans. He said that Siva was still human and therefore it didn't matter how mixed his blood was. According to Yashin, this place was Siva's home, so he didn't need the monster's permission to be there. Yashin, already annoyed that Siva was kidnapped, asked if he was now saying that he had to become a full-fledged monster in order to stay at home. He was sure this was nonsense. Deciding that it didn't matter to him what happened, he announced that he would not let Siva go back. Soi understood what Yashin was talking about, as from Siva's point of view, all this was a nightmare. However, Siva was already on the list of monsters, so it didn't matter how he felt about it since he was part of the monster realm. Looking at Siva, Soi decided to put aside what was right and wrong since breaking the rules would entail dire consequences. Imagining B's menacing expression, Soi realized there would be consequences for both Siva and Yashin. Therefore, she decided she needed to deal with this matter before it got worse. Frowning, Soi thought about running away with Siva and trying not to hurt anyone. However, she didn't know if she could do it since Yashin's aura alone was enough to show he was a strong person. She assumed that Siva could work it out, but she couldn't handle it herself. Yet Soi abandoned these thoughts, deciding that even if she couldn't say anything out loud, standing and doing nothing was definitely not an appropriate option. Taking up her quill, she frowned confidently, and saying that she was very sorry, announced that as his guardian, she would have to take Siva with her. Yashin warned her about what he would do if Soi ignored his words. She only frowned more seriously and then suddenly froze in shock as she felt something strange. The next moment, Yashin noticed that Siva stood right in front of him, blocking the path to Sowai, and asked in shock what kind of nonsense this was. Without answering the question, Siva extended his hand forward, and taking the sword from Yashin, began to examine it. He remarked that it looked interesting and asked if the engraving meant anything. Yashin, astonished by Siva's behavior, assumed that he was bewitched, hypnotized, or under some kind of control. However, he suddenly considered that something else might be happening. Calling out to Siva again, he asked what this nonsense was. Siva admitted that he might not understand the term murder but noted that he thought the phrase about a mad monster that devours its own kind could be applied to Yashin, as well as to himself, since he had already devoured someone today. Yashin froze upon hearing this. Siva noted that the one he consumed today was a monster whose right to exist as such had been taken away. He honestly admitted that he didn't know how true this was but announced that, in any case, he had killed someone to protect himself and those around him. He had no intention of stopping. So I, with her lips tightly pursed, watched Siva. He admitted that he didn't want to harm people but agreed to absorb monsters if it made him stronger. Yashin tried to argue, exclaiming that Siva didn't need to go that far. He said that his family and even he had enough power to protect Siva and his mother in 6 months. Instead of answering, Yashin let go of the hilt of the sword. It fell to the ground and stuck there. Drawing Yashin's attention to him, Siva noted that he had something else to say and smiled as he announced that he would become the king of the monsters. Yashin was shocked when he heard this, his eyes widening in amazement. Even Soi was surprised. Finally controlling his emotions, Yashin came closer to Siva and asked if he had gone crazy. He also asked if Siva even understood what this meant. Siva, excitedly, admitted that he couldn't give Yashin the exact definition. However, clenching his fists more confidently, he decided he needed to take the risk because, if he succeeded, the world could continue to exist as before. Yashin wanted to say something else, but Siva interrupted him, asking Yashin not to look at him like that. Siva asked what else he could do. Resigned, he said that everything had turned out this way, and although he didn't know whether it would work or not, he asked what other choice he had. Sighing, he smiled and declared that it was better to do something than to give up and stand still. He warned that this was his belief and added that he wanted to try. Yashin still couldn't cope with his shock, and then, pressing his lips tightly together, Yashin finally announced that he understood everything. As he pulled his sword from the ground, he said it didn't matter whether Siva was a man or a monster, because if his thoughts were pure, then he didn't need to prove his strength. Siva's eyes widened, amazed at this reaction. Yashin warned that if, as a monster, Siva ever crossed the line, he would destroy him without delay. Siva, putting his hand on his neck, agreed with this since he believed it was the right thing to do. He asked that, when Yashin decided Siva deserved punishment, it should be for something for which Yashin would kill himself. Without answering, Yashin took his mask, and before leaving, he looked at Soi and asked for her name. Soi introduced herself, explaining that she was a messenger in the kingdom of monsters. Yashin, realizing this was indeed the case, apologized for interfering in the affairs of monsters. However, he said he had heard that monsters also had laws and order. Soi and Siva listened attentively. Yashin, referring to Siva, promised that if Siva failed or was unfairly killed or injured, then, as the main shaman of the Star Hall, he would destroy everyone involved in it. Turning his back to Soi and Siva, Yashin finally noted that they would see each other again and asked Siva not to worry about his mother. Siva could not say anything other than Yashin's name and stood still, watching as Yashin calmly walked away. When Yashin left, Soi sighed, fell to her knees and admitted that she thought she would die of fear. She confessed that she had never seen a shaman before, and, almost crying, asked if all shamans were really that scary. Siva didn't know how to respond when he suddenly heard someone say that not all shamans were like that, since Yashin was special even among them. Surprised to hear another voice, Siva turned around, and Soi, recognizing Goya's voice, asked in amazement if he had really followed her. Goya asked what else he could have done. He admitted that he immediately understood what Soi was up to and noted that she rushed forward without even knowing how strong the enemy was or how many allies they had. Goya warned that if the enemy had been slightly stronger, Soi would have simply been eaten. Lowering her head sadly, Soi realized this was true and didn't argue. Goya, meanwhile, turned his attention to Siva and asked if he was the reckless half-goblin. Siva agreed. Goya explained that in the world of monsters, there were monsters that originated from animals, called demon beasts. These monsters typically retain the forms and instincts of their animal ancestors. As the power of these monsters grew, their human and beast forms began to change, such as in the case of Saul. Such monsters were called ghostly beasts. Moreover, there were also monsters that outgrew their primary forms. Siva, thinking about this, widened his eyes, realizing that such monsters were referred to as divine beasts in the past. Siva envisioned a huge monster with several heads, a creature worshipped by both monsters and people. Meanwhile, Goya came closer to Siva, smiled to gain his attention, and introduced himself. Extending his hand for a handshake, Goya announced that Siva would have to defeat him to become the Demon King. Goya, a member of the Black Turtle clan, tried to smile benevolently as he greeted Siva again. Siva, also holding out his hand to shake, wondered what was happening. He noticed the atmosphere had changed and suddenly heard Soai shout that he shouldn't shake Goya's hand. Siva, looking in Soai's direction in bewilderment, pulled back his hand. Soai, frowning, asked why Goya had suddenly appeared and was doing this. She warned that she had already had a difficult day. Goya, however, didn't understand what difference it made. He asked if there was some rule that required him to sleep forever. Goya held his chin in his hand, commenting sarcastically that it was funny. Standing in front of him was a half-goblin declaring he would become the king of monsters. Nevertheless, Goya shook Siva's hand, and before Siva could react, Goya bit his own nail with his teeth. With a sharp jerk of his hand, he activated acquired techniques. A fiery line appeared around Siva, activating the falling earth. Soai jumped up but couldn't do anything. In the blink of an eye, Goya and Siva suddenly disappeared and reappeared in a completely different place near a huge lake. Siva managed to stay on his feet, albeit with difficulty, and frowned as he tried to adjust. Goya assumed that Siva was stronger than he seemed. Despite encountering falling ground for the first time, he could still remain standing. Goya remarked that this was a rare sight, and noted that Siva didn't even seem surprised. Siva frowned and, looking seriously at Goya, asked if he really intended to eat him too. Goya assumed this would be the end of it, but noted that he had something to ask before they started. To clarify, he added that he didn't mean the question metaphorically but was talking about video games. Siva, surprised by the question, admitted that he used to play video games in middle school but didn't play much in high school. Realizing how things really were, Goya asked what genre of games Siva liked. Siva listed several types of games and, realizing he had to choose, singled out one type. He admitted that he wasn't a fan of online games since they created the feeling that spending money was more important than playing. Goya understood this and grinned, suggesting they had a lot in common. Suddenly, Siva heard a sound. Turning around sharply, he noticed what seemed to be an explosion in the water as a large amount of splashes rose into the air. Jumping to the side, Siva dodged the fragments and noticed that an ice spike had emerged from the lake. Loud noises continued, and Siva, running to the side, saw several more spikes emerging from the water and heading toward the shore. In the next moment, all these attacks flew forward. Goya, who was watching the progress of the battle, noted that Siva was definitely very fast. Raising his head, he observed how Siva briefly hung in the air and realized that, instead of dodging and attacking, Siva first focused on Goya and only then evaded. Goya attacked and Siva followed him. Goya remarked that this was quite good for a beginner. Activating his magic, Goya decided to move forward. He realized that when it came to a fight, Siva's senses and talents surpassed expectations. However, what mattered most now was Siva's ability to learn. The enemies who tried to attack him using similar methods taught Siva to be more cautious and not to let his guard down. Suddenly, Goya froze, his eyes widening as he noticed Siva frowning confidently. Using the acceleration from his fall, Siva struck. This solution was the lesson Siva had learned today. He launched a powerful remote attack that flew toward Goya. Siva used bracers items that released the life force and energy of the wearer. Dropping to the ground, Siva began peering carefully into the clouds of dust that had risen, thinking he had learned another lesson. Even if an attack seemed to hit the target, one should never relax too early. He sent several more attacks into the dust. Sighing, Siva thought he had begun to understand the power of monsters, though not completely. Static electricity passed through his body. According to Siva, it began in the stomach and intuitively seemed to remain at around 60%. When Siva launched a strong attack, about 10% of this power was used. As he continued to analyze his actions, he realized that each small attack consumed about 3%. Pondering further, Siva wondered if his power would be depleted like last time when it reached 0%. He assumed he couldn't use this power indefinitely. Suddenly, he heard Goya say that it was an amazing concept. Drawing attention to himself, Goya revealed that the shield created around him had cracked. Goya admitted he hadn't expected to use his abilities so early. He guessed he had misjudged Siva since he had to rush through the first phase. Siva, getting into a fighting position again, asked Goya to explain something. He questioned whether it was true that Goya planned to eat him. Surprised by the question, Goya smiled. Although Siva didn't know how to phrase it correctly, he admitted he didn't feel any intent from Goya to harm him. Goya chuckled, admitting that this happened when someone blatantly lied. He explained that he had no personal grudge against Siva or any desire to eat him. Goya noted that, as he mentioned earlier, he was intrigued by what Siva said. He then asked if Siva knew what the King of Monsters truly was. Siva assumed it meant someone literally becoming the ruler of all monsters and asked if that wasn't the case. He believed it involved introducing laws and ruling over other monsters. Goya asked if that idea wasn't strange when considered carefully. He pointed out that the competition was based purely on strength, and that the election cycle occurred every 666 years, meaning the king would rule for centuries. Goya reminded Siva that this was decided by a single festival. He explained that all monsters obeyed this strange custom since ancient times, adhering to it simply because it was tradition. Siva thought about it but didn't respond. Goya elaborated, stating that monsters were true to their desires and instincts. Just because the strong introduced laws and rules didn't mean all monsters would follow them. He asked if it wasn't true that, without such measures, the massacres wouldn't stop. To prevent this, the ancient monsters created a safeguard the King of Monsters to avert inevitable catastrophe. All monsters agreed it was necessary to protect this figure. Thanks to this, monsters across the world obeyed the king in exchange for harmony in their existence. Goya believed it was fortunate that, for 10,000 years, kings had ruled the monsters of their eras without much change. While policies varied, the core purpose remained the same. The principles of the survival of monsters remained the same, with only one exception, according to Goya, and that was the king of the generation. Siva widened his eyes, listening intently. Goya asked Siva to imagine if human leaders one day made a law against eating meat, and asked what would happen then. Siva realized that everyone would start protesting violently, and there would be no guarantee that this law would be implemented, since it couldn't end with protests alone. Goya agreed that this was indeed the case, and asked if it was true that the monsters had held on for 666 years, no more, no less. With a shrug, Goya assumed that this would tell Siva how important the king of the monsters was to them, and how much they had suffered in order to not offend tradition. However, now the monsters were running out of patience. Goya asked if Siva understood what he was talking about. Siva realized that if the next king made the same law, not everyone would be as obedient as before. He asked if that was what Goya was leading to. Goya, pointing his finger toward Siva, noted that he quickly understood everything. He explained that even if the king orders the monsters to obey, they may not listen. And even if the king of monsters is the strongest among all, if the majority of monsters do not want to obey, then nothing can be done. If it comes to this, not only will the new king of monsters fall, but the very existence of the king of monsters, the power and symbol of it, will literally fall to the ground. Goya introduced the crumbling crown and asked if Siva now understood what he was saying. He was sure that few would turn a blind eye to the impudent words and promises of someone who wanted to become the king of monsters and keep everything as it was. Goya moved closer to Siva, noting that the young monster could laugh and move on, but the older ones would simply tear Siva to pieces. Goya understood where the wind was coming from, and although he admitted that Siva was good, he noted that he did not fit the typical stereotype of monsters. The problem, according to Goya, was that Siva didn't understand how the world worked and foolishly doled out his condescension in all directions. Siva suggested that Goya was asking him to take back his words, and Goya confirmed this, honestly admitting that, at first he thought Siva was just an inexperienced monster that Goya could crush with one foot. However, now Siva turned out to be more mature. Goya noticed that Siva quickly understood everything and had good potential for growth. That's why he invited Siva to come under his command, promising to allow him to become the ruler of the Korean peninsula if he allowed Goya to become the king of monsters. Goya asked if it was true that this was a good proposal, even though, as a ruler, Siva could not completely destroy the people. He could leave a few who would be close to Siva, but Siva, without immediately agreeing, asked how strong Goya was. Siva noted that Goya was convinced that he would become a king, but wasn't sure whether Goya had objectively assessed himself. Goya was surprised by this question and admitted that he couldn't say he was the strongest on the peninsula, but explained that, among the representatives, there was no one stronger than him since there was still an age limit. Siva thought for a moment and finally agreed, extending his hand toward Goya, deciding that he would accept the offer if it meant he could protect the people around him. Goya shook Siva's hand and smiled, noting that he thought Siva didn't disappoint. He was sure that Siva did everything right. Siva, seriously, said that he wouldn't feel guilty and activated his magic. Goya frowned, sensing this, and Siva warned that it was Goya who broke the trust between them since he pretended to shake hands, deceived Siva, and attacked first. As far as Siva understood, this was Goya's method. Now, grabbing Goya by the clothes, Siva used a different type of goblin fighting technique, which was completely different from what Siva had shown before. He used all 60% of the remaining energy, leaving very little, squeezing out all his strength. Siva did this not reflexively, but with cold calculation. For the first time, he implemented the technique with full confidence and intelligence. Intercepting Goya, Siva used Goblin and Mountain Flip, throwing Goya to the ground without hesitation. He clenched his jaw and frowned, acting only with confidence and readiness. The force with which Goya hit the ground sent fragments into the air and released a large amount of energy. Exhausted, Siva sat on the ground with his head down. He asked himself if his body kept shaking because of the monster's strength. His assumption was correct, as the restoration of the body and endurance poured all the power of the monster into the attack, leaving only a little spare. Now that he had run out of resources, he could not continue the fight. He stood on his knee. Looking tiredly in front of him, his whole body was trembling. Siva glared ahead with anger, frowning his eyebrows. Goya stood in front of him, saying that he should hold back his bloodthirstiness until the last moment and then spend all his power on one blow. He noted that only heaven grants such talent for battles, a unique monster art called Arctic Chase, which freezes water and allows one to control it within a certain radius around the target. Siva looked up at Goya menacingly. He tried to lean on the ground with his trembling hands and continued, saying that if the difference in the basic strength of the monsters between them were even a little less, maybe Goya would have eaten him. Arctic Pursuit is an art with which one can attack and defend without restrictions. Goya stood, half of his body frozen, the frozen part cracked. He then looked down at Siva and asked what his last words would be. Siva answered him, nothing special after that. He began to say that even if he had a will, he wouldn't read it to him. Since Goya rushed at him with the thought of killing and devouring him from the very beginning, Siva had been preparing for that. He added that such a fate could await him too. Then he added, besides, I'm not finished yet. Goya looked at him in surprise. Siva was able to get to his feet and took a fighting stance. He confidently said that if Goya wanted him to beg for his life or something like that, then he thought it was too early. His eyes were still burning brightly, and he was waiting for his opponent to show a weak spot so that he could strike at the right moment, or perhaps the fighting spirit of the goblin was awakening in him, something he hadn't suspected before. Goya looked at him with a smile on his face and said that he spoke well. After that, he regretted that he only had enough strength to stand. Siva looked at him from under his brows, frowning. Goya extended his hand in front of him, telling him okay, and then patted Siva on the shoulder with a wide, good-natured smile, saying that he had passed. Siva looked at him with wide eyes in bewilderment. Goya continued, smiling, and explained that it was true. He noticed that Siva did not disappoint him, even at the very end. He said that he was just so inspired. Siva asked him to stop, then asked again, "Did I pass after that?" In bewilderment, he rudely asked, "What else does this mean?" Goya continued to smile widely and explained that he just wanted to see if Siva was worth rooting for or not. He then asked, "What's the point of rooting for a fool who has no chance of becoming the king of monsters?" Siva moved back from him in surprise and asked, "Should I root for him?" He then noticed that Goya had just explained why he couldn't be the king of monsters. Siva asked, "Isn't that the case?" Goya confirmed this and said that everyone wanted to see who would become the new king, but they weren't as eager for the Night of Monsters. He explained that he didn't like the noise from monsters since childhood, because everyone tears each other to shreds and growls for no reason. He told Siva that he never understood why everyone behaved as if it were normal and necessary. Looking around, Goya said that compared to that world, this place was very calm and quiet. Although it seemed to him that people lived very chaotically, they could at least choose how they wanted to live. After that, he asked Siva, "Is this so?" He continued, saying that in addition to all this, people like that they know what to do when bored. He began to list manga, games, novels, films. He called all these useless things that do not exist in the monster world. However, with a smile on his face, he spread his hands in different directions and said that monsters liked these useless things more than eating people. He noted that if it happens that the human world can no longer do this, it would be a tragedy for them. Siva tensed his jaw, looking worriedly ahead, thinking that Goya was speaking in the plural. He asked himself, "Does this mean that there are other monsters who think like that?" He then asked, "So me?" After that, Siva said that he understood what Goya meant. However, he noticed that there was still no need to root for him. Goya smiled and interrupted, saying that the problem was that the Korean peninsula had every chance of winning, but whether he would become king or not, there was one issue. Looking into the sky, Goya explained that, including him, all the candidates came from famous families and inherited talents, along with optimal methods for using the unique techniques of monsters that had been passed down to them from their ancestors. There were even unique techniques of monsters of similar strength. He said that the one who had a manual for using practices proven over thousands of years would be stronger by definition. He raised his index finger and asked, "People have the expression born with a golden spoon in their mouth. Is this true?" After that, he explained that it was the same here. Siva exhaled heavily, looking at him seriously, and asked, "Do you want to say that a family is like a conglomerate?" Goya, with a slight smile on his face, repeated after Siva. Pressure then noticed what a cute expression Siva had. He adjusted his expression slightly, saying that in fact, it was more like being pressed into the ground until one died. He explained that as soon as a child shows a grain of talent, the whole family clings to him and shouts that he must become the next king of the monsters. He further explained that it didn't matter whether the child wanted it or not. Once he became a representative of the family, they forcefully placed a yoke on him, a yoke to work for the sake of others' interests and desires. After that, Goya said that if he opposed this, he would be sent to the very bottom or killed, so others would be discouraged. As he said these words, he placed his palm to his neck, making a sharp movement near it. Siva, looking at the ground with a frustrated expression on his face, understood that Goya wasn't a person. However, when the whole family turns away from you and becomes your enemy, it is cruel. After that, Goya extended his index finger towards Siva, winked at him with a wide smile on his face, and shouted that he was different. Then he shouted that his talent was inherited from a famous bloodline, but at the same time, he was not tied to a family or clan. He had his own will and motive to become the king of monsters. Siva looked at him in confusion as Goya brought his happy expression closer, saying that he could do it. After this, Goya interrupted himself and said that he should. Siva pulled away in confusion from the approaching Goya, then asked him to stop and wait. Just then, a massive bird flew overhead. Siva said that he understood what Goya was talking about, but he asked for time to think. When he said this, he put his hands in front of him, and walking back, said that everything was happening so suddenly. After this, with a sharp movement of her bird's paw with claws, Somi, in the guise of a huge demonic bird, began to land on Goya. At this time Goya, with a smile on his face, said that from his point of view, everything was accurate. With a sharp movement of her paw, Somi grabbed Goya by the head, and then, furiously clenching her jaw, squeezed his head with her huge claws. Siva looked at this in horror, opening his mouth and eyes wide. Then, Somi, with a sharp movement of her paws, threw Goya many meters into the distance. The throw was so strong that, like a ball bouncing on the ground, Goya flew into the distance, piercing a tree with a loud explosion. Somi landed on the ground and waved her wings menacingly in front of her. She used a unique monster art called the First Wind. Siva, putting his hand out in front of him cautiously, asked her to stop. Somi, at that moment, directed many of her pointed feathers, which looked like arrows, in the direction where she had recently thrown Goya. Siva, looking to the side in surprise, began to approach Somi. She told him that everything was fine and that there wouldn't even be a scratch on her. After that, looking into the deep forest, where many trees had been broken, she said that it seemed to her that Goya had dived somewhere far away because she knew that now a curse would come to him. Siva asked her again, dived he then asked in bewilderment, who is he even? Somi explained to him that the one he met was not entirely original. To put it simply, he had something like a split personality. A black turtle, according to legends, is a creature born from a snake and a turtle, and became one of these. However, if you trace the origin of this, it is generally accepted that it was a simple turtle. They say that in the distant past there was a genius who understood why yin and yang are needed. He separated yin and yang from his monster power, and thereby divided the power of the monster. As a result, he broke through all his innate limits and awakened as a divine beast, which is exactly how the black turtle appeared. Somi continued to say that after this, the heirs of the black turtle were born, who adopted the unique abilities of this one. However, she clarified that in order to become a full-fledged black turtle, one must go through very painful training, and the side effect of this process is a snake. This is the person with whom Goya communicated. Siva, looking at her in surprise, sitting on the bed with the backpack behind his back, summed up by saying that it didn't seem so bad to him. Then he noticed that, however, at the beginning, it had been different. Somi sat in a computer chair with her arms crossed on her chest. She answered him in the affirmative and said that there was no malice in him, but the problem was that he didn't have much depth either. She told him that he was impulsive and often put people in uncomfortable positions. She explained this by saying that from the concentration of the young energy of the monster's power, a personality is naturally created. She admitted that she didn't know if it was because of this, but his main personality was very calm and cool. She told him that it was completely subordinate to the turtle on this side, is responsible for analysis and strategy as far as she knows. She then said that, for some reason, the Goya snake was crazy from the very beginning. However, personality is half the problem since, for some reason, it even has the ability to gain control of the body whenever it pleases. She noticed that it often does this, which is why sometimes troubles happen. Heavily exhaling the air from her lungs, she rose from the chair and said that this is why, even when he was chosen as a representative of the family, many were against it, calling him half a turtle and similar things. She sadly added that he was so talented that his opponents were quickly convinced. However, she interrupted herself and wondered aloud, "Is he ready?" She explained this by saying they needed to return as soon as possible. Sivo, with a heavy expression on his face, lowered his gaze and answered her in the affirmative. Soul Mane approached him and asked him not to worry. She explained to him that all this was not his fault and that, even if they were reprimanded for being late, it would not affect him in any way. Sivo told her that he was not worried about that. Instead, he drew attention to the broken veranda that had been damaged during the battle with the monster. He told her that they had been gone for a month, so his mother would be very nervous when she saw it. Soul Mane looked at this with a smile on her face. A voice from the side asked them not to worry about it. Sivo and Soul Mane turned in surprise toward the voice. It belonged to an old man who, while entering the apartment and combing his beard, said that tomorrow everything would be restored. He explained that they had people responsible for such things. After that, looking carefully at Solmi, he ordered her to go first. He explained his order by saying that he needed to tell Sivo something in private. Solmi, confused, put her hands in front of her and began to speak loudly about how everything was her fault. She quickly explained that it happened because of her miscalculation. Bai emotionlessly confirmed this, saying he already knew. He added that she simply did not need to be there, as the three of them had something to discuss. Sivo and Solmain looked at him in surprise and asked again, the three of them. Bai looked behind himself and said that he knew such sudden visits were rude, but he needed to shake one more hand. Selfa entered the room and, looking around, said, "This is how people live." Holding her hands behind her back, she inspected the closet and noted that it was not bad. Then she observed that there wasn't enough space, but it was cozy in its own way. Sivo turned his head from side to side in confusion and asked if she had received permission to enter. She answered negatively, adding that she was unlucky, as she wasn't allowed a 12-hour visit every 6 months. She explained that she wasn't going to go out into the human world, where she had to hide from view. Looking emotionlessly at Sivo, she said that she was simply dragged out here. Annoyed, she told him that the old man said he would explain everything if she followed him. She then asked, maybe it's worth starting already? Bai answered in the affirmative, and, stroking his beard, said he needed to share what happened that night. He began his story by saying that, when it got dark in Kocho, that is, in Seoul, about 50 crackers appeared. They obeyed someone and attacked people on the street. After dealing with them, he managed to find out that the control method was very crude and the attacker hadn't removed traces of themselves. He explained that this is why he thought the trick was meant to lure out Solmain and target Sivo. However, Solmi, peeking around the corner, asked in surprise if he wanted to say this wasn't their goal. Bai clarified that he wasn't saying it wasn't their goal, but rather that they may have had more than one goal. Sivo looked at him carefully, arms crossed over his chest. Bai continued, saying that night, at least 200 people disappeared from the streets in the Seoul metro. He added that this number was based on reports made to human police stations and concluded that the real number of missing people was likely more than 500. Hearing this, Sivo and Solmain stared at him with wide-open eyes, their faces filled with shock. Solmi, in a confused state and with a downcast look, said she couldn't believe it. She concluded that this meant it wasn't just one or two individuals. She assumed there must be a group of at least 5 people involved. She noted that if they worked hard on a list of suspects, they could solve it. Bai interrupted her reasoning, saying she was right. He added that, if the perpetrator was from the Korean peninsula, they would easily find them. However, looking to the side, he mentioned that traces at the crime scene pointed to an unpleasant conclusion. Bai stated it was impossible to accurately count the monsters that came from other regions. He added that, in their native places, they would have been caught immediately, so they decided to act here instead. Bai clarified that if they did not find and punish the invaders as soon as possible, they would start hunting people in Korea, where it would be much more difficult to catch them. He emphasized that this needed to be resolved quickly, or the situation would worsen. Saw looked at him in shock, her mouth slightly open. She said, "That's why." Bai confidently responded that he needed a monster with the will and ability to protect the human world. He added that they needed all the help they could get. Turning to the boy, he revealed that he wanted to make an offer to the two of them. He explained that they knew they had to take an exam this month, and if they agreed, he would change the format of the exam. Sivo and Sawa listened attentively as Bai continued. He stated that their task was to find and kill those who had invaded the Korean peninsula as soon as possible. Saying this, he looked at them from under his brows, his frowning eyebrows shadowing his glowing, bright, magical purple eyes. He confidently declared that this would be their test. Meanwhile, Yashin walked along the morning city street with his head down, hands in his pockets. There were large bruises under his eyes, as he had not slept all night. He thought to himself that he shouldn't have let the main character go like that. Feeling remorseful, he decided he had behaved like a coward. With a gloomy expression, he reflected that if the scoundrel didn't return, it would be entirely his fault. Realizing he needed to take preventive measures, someone approached him and mentioned that his phone was turned off. It was Sivo, who, with a hysterical smile on his face and scratching the back of his head, acknowledged that he knew Yashin would be going to school. He asked if Yashin had a minute and explained that a lot had changed since their conversation yesterday. Sometime later, sitting in a cafe, Yashin, in furious bewilderment, asked Sivo, "What?" Turning to him, he loudly questioned if he had gone crazy. The cafe worker and other visitors turned to look at them in confusion. The main character, trying to de-escalate, asked Yashin to be quieter. He explained that he wasn't going crazy. Turning to the cafe patrons with a smile, he apologized for the outburst. Holding a glass of his drink with one finger, he said the conditions weren't bad. He then asked Yashin if it was true that he could remain here and not in the world of monsters. He added that this way, neither Yashin nor his mother would need to worry about him. Yashin, heavily lowering his head into his hand, asked if Sivo even knew what class he belonged to. Sivo responded by asking how Yashin knew about class distinctions. Yashin noticed that Sivo had only found out yesterday that he was, in principle, a monster. Yashin then said, "Shin Ryan Qyu." The main character looked at him in surprise as he said this while sipping his drink. Sivo asked what kind of name that was, adding that it was the first time he had heard it. Still, he admitted that the name gave him goosebumps and seemed mysterious. Yashin clarified that it wasn't a single word but a set of 5 words symbolizing the status of a monster. He explained that the lowest class, Su, translated as beasts, referred to monsters barely removed from ordinary wild animals. Although dangerous, they were only pitiable creatures with similar strength to wild animals. Their main advantage lay in their weapons and numbers. Yashin added that ordinary people could fight these creatures even without studying magic. For instance, in old records, there were mentions of such cases. With modern weapons, these monsters could be dealt with without much trouble. However, he cautioned that problems arose with the next class above Su. Monsters at this level were referred to as Go. These monsters had the strength of at least 100 people. However, this comparison only considered physical strength, meaning even thousands of people couldn't match them in combat. The main character, his eyes wide with fear, asked what the other 3 classes were if these were the 2 lowest. Yashin ominously replied, "Catastrophic power." Looking into the glass in his hand, he admitted that he couldn't provide exact details as he had never encountered such beings. He clarified that key-class monsters were feared to be 10 times stronger than Go-class monsters. Such creatures could destroy a small city in a single night, turning it into a branch of hell on earth. Yashin explained that in a city like Seoul, their devastation could span entire districts. Regarding Shin and Ryan, he advised that it was better not to get involved with such powerful beings. He warned Sivo not to even think about participating in the hunt. Instead, he advised Sivo to try escaping quietly. If that didn't work, Yashin urged him to call for help or hide at his house. Pointing his finger at himself, he said that if these were really the monsters that invaded Korea, then they were ready to fight the local monsters or shamans like him. He further added that he did not know exactly how many of these monsters there were, but everything would be fine if they were K-class. The main character, looking uncertainly ahead, turned to Yashin and asked what he thought about the monster that had taken the form of a snake. What class did he belong to? Yashin answered that the monster was small. He then noted that it was unlikely to be of Su class, but definitely not K class. He concluded that it was average, meaning it was of the Go class. After that, he mentioned that the corpse the monster controlled had much more powerful energy. He said that if they had managed to deal with even half the power of that creature, they wouldn't be sitting here now. He understood there was a reason why the monster had used it to distract attention. He went on to say that if he understood the situation correctly, that vile man was almost SW, perhaps referring to something specific. Turning to the main character, he pointed his finger at him and stated that his current status as a monster was lower than his own. At best, he was an average or even a lower Go class. Yashin menacingly suggested that he was either a goblin or simply trying to boast. He clarified that this was the truth and advised him not to get involved in situations he couldn't handle. Siva listened with his head down, remaining silent. Yashin continued speaking, his tone growing sharper as he emphasized how important it was to soberly assess one's situation. He called him a fool. While speaking, Yashin thought he wasn't being strict enough but understood he needed to hammer the point home to ensure nothing reckless came to Siva's mind. Siva tried hesitantly to respond, but Yashin loudly interrupted, asking him to speak louder. The main character raised his eyes and, with a determined expression, said that if he encountered that monster again, he was 100% sure he could defeat it. Yashin looked at him in bewilderment. The main character, now wearing a triumphant look, reiterated that if he hadn't been there before, he wouldn't have had a chance to make a sound. However, he admitted that much had changed since then. He talked about how he now understood how the power of monsters worked, and had learned a bit about how to fight. Yashin pierced him with his gaze, thinking he was a fool, and that such reckless thinking would destroy him one day. Sometime later, Shira looked at Yashin in surprise as he stood up from his chair. She asked if he was heading to school. Glancing at the screen of his phone, he noted it was already time. However, Yashin replied negatively, explaining he wouldn't go to school today and that it seemed unlikely he could figure things out on his own. He then stated that, in that case, he would have to figure it out for him. With an authoritative tone, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and ordered Siva to follow him. Sometime later, they approached the Olympic Gymnastics Arena, a modern, large hall built in 1986 to host the 1988 Olympic Games in Seoul. Now, it served as a large dome concert venue. However, ordinary people didn't know it had another purpose. The main character looked around with a surprised expression, marveling at the sight. He said he never imagined there would be something like this in the basement. Standing in the vast underground hall filled with emblems and sparring areas, he noted he had seen several similar places on their way there. He then asked if all this belonged to Yashin's family. Yashin explained that the Olympic Gymnastics Arena was a special underground area serving as a public training center. He denied any family ownership and clarified that the place was created by the government. He also noted that other shamans, not just his family, trained there. As he spoke, Yashin began taking off his jacket. The main character, bewildered, asked, the government realizing the information he had just received, he asked again, "Does this mean they know about monsters in the festival?" Yashin, looking grim, explained that since ancient times, people with power safeguarded the abilities of shamans. He suggested that perhaps the first shamans created the concept of the state itself. Their ability to fight monsters was more valuable than anything else in the distant past. He added that 666 years ago, during the dawn of the Joseon dynasty, the threat of monsters diminished, but the Joseon family still organized a constellation hall for training shamans. His family continued to serve this tradition. Continuing to undress and loosen the tie around his neck, he spoke about how monsters, festivals, and such matters were recognized at a national level. However, this knowledge was a closely guarded secret, known to only a few elites. He also expressed frustration, saying it seemed some did not take the issue seriously enough. Finally, he turned to Siva, confidently asked if he was ready, and told him to attack. The main character hesitated, looking uncertainly at Yashin, who rolled up his sleeves. Shirt said that, as he had already mentioned, there were no restrictions or rules. He added that if he could hit him with any of his moves, then he wouldn't worry about fighting monsters. Sivu asked him if he would use a sword or dagger like he did yesterday. Yashin answered negatively, explaining that they could only fight under such conditions. He then mentioned that although shamans are different, most often they can show only half of their skills without weapons. He clarified that the situation was so serious that, no matter what, shamans couldn't part with their weapons. Looking from under his brows, he added, however, that he could fight a first-class monster without a weapon, and it would be easy for him. As blue magical energy began to emanate from Yashin, he started to approach Sivu. He told him that, in other words, if he could defeat him, it meant he was a monster of a higher class. He then asked Sivu if he understood this. Hurrying him up, Yashin reminded the main character that he had already told him to attack. Then he asked, "Isn't that so?" Sivu looked at him uncertainly with a confused expression. His legs were shaking, and a bead of sweat ran down his face. Yashin looked in surprise, his eyes wide open, as the main character suddenly jumped on him and raised his fist behind his back to strike. Sivu stretched out his other hand in front, trying to grab Yashin. However, Yashin, with a sharp movement of his hand, was able to repel the attack and then hit the main character in the jaw with his fist. The blow was so strong that Sivu staggered, turning his bruised face to the side. Yashin continued to counterattack, stepping forward with a sharp movement of his body. He delivered a roundhouse kick, sending the main character flying several meters into the distance. Sivu's body tore through the floor covering before slamming into the wall at the opposite end of the hall. Yashin didn't bother asking if he was okay, there was no point. He already knew everything the second he struck. He had seen Sivu's regeneration ability. Yashin looked ahead confidently. Drops of blood remained on the torn floor covering. The main character, with a bloody face and a bruised nose, called Yashin Amazing Yashin, wanted to save his friend by forcing him to pull himself together, which is why he didn't hold back. The main character stood up confidently in a fighting pose. Using the sleeve of his jacket, he wiped his bloody nose, leaving crimson streaks on his light jacket. Looking at Yashin, Sivu told him that he was like the protagonist of a manga, as the blow dealt to him felt close to zero. Yashin stared tensely ahead. He realized that he was on the losing side. It felt as if he had hit a brick wall. His clenched fist trembled from the damage it had suffered. He realized that if he had used less energy, he might have crushed all his bones. Sivu, on the other hand, looked ahead confidently. He understood that his friend wouldn't be hurt, even if he didn't control his strength. Yashin, however, realized that Sivu was a far more dangerous monster than he had initially thought. They locked eyes. The atmosphere in the room and their moods shifted. The main character was the first to attack. Moving at great speed, he bypassed Yashin from the side and launched a surprise attack. He jumped on him, stretching his arms forward. Yashin, managing to turn toward him with a confident expression and furrowed brows, noticed that Sivu had become much faster than before. However, he understood that Sivu's attack style was still reckless. Before Yashin could finish his thought, Sivu grabbed his hand. Reacting quickly, Yashin kicked Sivu in the face with his knee. Yashin's eyes widened in surprise as the main character raised him above his head with a single hand. After this, Sivu cast a spell of temporary prohibition, channeling the energy of all created things. He commanded it to descend and become one. Yashin looked down in confusion, suspended in weightlessness. He clenched the fist that Sivu was holding above his head. Then, their hands separated. With a crushing blow, Yashin knocked Sivu several meters into the distance. Bright blue magical energy filled the entire space around them. Landing on the floor, Yashin stood surrounded by dust and steam, which rose due to the air shaken by the powerful blow. With a serious expression, he looked ahead, frowning menacingly as he turned to Sivu. Yashin asked him what he was holding. Then, he asked if it was what he thought it was. The main character hesitantly confirmed it. Clumps of dark matter, called the Goblin Club, appeared in his hand, glowing a bright red color. Looking at it with wide eyes and an open mouth, Sivu admitted that it was the first time he had summoned it of his own free will. However, something wasn't quite right. His overall condition was quite poor. As he looked at the Goblin Club he had created, he understood its implications. Regarding the physical endurance of the main character, everything was not so bad. However, after sighing, he realized that the problem lay in spiritual energy. The issue was that during the battle last night, Siva had spent approximately 93% of his spiritual energy. Usually this amount would be restored after a full day of rest, but in the human realm, the process could be delayed. While Siva was sleeping at home, the protagonist's current exhausted state ironically helped greatly when he pulled out the Goblin Club. Although Siva lacked control over his body, his consciousness and senses were heightened, allowing him to vividly remember the first time he used the Goblin Club. Suddenly distracting Siva from his thoughts, Yashin admitted that all of this was a little disappointing to him. He explained that he had read about Goblin Clubs in old documents. Now, he didn't know whether the documents had exaggerated the power of the weapon or whether the problem lay with the main character himself. However, Yashin still noted that, based on what he saw and felt, he was not particularly impressed with Siva. He didn't think the documents were wrong, though. As he said this, Yashin frowned warily, noticing Siva jump high into the air. Narrowing his eyes, Yashin observed closely as the main character added that he did not think he was superior to himself compared to last time. Magical energy began to emit from the Goblin Club, spreading far to the sides. As Siva swung it, striking with immense force, Yashin quickly put his hands out in front of him, using them as a shield. His own magic protected him from the attack. Yashin continued to closely observe Siva, paying attention to every movement and expression. Yashin realized that the protagonist was more powerful than he had imagined. However, he also understood that there was nothing here he could not defend against if he was in his enhanced state. Continuing to think about it, Yashin noted that the cost of stamina and energy per hit after a large jump would be quite high. Now, Yashin had no reason to deliberately close the distance. He could simply maintain his defense and wait for Siu to exhaust himself. Suddenly distracted from his thoughts, Yashin opened his eyes wide in amazement as he noticed that Siu, having transformed the shape of the club so that it looked like long threads, stuck one end into the ceiling and hung on the resulting vine in the air. Now, the main character understood that this could work. Yashin, shocked, asked what Siu was doing. The protagonist smirked and noted that it would be difficult for him to defeat Yashin up close. He added that he felt he could not continue to block that huge fist-like attack. Siu knew for sure that he would not be able to duplicate the power of his last club, and mentally noted that the size and strength of what he had created now were simply nothing since it was not even half of what it was last time. However, Siu also thought there was something more. He focused on the fact that he had the ability to freely change the shape of the club, which could obey his wishes. The free end of the resulting rope joined together to form a ball, and the protagonist, with enough cunning, began to spin it to increase its speed and striking force. He then suggested they begin. Yashin warily watched the ball that Siu launched approaching him. At the last moment, Yashin put his hands in front of him to stop the attack. He had to lean back a little and clench his teeth tighter. Although he moved to the side, he did not receive much damage. Siu, at this moment, continued to strike using the goblin club, making Yashin's eyes widen in fear as he understood what the next attack could be. Pushing off from the ground, Yashin jumped high into the air, deflecting to the side. In the next instant, the attack launched by the main character pierced the floor with force at the spot where Yashin had previously stood. Clenching his jaw, Yashin mentally noted that there was no noticeable difference in the aura compared to what it was before. However, there was simply a change in form and control of it. In addition, Yashin realized that Siu's strength had also increased manifold. After landing on the ground, Yashin raised his head, looking at Siu, who continued to hang from the ceiling. Yashin asked if Siu really wanted to play dishonestly. The main character, spinning a new ball, grinned, admitting that he himself was not the most honest. He also asked if it was true that Yashin wanted them to fight. He reminded him that this was a test to see if he could fight the monster or not. Siu asked if, in this case, Yashin didn't think it was better to be mean in such a fight. Siu was sure there was no point in fighting honestly in a battle to the death. Yashin froze as he understood that Siu's arguments were so strong that they could not be disputed. Meanwhile, Siu continued to speak. He noted that, if you think about it, although the situation was a little strange, in the end they appeared to be just two good friends who were teenagers, as well as two guys smirking. Siu added that sometimes admitting he was wrong was the best option, hinting that Yashin should say he was wrong. Immediately after these words, the main character noted that Yashin might be right about something, but he asked what to do if Siu's own abilities were not enough for a fair fight. Yashin remained silent, not knowing what to say, and activated his magic to be ready to repel possible attacks. In the end, he asked if it was really going to be like this. He trembled, unable to contain his emotions, and then, grinning angrily, said he had had enough of listening to the nonsense that Siu was saying. The main character sarcastically said that he was very scared and launched a new attack, but Yashin jumped to the side, dodging. Siu didn't stop there and launched the ball again. The attacks were very powerful, and Yashin realized that he needed to become faster. Mentally, he noted that it was becoming increasingly difficult for him to avoid Siu's attacks. As he dodged another blow, he noticed that he was adapting to Siu's martial arts and speed, and moreover, was doing it quite quickly. However, the main character struck again and Yashin realized that he had moved in the wrong direction. At the last moment, Yashin put out his hands in defense and clenched his teeth tightly, using all his strength to repel the attack. A huge explosion appeared, and Siu, seeing it, excitedly shouted Yashin's name and asked if he was okay. Siu changed his tactics to minimize the effects of others' attacks, although it was much weaker than before. However, he assumed that Yashin was already wounded. Suddenly, Sayu felt some movement along the thread he had created and then heard Yashin. Turning to the righteous comfort of longevity, the main character widened his eyes in amazement and offered to listen to Yashin talk about the true ruler, who allows the sun and flags to shine brightly, as well as the urgency prescribed by law and demanded by equals. As the dust from the impact cleared, Sayu saw. Yashin stood firm and managed to intercept the weapon Sayu was using. In addition, Yashin activated magic, saying that the arrows could pierce willow leaves like thorns. He extended his hand forward, and a powerful magical attack rushed along the thread. Siu, seeing this, opened his eyes wide in amazement and looked up, noticing that the attack Yashin had created cut part of the thread at the top, causing Siu to gradually begin to fall. Without waiting for the main character to reach the floor, Yashin ran to attack. However, Siu pulled part of the weapon in his hands to hit Yashin from behind. Yashin, sensing this, turned his head and managed to dodge to the side just in time, avoiding damage. Still, Yashin continued to speak and recite a spell, referencing the monarch of cold swords that changes the color of the crimson skies. At that moment, Yashin did not use any rituals to aid his fighting skills. As a result, this hindered him greatly, since he could not use most of his techniques. Siu frowned as he watched Yashin closely, realizing that even if Yashin could use these techniques, it would still be difficult for him to control his powers. Yashin, surrounded by a magical aura, almost reached Siu, who stood without attacking in response, watching Yashin in amazement. Meanwhile, Yashin spoke of the urgency prescribed by law and demanded by equals. Adding his energy, he created a weapon of divine power. A shining sword appeared in Yashin's hands, a heavenly sword known as the Ark of the Motherland. The protagonist, realizing Yashin had created a weapon, clenched his jaw and tried to attack. However, even though this sword was made hastily, the power it wielded was astounding. Both attacks, launched from different directions, collided. Very soon, Sayu was surprised to notice that his weapon was cut. It was a moment before the end when Yashin froze for an instant, carefully observing the shocked expression on Sayu's face. Yashin hesitated because his friend stood before him. However, pressing his lips tighter, he still decided to bring everything to an end precisely because his friend stood in front of him. Despite the destruction of the Goblin's club, Siu was not ready to give up. Frowning, he clenched his palm into a fist to strike. At the same time, Yashin swung his sword. But in the next moment, he froze in amazement as he saw the sword begin to dissipate before reaching Siu's body. Before Yashin could ask anything, Siu's fist suddenly flew into his face. Yashin stumbled back a little and fell to the floor. The main character, bewildered, asked what had happened. The goblin's magic gradually began to dissipate, and Siu asked why Yashin had spared him. He noted that he would have recovered quickly even if Yashin had killed him. Yashin explained that it wasn't about sparing him. Lying on his back, he said he had used all his power in the Ark of Exorcism. If the enemy had been a monster, it would not have been able to withstand the blow, no matter how strong it was, even at the chi level. Yashin compared it to how Sayu's club had shattered and explained that his technique could recognize beings similar to Sayu beings who were different. The main character did not reply to this. Yashin, cursing softly, called Sayu kindly and looked at the ceiling, unable to hold back the tears that suddenly welled up in his eyes. A little later, as they walked outside, Yashin kept his head down, looking at his feet. Finally turning to Sayu, who was walking beside him, he asked the main character to say at least something. Yashin admitted he was very annoyed when Sayu was so quiet next to him. Sayu, startled by Yashin's sudden outburst, twitched nervously. Finally, he asked if Yashin's nose hurt much. He wanted to say something about what would happen if a scar remained, but Yashin interrupted him. Yashin announced that there would be no scar, explaining that although he didn't have the powerful body of a monster, he had worked hard. His body could heal broken bones and torn skin in a day. Touching his bandaged nose with a finger, Yashin realized something and asked if it was true that Siu had restrained his powers right before the blow. He noted that the moment Siu realized Yashin's attack wouldn't work, he weakened the blow. If he hadn't, Yashin's nose would have been destroyed. Sighing, Yashin admitted that Siu had potential and told him he could run around the city and catch monsters if he wanted to. Yashin told him to do as he saw fit. Siu thanked him for his understanding. However, Before Siu could finish speaking, Yashin admitted there was something he still didn't understand. Yashin explained that he had acted this way because he had made a promise. Finally, he handed Siu 3 vessels attached to a ring. Siu, surprised, noted that they looked like pumpkins. Yashin confirmed this and explained that they were consumables disposable bombs. To activate these bombs, Yashin said, one only needed to hold them in their hands. Yashin quickly and confidently explained to Siu that if he was in a hurry, he could simply throw the pumpkin on the ground to activate it. He added that all Siu had to do was hold it in his hands, and the magic inside the pumpkin would be activated. Yashin advised Siu to use the pumpkins when he was in danger and warned him not to break several pumpkins at once, even if he wanted to use multiple simultaneously. Siu thanked him for this but excitedly asked if he could truly accept the 3 pumpkins. He noted that they contained Yashin's energy and asked if that wasn't the case. He remarked that the amount of energy stored inside was immense and admitted that he hadn't thought such items would be easy to make. Yashin froze in shock upon hearing this and asked how Siu knew. He assumed that Siu must have seen it before, but Siu explained that wasn't the case. Touching one of the pumpkins with his hand, Siu admitted that, while holding it, he could feel the same energy Yashin had used in their battle. He imagined Yashin during the moment of attack, and added that much of that energy was now stored inside the pumpkins. The main character's observation turned out to be correct. Inside the pumpkins were 3 differently colored streams of energy. The pumpkins were a type of storage Dharma weapon, primarily used by Yashin's family. During his free moments, Yashin poured his energy into the specially processed pumpkins, which could then be used in critical situations to perform magic. The energy inside these pumpkins could help the bearer cast spells that would otherwise be too difficult to concentrate. Yashin, still unable to process his emotions, recalled that the purpose of processing the pumpkins was to seal energy. However, it was nearly impossible to look inside or determine how much energy was stored and of what type. Trying to find an explanation for what had just happened, Yashin asked Siu to show him his hand. Siu, surprised by the request, asked why it was necessary. Assuming there was something in his palm, he extended his hand toward Yashin even before receiving an answer. It was said that a person's destiny could be read from the length and shape of their palm, though this was often untrue. However, some insights could still be gleaned. Bending over Siu's palm, Yashin carefully observed it and realized that Siu possessed not only the predisposition but the embodiment of talent. Yashin trembled, his eyes wide, and released the protagonist's hand. He understood that this level of talent was akin to a spiritual person, a master, or a guru, similar to a shaman. Although Yashin wasn't entirely certain, he realized that the 3 colored streams visible during their fight meant something significant. This revelation was enough for him to draw a conclusion. Seeing Yashin's stunned state, Siu asked in bewilderment what was going on. Ignoring the question, Yashin thought about reporting this to his father. But he abandoned the idea, deciding he could handle it himself without needing anyone's permission. Siu, still confused, looked at Yashin, who continued to process the revelation. Yashin concluded that Siu's talent was so immense that, even if he were accepted as a student from the street, no one would oppose it. He hoped it wasn't too late. Although they couldn't hide the fact that Siu was a monster, he was also half human, with a strong will. Covering his mouth with his hand, Yashin ordered himself not to think too much about it. He knew his comrades, whom he called stubborn idiots, would never accept this situation. They would likely misunderstand everything. Yashin admitted to himself that if it weren't for Siu's extraordinary talent, he wouldn't have looked at him so kindly. After all, Siu was a goblin with the talent of a shaman. For a moment, Yashin wondered what would have happened if he had discovered all this just 3 days earlier. In the end, hiding his amazement, he smiled, closed his eyes, and remarked that Siu had a very complicated life. The protagonist, surprised, opened his mouth and asked if Yashin could really see all this just by looking at his palm. Yashin responded evasively, saying that he might or might not have done so. He then asked when Siu planned to return to school. Siu, glancing at his tracksuit, decided he needed a new uniform first, as it was the only clothing he had. He also noted that his legs seemed to have shrunk by 1 size. Yashin admitted that this was impressive, but added with a smile that everyone's reaction at school would make it all worthwhile. He wondered how many people would recognize Siu if he didn't reveal who he was. Siu froze, opening his eyes wide, then looked at Yashin with displeasure. He asked if it was true that Yashin was enjoying himself. He admitted he had a headache just thinking about it. Yashin, however, despite Siu's frustration, was genuinely looking forward to the moment. Yashin was talking about it just recently when he suddenly took out his phone. Looking at the screen, he said that this simply could not happen, since it was already very late. Now he understood why he was so hungry, and Siu offered to eat nearby, saying that he would treat Yashin. Yashin didn't understand why Siu was suggesting this and asked if they couldn't go to Siu's place to eat there. He recalled the kimchi fried rice Siu had made last time, and noted that it was delicious, especially when Siu added pork to it. Yashin added that he could buy meat at the supermarket, but Siu awkwardly looked a little to the side and admitted there were slight problems with this, since he now had a guest at home who was most likely sleeping. Yashin asked again, bewildered, and Siu confirmed this, adding that he needed to go somewhere after they had eaten. Yashin froze for a moment, then, drawing Siu's attention, he sighed and seriously said that he didn't need to force himself to say anything if he didn't want to. He recalled that he had told Siu to do whatever he wanted with the monsters and promised that he wouldn't pay attention to it. Assuming that Siu had something to do, Yashin decided he would just go, noting that Siu would treat him next time. He moved forward a little, but before leaving completely, he turned toward Siu and told him not to be sad, as if he had committed a crime. Yashin advised him to straighten his shoulders and walk confidently, no matter who he met, because he was more than strong enough to do so. Some time passed, and Siu, emerging from the tunnel, looked around. He noticed that this was a rather old area, and made this choice because the building seemed abandoned. He asked if he was in the right place. Just to be sure, Siu checked his phone and suddenly noticed a massive door ahead, hidden in the shadows. After reading the sign above the door, he saw the inscription House of the Rising Dark Moon. Siu asked in bewilderment what this meant, as he didn't understand the inscription, having only mastered HI at the second level. Suddenly, the door Siu had approached opened, and a guy came out, looking at Siu seriously. The main character realized that this was a monster and mentally noted that the monster was very strong. Without paying much attention to Siu, the guy simply walked past, and Siu looked after him in fear. Suddenly, someone else appeared on the threshold of the house, exclaiming in amazement upon noticing that a new guest had arrived. Siu looked in the direction of the voice and noticed Hungarian, who admitted that she was glad to see Siu. She introduced herself and announced that she was the head of the House of the Rising Dark Moon. Siu, having greeted her, introduced himself and added that someone had told him about this place yesterday and had given him the address, warning him to come here first. Hearing Siu's name, Hungarian was surprised, as she had already heard about him. She asked Siu to pass and pointed her hand toward the doorway. Siu walked inside and looked around. It wasn't dark inside, but rather a black fog enveloped everything. He frowned, looking around, but very soon, he came into an illuminated area and froze, his eyes widening in amazement as he noticed a spacious courtyard in front of him. Sometime later, Siu and Hungarian sat down at the table, and after pouring tea into cups, Hungarian asked Siu to try it. Siu thanked Hungarian for her hospitality, cupping his cup with his hands, and asked if they were not in Seoul. He noted that there were no houses on the horizon, and also added that the air and wind seemed very fresh. Hungarian confirmed everything, explaining that the House of the Rising Dark Moon was separated from the human world. She added that their home had stood on the edge of civilization for hundreds of years, and was therefore full of fresh air and energy. Hungarian suggested that Siu might not understand why this was needed, and, in case he was going to ask about it, she immediately clarified that it was a store offering various goods to help the inhabitants of the monster world adapt to the human world. Siu listened attentively, and then remembered how Babai had said that if Siu came to this place during the day, they would help him. Now, Siu was guessing what needed to be done if there was a monster store here. Snapping his fingers, Siu summoned a scroll, from which he took out a small box. He showed the contents to Hungarian, and remembered that someone had told him this was currency from the monster world. He asked if he could use it here. Hungarian, looking closely, realized that it was a monster coin and said they could help Sayu with everything, both with purchases and exchanges. Sia was surprised to hear about the exchange, and Hungarian confirmed this, explaining that there were monsters who worked in the human world and often exchanged coins for human money. She added that, at the current exchange rate in this nation, one monster coin was worth 3 million won. Seiyu's eyes widened in amazement as he thought about how much one coin from the world of monsters was worth. He wondered how much the total would be, since he had 40 coins in all. In the 17 years of the main character's life, he had never had more than 720,000 won. Distracting Seiyu from his thoughts, Hungarian closed her eyes, waved her hand, and asked if he wanted to look at the goods. Looking at the assistant who came closer, she asked him to show Seiyu their demonic spirit pill. The assistant agreed and opened a chest, revealing several containers inside. Hungarian explained that in front of Seiyu were the demonic spirit pills, which were the most popular items in their store. These pills accelerated the restoration of a monster's strength. Seiyu leaned forward a little to take a closer look at the contents of the chest. Hungarian noted that the main character knew that in the human world, there was almost no natural strength of monsters, and even in the monster world, recovery took some time. That was why one pill was made from many elements of the monster realm, using the secret technique of the House of the Rising Dark Moon. Hungarian added that even in an environment where monsters were naturally weak, one could regain strength immediately after consuming the pill. Seiyu exclaimed that he was buying these because he needed pills like these. Looking sharply at the chest, he noticed that the colors of the containers in which the pills were stored were different, and asked if there was really a difference in their effects. He looked at Hungarian again, and she explained that the color of the container indicated the class of the demonic pill. She also decided to talk about the prices for these pills, which were measured in monster coins called nang. Hungarian asked for 10 nang for one silver pill, 3 nang for a gold pill, and 1 nang for a black pill. Hungarian added that the higher the class, the faster the recovery speed, and advised Seiyu to buy a black pill if he was in a hurry. The main character thought for a while and decided to take 1 black pill. He asked if he could eat it right away. Smirking, Hungarian said that he could and explained that if Seiyu took the pill immediately, the effect would appear closer to night. She mentally added that, in reality, there would be no difference. Thinking about the fact that monsters often argue about strength, 2 criteria could be distinguished: the size and the speed of absorption of Niden. The size of a Niden, as far as Hungarian knew, was also called the total amount of strength of a monster, which increased with age and the number of creatures consumed. However, there was something else. Hungarian thought that the speed of absorption was not so simple, as the environment or the food that the monster absorbs to restore strength played a role. It was very difficult to increase speed using third-party methods, and therefore this factor usually depended on talent or the influence of bloodline. Thinking about high-ranking monsters, Hungarian mentally noted that they would spend 3 or 4 hours absorbing the Black Demon Spirit Pill. However, she realized that with a half-monster's body, even half of it would not be absorbed in a few days, after which the pill would leave the body naturally. Hungarian also thought that she had not lied. Watching as Seiyu prepared to eat the pill, she mentally noted that if he absorbed at least part of it, his Niden would be restored by night. According to Hungarian's assessment, the black pill was too strong a medicine for the protagonist, and with one such pill, he could restore Niden 3, 4, or even 5 times. As Seiyu swallowed the pill, Hungarian wanted to offer him something else, but she didn't have time to finish her sentence. Suddenly, a blindingly bright flash of light illuminated everything around her. The light and energy splashed into the air in a high column, accompanied by a loud sound. Hungarian realized that everything she had thought earlier was irrelevant. The effect of the pill was not limited by Seiyu's size. When the light dissipated, it became noticeable that the table on which the dishes were standing had overturned, and the dishes had scattered across the floor. In surprise, Hungarian leaned back and opened her eyes wide, thinking that this couldn't be happening. She remembered that the main character had just swallowed the pill, and only a few seconds had passed since then. She was shocked to see that, in such a short time, the entire volume of the monster's power had been restored in Seiyu. She looked forward to where a dark silhouette could be seen in the cloud of dust remaining after the explosion of magical energy. Siu sighed, lowered his head slightly, and remembering that it was the third day of his life as a monster, stretched out his palm forward. Looking at the aura of magical energy spreading uncontrollably from him, he asked if it was true that even a low-level pill worked this well. For the first time, Siu experienced 100% or more of his monster power. A few minutes earlier in the House of the Rising Dark Moon, Donggu, holding a liquid container in his hands, asked the guest what he thought about it. Smiling, he said that this was a specially prepared six-flower liquor in honor of Yum's visit. He added that the liquor was made from 6 flowers that grew on the Sansa River, explaining that this made the liquor more flavorful. Donggu was the leader of the House of the Rising Dark Moon, and Yum, having tasted the drink, said it was not bad, although he admitted that he did not like serving such good alcohol to a newcomer. Smirking, Yum added that he hadn't seen Hungarian for a long time and mentioned that she said she would return after seeing someone. He asked if this meant she didn't care about him as a guest. Smiling excitedly, Donggu asked how that could be possible. He explained that Hungarian was just a little late because she had some work to do, and noted that the guest Yum was talking about had paid a short visit. Yum froze, frowning, and asked who the guest was. Donggu didn't know the details but remembered that some people said the guest was a half-monster with goblin blood flowing through his veins. Putting his hand to his chin, Yum admitted that he thought there would be something interesting but now realized it was about Seo, whom he called an idiot. Yum added that Babai was also a laughingstock for going through so much trouble to find a half-monster and force him to fight in the festival. Yum added that Seo couldn't even be called a monster, let alone a festival participant. Hearing these words, Donggu suddenly twitched but didn't say anything. Yum, noticing this, remarked that Donggu had gone quiet and asked why. He assumed pouring him alcohol was boring, but suddenly he realized something else and asked if it was because Donggu, as a half-monster loser himself, didn't like Yum's words. Donggu clenched his palms into fists. Yum lowered his head and suddenly said that his older sister once told him about thousand-year-old traditions that everyone respects. However, Yum had also heard that, in reality, the Dark Moon family was just a group of half-breeds who had nowhere else to go. He asked if this was true. Yum noted that all the members of this family were strange creatures, neither humans nor monsters. According to him, the members of this family did not consider themselves human, but no one in the Monster Kingdom considered them true monsters either. This entire place, he claimed, existed as a result of the suffering of half-breeds, created so they wouldn't feel useless. No matter the truth, Donggu only clenched his fists tighter. Yum admitted that his words were quite smart, but he smirked and declared that the day would never come when the members of the Dark Moon family would be called true monsters. He asked if he was right. Donggu remained silent for a while, then smiled and asked how people like Yum could know the future. Noticing Yum's empty bowl, Donggu lifted the jug and asked if it should be refilled. Smiling slyly, Yum asked if it was really true that once a person was a merchant, they would always remain one. However, even if that were the case, Yum decided he was bored of mocking Donggu. He lifted the cup he had been drinking from. Donggu simply apologized for everything that had happened. Yum then asked when he could leave. Donggu explained that all procedures and preparations would be completed that day. He noted that they had exchanged all the monster coins Yum gave them and had prepared all the documents and housing useful in the human world, as Yum requested. Chuckling, Yum admitted that Donggu and his company were working much faster than he had anticipated. Donggu said Yum risked his life for their people, which was why he tried his best. Interrupting, Yum announced that he did not do it for the House of the Dark Moon but out of disgust. Strangers, Yum claimed, were allowing themselves too much, and as their leader, he couldn't leave things to chance. He asked if this was true. Taking a sip, Yum thought more seriously. He believed that investing in the reputation of his species would ensure even his father could not deny his right to participate in the festival. Yum reflected that, although he wasn't far behind his brother and sister in natural talent, being born 100 years later than them meant he was treated differently. Yum knew he had to first gain recognition as a candidate, then catch up to and surpass his siblings within 6 months. Placing the bowl on the table, Yum asked where Hungarian was. Donggu hesitated but said he would go and fetch her. Yum interrupted, explaining there was no need. He added that he wanted Hungarian to serve him while he was in the human world. Donggu was very surprised to hear this request. Yum reassured him not to overthink it and explained he wasn't interested in a half-breed, even if she was pretty. He stated that he did not come to the human world to waste time and had other tasks besides hunting strangers. Stammering, Donggu tried to protest, saying he couldn't comply. Yum, knowing this, asked if Donggu wasn't a merchant. He suggested that, if so, Donggu should simply shut up and serve the client in the highest class. Yum asked if it wasn't true that the client is always right. Dung pursed his lips tightly, unsure of what to say. Yum ordered Dung to inform Hungarian immediately. Before Yum could finish speaking, an explosion suddenly occurred, caused by Siu eating the pill. Donggu and Yum simultaneously turned in the direction of the roar, equally amazed. Through the window, they saw that the dust had already dissipated. Yum, stunned, asked what nonsense this was. In this world, everyone knew that qi, like water, flows in everything that exists. For living beings, this water was like a small puddle that accumulated over time. Its composition and usage varied among creatures, but the basic principles were universal for all species, monsters and humans alike. Even with a larger container, a being could not hold more than their natural capacity, a fact so fundamental that it didn't require elaboration. At that moment, Siu, looking at a frightened Hungarian, asked if she was okay. Energy was still emanating from him. Siu assumed something strange had happened because of him and added that the pill was much better than Hungarian had described. Hungarian, in shock, wondered why this had happened. The protagonist continued speaking, noting that the sensation was very pleasant. He tried to think of how best to describe it. He suggested that it could be said that he could do anything in the world, and Hreen thought that the obvious principle did not apply to Siv. Suddenly she froze, hearing someone approach and ask what was happening. It was Yum, who, displeased, asked, "What kind of ignorant idiot brazenly releases energy in this place?" He decided he needed to take this chance to teach Siv a lesson if Siv didn't understand how to behave. Hungarian, drawing Yum's attention to herself, said that it was her fault and the main character had nothing to do with it. She asked Yum not to be angry, but Yum ordered her to shut up and announced that he did not ask her or allow her to open her mouth. He also assumed that Hungarian thought he was an idiot and insulted her. Hungarian did not answer, but Yum confidently said that the power of the monster he felt after the roar came from Savi, whom he considered a failure. In addition, Yum suggested that Siv did not understand where he was and continued to release energy, which irritated him greatly. Looking contemptuously at the main character, Yum asked if Hungarian still expected him to ignore everything because of her weak excuse. Siv was silent, listening carefully to Yum's words. Hungarian wanted to ask Yum for something, but before she could, Siv suddenly turned sharply toward Yum. He apologized, explaining that he was not yet used to controlling his monster power. Touching a finger to his lips and smiling, Siv, who had a kind and modest character even for a human, admitted that he did not expect something like this to happen and apologized to Yum, suggesting that he had disturbed him. However, because Siv's Niden was filled to the brim for the first time, his body and mind seemed to ascend. Running his hand through his hair and still smiling, Siv suddenly added that, even if everything had happened this way, it seemed to him that Yum was speaking too rudely to someone he had just met. For a moment, the protagonist's character became more like that of a monster than a human. Hearing these insolent words, Yum frowned angrily and asked what Siv had just said. Ignoring the question, Siv asked what Yum was even thinking. He admitted that he was genuinely sorry for how things turned out, but, remembering Yum's earlier insults, advised him not to speak so rudely. Clenching his jaw in rage, Yum waved his hand, sending Siv flying far to the side. When Siv hit the ground, a cloud of dust rose into the air, and Hungarian watched in horror. Seeing her expression, Yum ordered Hungarian to look at it and warned her not to overstep her boundaries. He declared that this was not a fight but education, a process of teaching mud-blood monsters proper manners. Despite the strong attack, Siv soon rose to his feet. Seeing this, Yum waved his fingers, launching another attack that struck Siv from below, hitting him in the jaw. Hungarian begged Yum to calm down, stating that violence was prohibited in this place regardless of the reason. She added that even if Yum came from a noble family, The Great Hall would not turn a blind eye to what had happened. In response, Yum sent several attacks at Hungarian, causing her to scream in pain. Yum reminded her that he had told her not to overstep her boundaries. Yum glared cruelly at Hungarian, who trembled in pain, bent over, and clutched her stomach. Yum added that he had once thought Hungarian was the smartest of them all, but now she had shown herself to be just another half-breed. Hungarian, covered in sweat and racked with pain, couldn't hold back the tears that welled in her eyes. She asked herself what had just happened. She felt not only the monster's power but also something entirely new, something invisible. Suddenly, Hungarian realized that this was a divine beast, a unique ability. Yum, meanwhile, turned to Siv and ordered him to come closer and kneel, as he intended to teach Siv the manners Babai had failed to instill in him. Siv, getting into a fighting stance, asked if Yum was still talking nonsense. Throwing off his jacket so it wouldn't interfere, Siv ran toward Yum and remarked that, if Yum wanted to resolve things with words, he should have asked politely. Siv also pointed out the irony of Yum preaching about manners after hitting him so brutally. Stopping in a more comfortable position, Siv smiled confidently and invited Yum to continue. Yum didn't argue, agreeing to fight. He suggested that Siv had a death wish, extending his hand forward to activate magic. But suddenly, Yum's eyes widened as Siv, moving quickly, struck multiple times, reflecting the attacks Yum had directed at him. Both Yum and Hungarian were equally amazed by this, and Siv asked confidently what they thought of his abilities. If it was true that what Yum threw at him was water, he smiled and admitted that he didn't know the basics well but noted that it was all about the art of monsters. The main character assumed that Yum was throwing small drops of water at him at a very high speed. Remembering the first attack, he assumed that Yum first hit him with tea spilled on the floor. Although it was not much, it felt conventional. Siv was hit by it but smelled a little tea, so he understood everything. Yum suggested that the main character was ready for him to strike again. Siv, recalling the second hit, noted that drops the size of fingernails suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He surmised that Yum was using moisture from the air or dew from the grass. Siv also noticed how Yum had just hit him and assumed that the greater the distance, the stronger the blow. Thinking it was all about acceleration, he was not proud of what he was about to say. However, smirking, he noted that he had already had a similar experience last night, and, in comparison, Yum was very weak. Yum frowned in confusion and asked what Siv had just said. Trembling slightly, Yum was clearly taken aback. Siv, smiling, apologized to Yum in case he had offended him, and then ran sharply forward. Clenching his jaw in dissatisfaction, Yum asked how the main character dared to act this way. Before he could react, Siv approached, frowning in concentration, and raised his hand to strike. Noticing this, Yum assumed that Siv was attacking with his right hand. Yum believed that the ability to control monster power was insignificant on its own, as the direction of the attack could be seen using monster energy. This, to Yum, indicated that Siv had not yet trained to hide it. Yum assumed that Siv would now learn the cost of his ignorance. However, the moment Yum struck, Siv abruptly dodged and confessed that, as he thought, everything looked really obvious. Yum's eyes widened in fear. Not expecting this, Siv launched his own attack, remembering how Yashin had read his movements. Seeing that Yum was struck by Savi, Shreen, unable to contain her emotions, opened her mouth in shock and placed her palms over it to somehow hide her amazement. The main character, smiling, looked at Yum, who had fallen to his knees and was trembling in pain. Holding his hair with one hand, Siv taunted Yum, calling him weak. Shreen, holding her bruised torso with her hand, looked ahead in confusion and admitted that she couldn't believe what she was seeing. She was shocked for several reasons. This was Sav's first fight with magic. Yet he had instinctively repelled attacks, realized the enemy could read his energy, strengthened it by hiding the direction of the attack, and then redirected it in another direction. He accurately hit his opponent, a basic skill for strong monsters but remarkable for a beginner like Savi. Siv stood, exuding abundant magical energy. Yum lay on the ground, crouching in pain, pressing himself into the dirt. Hungarian, watching this with blood flowing from her mouth, thought about how this descendant of the goblins had appeared only 3 days ago. Before that, he was just an ordinary person. In bewilderment, she asked herself how it was possible for a 3-day-old monster to become so strong. The main character looked menacingly at Yum and asked if that was all. Then he added that it didn't matter to him. If it was, he ordered Yum to apologize and leave. Finally, he asked if that suited him. Yum did not respond and continued to shake while lying on the floor. Siv pointed his finger at Hungarian and said that, while Yum might be causing a scene, he had crossed all lines. Siv asked what Yum had done to the person who had tried to stop the fight. He continued, declaring that, no matter how one looked at the situation, it was 100% Yum's fault. Again, he ordered Yum to kneel down and apologize. Yum began to raise his head. His face was tense, and his teeth transformed into wolf-like fangs, with veins bulging on his face. Siv turned around, noticing Yum's transformation, and remarked calmly, "That's how it is." Suddenly, a sharp spike, created from frozen water, flew toward the main character's head. Siv managed to raise his hand in time, but the spike pierced it completely, and thick, light blood began to flow down his arm. Siv glanced warily at his injury. Immediately after, Yum rushed at him with a furious expression, his hands extended in front of him. The main character, watching calmly, stepped back. Pouring out abundant magical energy, Siv raised his leg. With a sharp movement, he kicked Yum in the torso, sending him flying several meters into the distance. The blow was so strong that Yum, hitting the ground multiple times, flew farther and farther. When he finally landed, a large explosion was heard. The unique magic of the High Tai clan is called Pure Autumn Water, the ability of which is to control nearby water. As recently noted, the principle of operation of this magic is similar to the northern martial arts of High Tai. However, looked ahead with a crazy expression while lying on the ground. His body did not stop shaking, and a wild smile spread across his face. Looking from under his brows, he appeared more like an animal than a monster. What separates Pure Autumn Water from other magics is its narrower application. With this ability, one can increase water pressure to the maximum. The main character looked ahead in confusion, blood flowing from his eye sockets, nose, and mouth. The veins on his neck were swollen, and his eyeballs had turned a painful red color. Another feature of this magic is the ability to use water as a weapon. This weapon is as sharp as metal and can work even with a single grain of water inside the enemy's body. The magic can also act as a poison, destroying internal organs, including blood vessels and nerves. The main character fell to the floor, leaning his hands on it. You see him, standing a few meters away, began to rise to his feet after delivering a powerful kick. With a smile on his face, Yusum remarked that there is something fascinating about the regeneration of monsters. He added that losing an arm or a leg is nothing if one has enough strength. However, he insidiously noted that poisons and infections take much longer to recover from. Looking at the exhausted expression on Siva's face, who was shaking as blood flowed profusely from his eyes, nose, and mouth, Yusim sneered. He said Siva probably wouldn't understand, adding that as a human, he hadn't experienced such things either. Summing up, Yusim admitted he was surprised, even though Siva was a completely inexperienced enemy. Then, with a wide smile, Yusim raised his hands, from which magical energy emanated. He declared that his exceptional pedigree, inherited by luck, must be the reason for his prowess. Yusim hinted at his goblin blood, saying it was simply fate. Hungry and trembling with fear, a woman standing nearby turned pale. Her face reflected a bright blue glow as Yusim formed a massive amount of water around himself, controlling it through his magic. With this display, he taunted the main character, claiming he wanted to help him understand he was no match for a real monster, despite his mixed heritage. Siva, lowering his hand toward the floor, spoke with determination. He admitted he didn't know whether he was a real monster or an imposter and didn't care to find out. But there was one thing he was sure of. Yusim looked at him wide-eyed, a bead of sweat running down his face. The main character, now filled with magical energy, stared at him menacingly. With a furious tone, he insulted Yusum, calling him a non-entity. Yusum, confused and startled, formed magical water energy around himself. Raising a hand in bewilderment, he wondered if Siva had already healed his veins and organs. Clenching his fist and biting his lip, Yusum sent a powerful stream of water energy towards Siva. This energy, called reservoir, was a complex variation of pure autumn water that extracted water from rivers, lakes, seas, and even groundwater. This technique, considered advanced, compressed water to such a degree that it defied the laws of physics. The real weight of the water was hundreds of times greater than what it appeared to be. The powerful stream, faster and stronger than a speeding truck, was directed straight at Siva. The main character stood firmly on the floor, holding a goblin club in his hand. The club, glowing with bright red energy, was formed from dark matter emanating from his own body. Looking ahead confidently with a calm gaze, Siva focused on the future and dismissed the immediate threat. As the water magic stream approached, just meters away, Siva raised the goblin club above his head. With a furious gaze, he infused the club with his magical energy, releasing power far beyond that of an ordinary fighter. With a single sharp movement, he directed a powerful beam from the goblin club, splitting the incoming water stream in two. Yusum, standing a few meters away and controlling the stream, froze in shock. He watched in disbelief as the water he had painstakingly formed was forced apart. With his eyebrows raised high, Yusum realized Siva was far from defeated. In front of him, there was only a destroyed building where he was supposed to be. The flow of water had already weakened and spread throughout the surrounding space. Yusum asked himself in bewilderment, where did he go? A splash of water came from behind him. Yusum spun around with a tense expression on his face. The main character calmly asked him what had happened to the words he had said earlier. If he had enough energy, it wouldn't matter if he lost an arm or a leg. After finishing his quote, he said, "Okay." A moment later, with a sharp movement, he separated Yusum's hands from his body. Yusum looked ahead in horror. The main character, with a sly smile on his face and holding a goblin club in his hands, offered to get rid of these. Yusum looked ahead with wide-open eyes and absolute confusion. He saw his severed hands lying in the water, turning it a bloody red. A pained sound escaped his mouth as he fell to his knees in the water. The main character, looking down at him emotionlessly, asked if it really hurt that much when someone's hands were cut off. He admitted he had never experienced it himself, but sarcastically reminded Yusum that he had claimed to be a real monster. He added that being a monster meant Yusum should be used to pain. Yusum looked up at him in horror, his eyes wide and his mouth slightly open. A moment later, the main character struck him with a direct kick, sending Yusum flying several meters away. Yusum, now trembling on the ground, was not shaken by the pain of losing his arms. The Haitai clan, undoubtedly a clan of divine beasts, ruled over many monsters. Yusum, the youngest and most cherished among them, had always been loved and adored. He was not used to being in such a position. The main character, standing menacingly in front of him, asked if it was time for him to apologize. Yusum was unaccustomed to someone being so superior to him, nor to the suffocating pressure he now felt. The main character extended his palm toward him. Yusum, horrified, with tears in his eyes and his mouth wide open, screamed and begged for forgiveness. The main character asked him what he was talking about. Summing it up, he motioned with his thumb to the side and said Yusum had also offended him. He added that it was not only about him, but that there was someone else to whom Yusum owed a proper apology. Freen looked ahead in bewilderment, her eyes wide open, sweat running down her face. The main character ordered Yusum to bow his head and ask for her forgiveness. Yusum looked uncertainly in her direction and hesitated to speak. Siva glared at him menacingly, frowning, and demanded, "What is this? What do you want to say?" Continuing to stare at him imperiously, Siva said he couldn't believe Yusum still didn't understand anything. He asked if Yusum would continue to slur his words. Then, the main character noted that if apologizing was difficult for him, he should do it in his own way. Yusum, trembling violently, walked toward Hrian on unsteady legs. He fell to his knees in front of her, bowed his head, and said he was very sorry. Sometime later, in an apartment in a multi-story building, a voice called out from a room, addressing the main character and asking if he could hear her. The voice then asked if she had told him to bring water. After cursing, she yawned and irritably asked if he wasn't at home. Lying in bed, dressed in sleepwear, she pulled off the blanket and scratched her head. Looking to the side irritably, she wondered aloud if he had gone somewhere, leaving their guest alone. Looking at the small wooden houses illuminated by sunlight, Muang said he couldn't believe it. He noted it was the first time in 10 years something like this had happened. Interrupting himself, he realized it had been a while since the event. He admitted he hadn't thought anything significant would happen during this time. Muang stood with his hands folded behind his back. He was the head of the House of Cultivation of Humility. Behind him stood Dongwu, who had his head lowered in guilt. Dongwu sadly admitted it was his fault. He added that if only he had been a little braver, things might have turned out differently. Muang told him there was no use blaming himself. Then, looking ahead thoughtfully and putting his hand to his chin, Muang said it wasn't Dongwu's responsibility. He added that he and Hungarian shouldn't have entertained Yusim. Muang continued, saying he knew the youngest of the Haitai clan was unusual, but he hadn't realized just how much. Turning to Dongwu, he asked if that meant Hungarian was seriously injured. Dongwu looked at him with wide eyes and admitted it seemed she was injured, but there didn't appear to be anything serious. He added, with a worried expression, that she was much more shaken by the guilt of the situation itself. Dongwu then mentioned that even if they were talking about dark absorption magic, how could Hungarian have predicted everything would escalate so quickly? She remained silent in response to him for a while, and then answered, saying that because of her absorption speed, the possibility of reflection had appeared. Dawn asked her again in surprise. In response, asked him where the guest was now. In the illuminated room, with a tray on which various dishes and cookies were placed on the floor, Sue sat, looking in front of him in surprise. It had gradually cooled down, unlike what it was 3 days ago. This time he did not completely lose control of his body, he only entered a slightly insane state due to his strength. However, all his emotions and willpower were still within his control. The life energy he had released, along with the hot emotions, had cooled down. Moreover, the so-called time of reflection quickly overwhelmed him. The main character, in a completely confused state of mind, looked ahead with his mouth slightly open and asked himself what had happened in the first place. He lay on the floor, looking at the ceiling, and thought. To be honest, he assumed the fight was justified. He understood that regardless of who initiated the violence, especially with the desire to kill and cut off a hand, it was also necessary to nullify the effects of magic. He reasoned that he would now repeat everything without delay. But then, he literally felt euphoria and pure pleasure from cutting off his enemy's hands. He wondered if this feeling was temporary. Then, thoughtfully, he tried to process the situation. However, his reasoning was interrupted by a voice from the side, asking if it could come in. The main character looked at the ceiling in surprise, his eyes wide open. Then, he abruptly jumped out of bed, looked at the shadow behind the door, and answered affirmatively to the person addressing him. Hungarian entered the room, pressing her hands to her torso and looking sadly at the floor. He told Hungarian, who had come up to him, that it seemed to him she had been wounded. Then he asked if she was feeling better. Hungarian answered affirmatively and said the wound was not serious. Sua, with a surprised expression, asked, "But didn't you spit blood?" He noted that the same thing had happened to him and explained that the wound could not have been a light one. Hungarian, with a tense expression, leaned her elbows on the table and asked him to forgive her. She said she had lost control and acted wrongly. Siva hurriedly put his hands in front of him and repeatedly reassured her, denying her self-blame. He explained that the responsibility for the fight lay only with its participants. Afterward, he began to explain to her that he should apologize, even though it was just a roof he could still destroy. Hungarian replied tensely that it was her fault. She started to talk about how she shouldn't have offered the Black Spirit Pearl to him. She explained that the effect he needed could have been achieved with the help of silver and gold, but she had recommended black, knowing its implications. Siva looked at her in surprise and then asked in confusion if she meant to say she had deceived him. He also noted that the Black Pearl was the most expensive option. Hungarian, with a gloomy expression, told him that, as he had already heard, she was a half-breed, the child of a human father and a monster mother. Such hybrids were not uncommon, as children were often born from relationships between two different races. Those born from such unions inherited qualities from both parents. In other words, they were neither fully human nor fully demon. Hungarian, looking at the floor, told him that most half-breeds were born with the essence of life and could sense the energy of monsters. However, they could not absorb it. She confessed that this made their situation pitiful and useless. They experienced an eternal thirst they could not quench. They could touch the world's hot spring, but never drink from it. She continued, saying that even if they swallowed medicine like the bright lotus pill, it would only wet their lips. This was why she was jealous of him. The main character looked at her in great surprise, his eyes wide open. Hungarian concluded her confession by saying that, among half-breeds, he was a true miracle. Addressing him as master, she explained that, despite his mixed origin, his monster abilities were comparable to those of pure bloods. She then admitted that the dark elixir was not for her personal benefit. She confessed that she had seen something in him that she desperately wanted for herself. Unable to accept her inability to obtain it, she decided to play a cruel joke. With an exhausted expression, sitting on the floor and straining her face, she admitted she had committed an act of deception and incompetence as a seller. She acknowledged, with pain, that this was a crime punishable by death. Beads of sweat poured down her face as she explained that no matter what punishment or fine she received, it wouldn't suffice. Marian, who stood behind her scratching his beard, repeated her words, saying that it didn't matter what the punishment would be. He then continued, noting that ultimately, the blame would shift to the one who accepted the apology. Hungarian turned back in bewilderment and asked, "Sir?" The main character also looked in surprise at the moral tone Miriam had adopted as he entered. Miriam sadly lowered his eyes. He held his hands behind his back and, confusedly, said that he had to apologize for everything. After this, he introduced himself, saying his name was Miriam and that he was the head of the House of Cultivation of Humility. He then turned to Hungarian and asked her to stop putting on a show. He called her the manager and ordered her to go and entertain the guests. Hungarian looked at him in bewilderment, her eyes wide open, and tried to say something. However, she was interrupted by Siva, who reassured them that everything was fine. He added that he understood their apologies and accepted them with a smile on his face. Placing his hand on his chest, he remarked that there was no need to think about him anymore. He then added that, if possible, he would like to return the money for the Black Pearl. Hungarian, standing humbly beside him with her eyes closed, nodded. Miriam confirmed this with a smile, saying it was fair. Hungarian bowed and left the room. She walked down the corridor with a sad expression on her face, bruises under her eyes from fatigue, and her posture hunched. Miriam remained in the room. Turning to the main character, he commented that what he had offered was more of an excuse than an apology. However, he noted that it was good that Siva had accepted it. The main character, placing his hand on the back of his head, observed that, in his opinion, the mistake was small. Miriam sat opposite him. Both of them were near a table on which several different dishes were laid out. Miriam mentioned that if Siva agreed, he would like to arrange a conciliation meeting in the future. Siva, pointing his finger in front of him, asked again, conciliation. Miriam raised his hand to clarify, explaining that he had fought with a man named Yum, who was the youngest son of the Hai Tai tribe, that is, divine beasts. The main character, holding cookies in his hand, thoughtfully asked himself, him. Then, he wondered if Yum truly belonged to such a prestigious lineage, as it wasn't how he had imagined them. Miriam continued, stating that the Hai Tai tribe could not humiliate the dignity of the divine beast. He said he understood the circumstances and didn't believe this would turn into a serious problem. However, he added that some unfavorable misunderstandings could arise. Yum, with tears in his eyes and a furious expression, had menacingly left for the human world, vowing to make him regret it. Miriam explained to Siva that, before things got worse, he needed to arrange a meeting to hear the opinions of both parties about what had happened. He added that their recklessness had put them in an unpleasant position and asked Siva not to be too strict. Siva interrupted, saying he understood what Miriam was talking about and reassured him that everything was fine. Putting a cookie in his mouth, he said there was no need for him to go and take responsibility for resolving the conflict. Miriam looked at him in surprise, his eyes wide open, and began to speak. However, Siva cut him off again, extending his hand toward the table. He explained that if they came to him, he would tell them what had happened in his own words. He admitted that he had escalated the situation from simple apologies to violence and insults, so it would be clear to anyone who was right, and chewing his cookies confidently and looking ahead, he stated that Hanan and the gentleman should apologize for failing to apologize and for escalating the situation into a fight. He remarked that he would rather just fight because it was easier for him. Miriam told him that this was a deep thought. Then, with a thoughtful expression, placing his hand on his chin, he warned that the Hai Tai should not be underestimated. Even Lord Yum's younger brothers were on a completely different level than the foolish monster Siva had fought. The main character, licking cookie crumbs from his finger, agreed, saying this was to be expected. He added that, although he had seen only a few monsters, he had already fought two stronger than himself. He admitted that they didn't seem bad to him. Continuing, the protagonist remarked that there was nothing he could do about it. To become the king of demons, he needed to defeat them all. Miriam looked at him with interest, his hand still resting on his chin. He commented that you didn't hear such things often. Then, he noted that Siva seemed to be serious. Miriam, turning to him, asked what would happen if he said something like that elsewhere. The main character anticipated the response and asked, "Could I die?" He then added that he already knew this and was ready for it. Explaining, he remarked that Yum had gotten excited out of nowhere. If he had mentioned wanting to become the king of monsters, it would have caused a real disaster. Miriam carefully observed him and wondered what kind of person this guy was. The main character, looking thoughtfully at the ceiling, said that the mere thought of people like Yum in 6 months walking around the world, it was scary even to think about. Miriam, addressing him, said that if he wanted to stop this, it was a very bold statement. He noted that he had heard many such declarations before. The main character, with a smile on his face, allowed him to laugh as much as he wanted. Then he remarked that he truly believed what he was saying. Miriam responded negatively and said that he didn't even think of laughing. Looking seriously ahead, he stated that, on the contrary, he was very interested in him. When he said this, he addressed him as a dear guest as he spoke. His silhouette began to glow with magical energy. He looked piercingly at Siva, resting his head on his hand. Miriam reasoned that earlier, he had assumed this was just a poor guy who was unlucky. Now, he realized he had rushed to conclusions. He reflected that, since the era of the previous owner, this was the first time his premonition had played out like this. After his reasoning, he lowered his hand into the sleeve of his cloak. Without a doubt, this was incredible luck. Miriam placed an object on the table. The main character looked at it in surprise and asked what it was. On the table was an item that resembled a piece of metal, decorated and painted with intricate designs. Miriam explained that it was a gift given to guests as an apology. However, he noted that presenting it that way might make the main character reluctant to accept it. He then asked if he should have phrased it differently. Miriam, continuing to look carefully at Siva, remarked that it might be too early to talk about this. However, he told him that he wanted to invest in his future. After some time, in the multi-story building, the main character returned to the building where he lived, entering his apartment with a tired expression on his face. He glanced at his phone, thinking about how busy his day had been. When he saw the time, he realized it was almost lunchtime. From inside the apartment, a voice asked him where he had been and why he was so late. The main character, still looking exhausted, apologized, saying he didn't think he would be delayed this long. Soa, dressed in a tracksuit, was speaking to him. She looked at him menacingly and ordered him to stop. A bird perched on her forearm, and her face suddenly became emotionless. She told him, okay, before noticing that he hadn't been around for long. She mentioned that she had gathered some information. Siva looked at her in surprise and asked, information. He then leaned down, smiled, and waved at the bird sitting on Sua's shoulder, addressing it as Solmi. The bird, to his shock, sharply took off and sank its claws into his face. The main character screamed in fear, and moments later, he was lying on the floor while the bird tormented him. Sua, still standing, asked him if he was a fool. She demanded to know why he thought the bird was Solmi. She shouted that it had a completely different color. She explained that she was a summoner who attaches the souls of the dead to the feathers of a crow. Soon, the bird flew out of the open window. After it left, Sua turned to Soul Mane and told her to be careful. Sua then looked at Siva and told him that although she was a magpie, she didn't have a single white feather. She explained that, as a child, this had upset her greatly. She added that Soul Mane might not get angry if he accidentally said something because of his personality, but it didn't mean she wouldn't be offended. The main character, now with a battered face and scratches, held his eye, which was oozing blood. He confirmed her warning and promised to be more careful. Sua, still looking at him, said that regardless, the magpie was sent by Solmi. She told him that last night, she ran around collecting information. Over the past month, she said, a large number of people had gone missing in the city. The last known locations of these missing individuals were concentrated in specific areas. She suggested that these areas might be hunting grounds for strangers and informed him that today, they would hunt at one of these points. The main character looked up at her confidently. Sua turned to him and told him that, before heading out, he needed to prepare. Siva zealously confirmed this and asked her what he should do. Before he could finish, Sua interrupted him with a sharp blow to his jaw. The main character sat on the floor, holding his swollen and bruised jaw. He looked at Sua in bewilderment. Standing in front of him, she told him that she understood the conditions weren't ideal, and as an unexpected guest, she wouldn't complain about any changes in service. However, she questioned if he really expected her to wear his sweat-soaked clothes. As she asked this, she began to take off her sports jacket. She told him that she had assumed he would bring her something decent since he'd been gone so long. The main character, with an upset expression, muttered that it was his most expensive tracksuit. Soa cut him short and ordered him to stop. Confidently looking down at him, she commanded that they go buy clothes immediately. Later, they arrived at a tall multi-story building. Soa asked, "Is this?" She added that it was the best department store in the country. She asked Siva what it was called. He replied that it was simply called the department store. Looking at the tall building in surprise, he admitted he wasn't sure if it was the best in Korea. However, he added that if you go to the provinces, you could find more options there. Sua crossed her arms and smiled at the building, remarking that it was quite impressive for something built without magic. She asked him if it was true that humans had created it. The main character looked intensely at the department store. As a young man, he had never been inside such a place before to buy clothes. It wasn't that he wasn't interested, he was at an age where appearance was very important, and he had saved enough money, but there had always been a problem: his build. Some time ago, when he was still overweight, Yashin had suggested they visit the store. Yashin had offered to buy at least one set of clothes and asked if this was okay. The main character, with a frustrated expression, had exhaled and said he would do it as soon as he lost weight. Now, standing in front of the store, he thought this was exactly the moment he had dreamed about for years. He clenched his palm into a fist, telling himself he would enjoy the moment to the fullest. Then he turned confidently to Soa, his eyes sparkling with determination, and shouted, "Go ahead." With a smile on his face, he invited her to try on anything she wanted. He told her that if she wanted to buy something, she only needed to let him know. Soa looked. Sue looked at Sua emotionlessly, noticing that this was what she wanted. Afterward, she thanked him for now. When they went inside the store, it was worth mentioning again that this was Sue's first time buying clothes for himself, so he didn't know the average prices for clothing. The main character looked at the price tags in horror. Sweat flowed profusely from his face as he held a label in his hand. The label displayed an amount of 950,000, along with details about the style, color, and size of the clothing. A girl consultant in the store, smiling brightly, pressed her palms together near her face and cheerfully remarked that his girlfriend was very lucky. She added that not many guys would spend that much. Sue, with a confused expression, held the jacket intended for Sua with both hands. Just then, Sua stepped out of the fitting room. The main character, standing with his back to her, continued staring at the label, convinced that there must be an extra zero in the price. At that moment, the consultant girl screamed in delight at Sua's appearance. She turned to Sua and shouted enthusiastically that the outfit suited her perfectly. Sua, now dressed in her new attire, carefully examined her reflection in the mirror. She looked around and concluded that it looked good. Turning to Sue, she asked how he thought it looked. The main character, with a pained expression and tears in his eyes, thought to himself that it cost more than 5 million. Yet, he was glad that he had exchanged enough money beforehand. Looking at Sua painfully, he hesitantly remarked that he thought it looked cool. Soon after, his phone buzzed with a notification. It was about a debit of 1,980,000 from his personal account by the clothing store. Sue stared at his phone screen in genuine surprise. Large drops of tears welled up in his eyes. Sue crossed her arms arrogantly and asked if she had told him to get rid of what he had chosen for himself. The main character remained silent, still staring at his phone screen with a worried look. As they left the store, the girl consultant smiled widely as she watched them go. Sue tried to calm himself, explaining inwardly that Suwa still had a lot to learn. He reminded himself that he had been able to get 30 gold coins, which was a reason to feel reassured. Exhaling deeply, he tried to relax. Suwa then suggested they look at something else. Su, filled with fear, asked her if she wanted anything more. She gave him a blank look and asked what he was talking about. She explained that they wouldn't be staying for just one day and questioned if all he had was a single outfit. The main character crossed his palms nervously, trying to answer her, but Suwa gestured with her finger for him to follow her. She asked him to come closer and extend his hands. When Su obediently stretched out his hands with a puzzled expression, Suwa placed a small handful of gold coins from the monster world into his palms. Looking at the coins in disbelief, Su's mouth hung wide open. He was delighted but completely speechless. Suwa told him that if he thought 10 gold coins were enough, he should use them. If he needed more, she asked him to say so right away. She added that he could keep the change, explaining that it wasn't much, but that he should accept it as a gesture of gratitude. Suwa, with a friendly smile and her hand on her hip, then turned around and invited him to move forward. Su, still confused, continued standing with his outstretched hands holding the coins. They soon entered another clothing store. Inside, there were many stands and hanger racks displaying various items. In the center of the large hall was an area for paying for purchases. Suwa, wearing a new light outfit, looked at her reflection in the mirror and smiled. She asked Su how it looked. Su, clasping his palms together with a smile, shouted that it was great. Suwa then tried on another outfit, adding a jacket to the previous one. She asked Su what he thought. The main character clapped his hands in admiration and shouted that she looked beautiful. Suwa, looking uncertainly at the floor and scratching the back of her head, dressed in a third outfit. She asked him if he was sure. Su, with a wide smile, gave her a double thumbs up and shouted enthusiastically, "Absolutely." A few moments later, Su was lying on the floor, bruised, with light smoke rising from his head. Suwa stood above him, her fist still outstretched and smoking. Su, now on his stomach, asked in bewilderment, "But for what?" Suwa, looking slightly unsure, told him that she wasn't certain, but for some reason, it had infuriated her. After these events, the main character, holding several bags of clothing, followed Suwa out of the store. Su noticed that, to be honest, he was a little surprised. Suwa asked him why he was surprised. Su looked at her with wide eyes and raised eyebrows, assuming this was her first time in the human world. He asked her if that was true. Suwa looked at him with interest, and the main character continued, saying that, despite it being her first time, she chose clothes as if she already had a formed taste. Moreover, she knew more than him. Suwa, looking ahead, explained that it was all because of Sum. She told him that Sum thought she was interested in clothing and kept bringing her all sorts of items as gifts. However, Suwa added that it annoyed her. The main character looked at her in surprise and wondered if she had actually read all the material Sum gave her. Suwa continued to explain that the reasons she came to the human world were complex, but she didn't get a chance to finish. At that moment, Su suddenly bumped shoulders with a man in glasses walking past him. The man shyly put his hand on the back of his head and apologized. The woman walking beside the man told him to be careful and quickly invited him to hurry along. Suwa, observing the scene, commented that she thought the man was a typical example. However, she also remarked that it seemed to her people had, in general, degenerated. The main character, surprised, asked what she was talking about. Suwa noted that the man pushed him by mistake and asked Su if that was true. She continued, saying that one word or one look should have solved the problem. Then, she told him that he was the same. She explained that if someone behaved that way, They should have made the person pay, not necessarily kill them, but make sure they wouldn't even dare to look at them again. In her mind, an image appeared of Sue beating the man with glasses to a bloody pulp. Sue, greatly surprised, asked if she thought such measures were necessary. Sue answered affirmatively, looking piercingly at him. She said this was the problem with the human world. She explained that he didn't know all the details, but if a monster behaved like that, they would be called weaklings no matter how strong they were. She elaborated that if someone was perceived as weak, it meant they were no longer dangerous. Even if they were serious opponents, they could still be defeated without consequences because they'd be seen as victims. Crossing her arms over her chest, she noted that Sue probably bowed to high tie too easily. She remarked that Sue might have had one, but he let him go too easily. The main character looked at her in amazement and asked how she knew. Looking to the side, she repeated his question. How do I know? She explained that as soon as he entered the house, she smelled a wet dog. Then, she noted another stench, one that was both special and rare. She asked him if it was the youngest of the three, a talker without dignity. She also described him as ugly and other such traits. The main character stared at her in bewilderment, his eyes and mouth wide open, before confirming it. He then asked if she knew him. Sue replied that she didn't really know him but explained that he was her friend's brother. She told Sue that, about 20 years ago, she and her friend got into a fight. Sue said that during that time, rumors about her started circulating, and she quarreled with her friend because of a fictitious rivalry, despite being almost 100 years older than her. She admitted it sounded stupid. The main character looked at her in shock and asked if she actually fought with her friend. Sue closed her eyes, nodded, and replied affirmatively. She added, "Why not?" Then she anticipated his next question and quickly answered that it was pointless to ask if she won because of course she tore her friend to shreds. Sue explained that she told her friend it would be better if they never saw each other again, and that she didn't want to see her annoying face. Since then she hadn't seen him, but according to Sue, he continued to walk around, threatening her behind her back. Sue reacted to her story with a surprised sigh. Sue pointed her finger at his face and told him that, in any case, the point was this: when you win, you have to win correctly. She looked at him seriously and raised her index finger, telling him that, as a human, he couldn't quickly understand how monsters thought. She advised him that when he used violence he should do so confidently. This, she explained, would reduce the need for more violence. The main character looked down tiredly and told her he would remember this. Then, Sue pointed out that he needed to be ready to face anyone he met here. Sue raised his surprised gaze and repeated her words, asking, "Who will I meet here?" Meanwhile, the man in glasses and the woman who had encountered Sue earlier were running through the shopping center. The woman repeatedly urged the man to hurry up, holding his hand and pulling him forward. He suggested they take their time, but the woman, with a frightened expression, explained that if they were even slightly late, their reservation would be canceled. She added that she had been waiting a week for it. Suddenly, the guy whose hand she had just held disappeared. She turned in his direction in surprise and asked what was wrong with him. Then she reminded him that she had already said they were in a hurry. She looked behind her and saw no one. Looking around in bewilderment, she asked, "What?" At that moment, magical energy rushed away from her. The girl asked the missing guy where he was and begged him not to joke with her. With a frightened expression on her face, she sat on a chair at a table. Her lips were pierced with staples as she leaned her head on her hand, speaking seriously. This girl's name was Madeira. Holding a cup in her hand, she said, 20 guys, and they all taste disgusting then." She remarked that everyone was disgusting except those who could fight. She noted that it was better to eat those who were next to them. As she drank from her cup, she looked to the side in surprise. A boy, holding his mother's hand, was staring at her with wide eyes. Madeira looked back at him. The boy's face contorted, his mouth opened wide, and his face turned red as he stood in horror. At that moment, Madeira opened her mouth wide and pulled out the bloody glasses of the man she had recently eaten. Large drops of tears appeared in the boy's eyes, and his pupils narrowed from fear. He screamed loudly in horror. His mother, bewildered, asked him why he was behaving that way. Madeira, still calm, continued sipping her drink. Suddenly, voices came from behind her. Calling her the puppeteer, a man approached her and asked to talk. This man's name was Rai. Madeira looked up at him with an ominous smile and reminded him that the upper world was his territory, while the dungeon was hers. She asked him, wasn't there an agreement that we wouldn't interfere in each other's hunting grounds? Then she added that he apparently took the rule too seriously. After that, she asked why relatives should be separated when they were so close before. Rai, calmly looking down at her, said that the underground monsters of those territories were already coming. He explained that they had tracked them. Madeira, speaking happily, said, finally then, she asked if they would give up. She noted that the broker's conditions were to avoid fighting with the monsters here, and asked if that was true. Rai answered her, saying that, to be precise, the condition was not to create problems. He explained that, in other words, everything was permissible as long as they didn't cause a fuss. Madeira observed that he knew the theoretical conditions well. Then, she remarked that a month had passed since they started hunting, and only now were they doing something. She commented that the monsters in this region were no good and couldn't even protect their own cattle behind fences. She laughed, finding it amusing that they were afraid of them. Rai removed his glasses and explained that was precisely why he was doing this with his brothers and sisters. He continued, saying that if they were taking risks by being here, they didn't need to worry about casualties. With a smile on his face, he looked at Madeira and asked for her help. Then he told her that 2 local monsters had come here today, and they would simply catch and eat them. Sawa, overhearing this, remarked that they were continuing with their impudent nonsense. The main character, looking at her in surprise, realized what this meant and said, "So you didn't come here for clothes?" Sawa explained that it was one of the reasons, but also because of information from Sum. With a smile, she added that this was the largest department store in the country, and the place where people disappeared most often. She revealed that during their shopping she had deliberately scattered seeds. Sue looked at her tensely as she said this. Sawa continued, stating that in crowded places, it was better to observe and grab rather than run. With a sly smile, she looked ahead and asked, "What is this?" She noted that instead of running, the monsters were just sitting there. She concluded, "That's why we should give them something to fear." The protagonist and Siwa looked ahead with sinister, confident smiles on their faces. Sue remarked, "This area," but then interrupted himself, correcting, "No, this city is their hunting ground." Siwa continued, agreeing that they were very mistaken. She and Sue both thought about why there were so many people in the department store. They realized the reason was not only that it was the most popular department store in the country, but also because it was the intersection of 3 subway lines where large numbers of people passed through daily. In addition, the department store housed a bus terminal connecting the city with other regions. These 3 elements combined to create the center of the city, where tens of thousands of people passed every day. Siwa and Sue understood that if a few people disappeared here, no one would notice. Looking around, the main character added that if the monsters avoided witnesses and cameras, no one would know anything about it. However, he immediately corrected himself, suggesting that the monsters didn't even need to hide from the cameras, because in such a crowd, many would simply think the missing people got lost. SVA admitted that she was not sure if the person had made a mistake or moved to another place, but judging by the tracks, she noted that there were about 4 hunters. These hunters, as it seemed to her, had divided the hunting areas among themselves, creating 3 territories, one of which had 2 hunters. Before continuing the discussion, Sway honestly admitted that she did not know what kind of monsters were hunting in the area. Having learned that there were 4 monsters, CVU asked if it might be better to report everything to the Divine Judge, given the number of hunters. He was also worried since they didn't know anything about the enemy. However, San noted that this would be a good option in another situation, but if they did so now, there would be no fight. She explained that the monsters seemed to be provoking them, almost as if they knew CVU and Subway had come for them. The monsters appeared to be warning that they would not run away. San introduced the hunters and emphasized that they should have an escape plan in case someone other than her and the main character became involved. Swa suggested that, in such a case, the monsters would simply flee. For her and CVU, this would amount to defeat. She understood that since their goal was to catch the monsters, letting them escape was not an option. She also admitted that pursuing the monsters might not be possible, as they had to obey the law. Looking at the crowds of people passing by, Soa warned that chasing the monsters would be difficult without harming civilians. She added that the monsters would likely use this advantage as soon as they could, and this would most likely dictate where the battle would take place. With a tired sigh, SVA mentioned that Bai had given them this test for a reason. She admitted that she saw no other solution unless they ran toward the monsters without a plan and approach that seemed reckless. Swa doubted that the area near the subway or terminal would be empty. Still, he glanced at his phone screen and asked if it was true that the department store would be closing soon. Though the staff remained after closing hours, Sawa grinned, realizing it wouldn't matter anymore. Meanwhile, in the garden on the roof of the department store, Brendan Byron noticed a man approaching. He asked the man where Madeira was. Ray explained that Madeira had left, stating that she did not want to get involved. He recalled how Madeira had told him she wasn't interested and would rather relax and eat. Taking a sip from a nearby cup, Madeira admitted she wouldn't give up her comfort, just to hunt and consume 2 incapable people. Ray frowned as he remembered her reasoning. He had assured her there would be no problem since 4 of them would surely be enough to win. Interrupting him, Madeira remarked that it was only Ray who thought so. Setting down her cup, she noted that it sounded as if Ray was inviting her to play roulette with odds of 50/50 at best. Smiling, she added that she understood Ray might be unhappy but asked what she could do. Madeira admitted that the hunters she had observed this month were unreliable. She asked Ray if he truly believed he could stop her by force. Ray clenched his jaw in frustration and asked if Madeira seriously meant what she was saying. He assumed she thought she could interfere with him and the others. However, standing up, Madeira calmly admitted that she wasn't planning to interfere with anyone. She asked Ray not to worry and revealed that she needed to find a new place to hunt. Deciding to be honest, Madeira acknowledged they were parting ways. Ray wanted to argue, but Madeira walked past him, thanking him for everything. She explained that she had learned a lot from him, but believed this was likely the end. With a final grin, she wished Ray good luck. Byron, crossing her arms, insulted Madeira, accusing her of not appreciating Ray's kindness. She added that Madeira's head should have been torn off on the spot. We noticed that Ray seemed to have a soft spot for Madeira. Ignoring Byron's remarks, Ray warned that nothing would change because Madeira was gone. She wasn't particularly strong, and Ray believed the 3 remaining hunters would be enough. Ween, placing a finger on her chin, agreed that this might be true but admitted she didn't expect Madeira to refuse, given how much she loved to hunt and consume. Byron caught Ray's attention and asked what he planned to do after killing the 2 rookies. She believed other monsters would need to be dealt with harshly. Ray explained that he had prepared a place for them to hide, where they could continue hunting in the area. Byron, surprised, asked if he truly meant they would stay here. Ray confirmed this, saying they would keep hunting people and eliminating the local monsters chasing them. He explained that they had a geographical advantage. If they disappeared into the crowd, their pursuers wouldn't be able to fight at full strength. Ween warned that this strategy had its limits, arguing that leaving their enemies alive might be more dangerous than risking a few casualties. Those trying to catch them would lose. Rai admitted that this was indeed the case and explained that this was why they needed to absorb as much as possible before returning to the continent and reaching the Kingdom of Seoul. Turning to Ween and Bian, Rai asked them to think about the humiliation their family had suffered. Frowning, he noted that they most likely wouldn't be able to return home yet. However, he added that when they did, no one would dare underestimate them again. Magic energy began to be released from Rai's body, and after calming down, he declared that together, they would not only control the monsters of all the Central Plains, but also rule the next era and become kings of the monsters. Bian and Ween smiled happily when they heard this. At the same time, Swa began to use her magic. Rai, Bian, and Ween felt the sudden surge of power and froze, their eyes widening in amazement. They were surprised by the sudden appearance of the monster's power, which engulfed the entire building. Soon after, a voice was heard. Swa asked, "Isn't it already late?" She ordered everyone to go home. The people walking around the department store, affected by Subia's magic, froze momentarily and then began to disperse, obeying her command. Subua added that they should act quickly and strengthen their innate magic, which was called Violet Whisper. The voice, enhanced by the monster's power, subtly convinced the surrounding creatures. The effect was stronger depending on the difference in strength between the monsters and the proximity of the user to the target. Now, using her skill, Sway remembered how she had used it on the main character. Moving toward Rai and his sisters, she asked, "Weren't there 4 of you, Rai?" And Bian frowned wearily, looking in the direction of the voice. Sabla admitted to herself that it was quite difficult to use this ability from afar and without a direct contract. Smirking, she noted out loud that Rai, Bian, and Ween couldn't be completely stupid. Everyone understood that only an exceptional genius among monsters, possessing incredible technology and strength, could cover the entire department store. Rai, frowning, confidently assumed that Sebi was still on the floors below. However, in an instant, she jumped onto the roof. Subiya surveyed the current situation and announced that she could smell Rai and the others even from inside the department store. Now that she was closer, she could sense it even more clearly. Subwa even envied humans' dull sense of smell and expressed relief at the fresh air, as being near Bian, Ween, and Rai made it almost painful to breathe. Not hearing this, Bian frowned angrily and clenched her jaw, calling Subway names. Ray stopped her, ordering her not to pay attention to the pathetic provocations. Turning to Ween, he told her to go downstairs. Ween, surprised, asked if they didn't want to fight together. Rai warned that they needed to catch both targets and, looking at Subiyoi, said that he and Bian would deal with her. The second monster, which had prepared the attack, was not as strong. That was why Rai believed that Ween could handle it alone. He told her to catch Swa and consume her herself. Ween, very pleased to hear this, still asked for confirmation. Without waiting for an answer, she instantly ran to carry out the assignment and disappeared. Swa commented that this was a bad decision. She suggested that it would have been better if Rai had told Ween to run as far as she could because that way he could have at least saved one life. Byron remarked that Sabiye was very kind but warned that, in such situations, one should worry more about one's own life than about Ween, their younger sister. Rai, still frowning, carefully observed Saboy. He acknowledged that she was obviously strong. No matter how much he tried to convince himself otherwise, Rai understood that Sabaya was highly skilled. If they had encountered Swai a month ago, she would have easily defeated them. However, Rai believed that things were different now. They had consumed about 1,000 people in the last month and were ready to face her. Rai and Bayan prepared for battle, modifying their arms. Swajua, undeterred by this, admitted she liked how Rai and Bayan underestimated what they were getting into. Tearing out one of her nails, she smirked confidently, challenging them to prove their worth. At the same time, inside the department store, a woman who had been hypnotized stood leaning her forehead against the wall. Approaching her, Siva placed his hand on her shoulder. The woman, feeling his touch, woke up and looked around in amazement. Siva asked if she was okay. The woman, confused, admitted she didn't understand what was happening. Smiling, Siva explained that there had been an alarm earlier due to a gas leak, which was why the department store had closed early. Pointing behind him, he told her that the main entrance was still open, so she could leave through it. Thanking Siva for the information, the woman looked around and asked if he had seen a child, a boy slightly taller than her. Siva guessed she was talking about her grandson. He explained that he had seen the boy on the lower floor, adding that the boy had gone to look for her because he was worried. Sighing with relief, the woman began heading downstairs. Siva watched her go, satisfied that she was now safe. After she had left, Siva closed his eyes, sighed, and assumed that there was almost no one left in the department store. He remembered saying something similar before Sebois had left. Swavia explained that if they were lucky, there would be no one left at all, since she could whisper to people up to 3 digits away. At the same time, crossing her arms over her chest, she clarified that if there was a certain level of resistance to magic, persuasion might not work. That was why she had asked Sue to walk around the department store and look for those who didn't obey her whispers. Turning around, she began to leave, and the main character agreed to fulfill the request. He continued to walk through the department store, looking carefully around. He found about 7 people but decided to look around again, just to be safe. Suddenly, Siva was distracted by a voice. Turning around, he noticed a person coming closer. The person commented on how strong Siva's aura was. The main character had been looking for this man for a long time but was still unsure of his decision. Siva frowned in confusion, not understanding what the man meant. Meanwhile, the person continued speaking and assumed that the situation was a little strange. It was Ween who smiled, leaned forward slightly, and suggested that Siva pretend they hadn't seen each other. In that case, she said, they wouldn't have to fight. This proposal surprised Siva even more. Bewildered, he asked her to repeat herself. Ween honestly admitted that she had come to absorb the main character but noted that he wouldn't be very nutritious for her. Besides, she liked people like Siva. She then asked if it was true that monsters didn't have to eat each other. Unlike Bion and Ray, Ween didn't want to become the king of the monsters. Hearing these words, Siva clenched his jaw tightly and leaned back slightly. Meanwhile, Ween continued speaking, saying that this world would belong to monsters in 6 months. That time would be enough for them to eat their fill and never go hungry again. Without ceasing to smile, she leaned closer to the main character and asked if it was true that he, too, would calmly eat everyone in 6 months. She suggested that they become friends instead of behaving like boring enemies. No one would understand that. Ween mentioned that she, Ray, and the others had already eaten here. Noticing that Siva still hadn't answered, she hurried him to respond. She admitted that she liked him very much. The main character opened his eyes wider, still in shock, unable to cope with his emotions. Finally, ignoring Ween's previous questions, he asked if she had come from below. Ween, surprised, looked toward the nearby escalators. After thinking for a moment, she smiled and guessed that it had been Siva who sent the old woman. She said she had seen the woman and her grandson when she was coming up and that she had eaten them. Now, calling herself stupid, Ween awkwardly smiled and put her hand on the back of her head. She admitted that now that she and Siva had met, she understood she should have acted differently. However, before Ween could finish speaking, Siva swung his hand forcefully and struck her in the face. Ween's head jerked to the side, and the main character gritted his teeth in irritation, frowning at how strong the blow was. Ween was thrown far back, hitting the wall hard. Dust and fragments of stone flew into the air. Siva, having calmed down a little, froze, thinking he finally understood everything. However, in truth, he didn't understand at all. Because the monsters had eaten people, the last 3 days had been complete darkness for Siva. He now personally understood what monsters were and how dangerous they could be. Remembering all the monsters he had encountered, Siva realized at that moment that he only knew the danger that one monster posed to another. Now the main character couldn't contain his emotions, and his hands began to shake. He understood that for ordinary people, monsters were a disaster. Meanwhile, Ween, moving slightly away from the wall where a dent had formed, cried out quietly. Touching the injured part of her face with her palm, she asked if Siva thought he was being too rude. She added that he could have simply said he wasn't happy. Then, distracting herself from the topic, she licked the blood from the corner of her lips and was amazed at how things had turned out. Deciding to overlook the fact that Siva had struck her, she admitted she had initially thought he was weak. Now, however, she assumed that the main character was quite powerful. Ween observed Siva, as well as the magical aura around him. The main character, clenching his fists, said it was a relief for him. Ween's eyes widened as Siva instantly approached her and jumped to attack. Ween realized the attack would come from the left, but she didn't have time to react. Siva dealt a powerful blow, throwing her further to the side. Siva decided that instead of enjoying the act, he would convince himself he simply wanted to eat. That way it wouldn't feel as disgusting. Frowning seriously, Siva continued delivering precise blows, attacking over and over again. Ween gradually retreated, unable to stop the relentless assault. The character did not stop attacking and, concentrating his energy, launched one of his most powerful attacks, which caused the floor to crack. Ween fell to the lower floor, and Shu jumped down after her. Ween laughed sadly and asked, "What is this?" She realized that Shu was mocking her. Looking at her body and broken limbs, she admitted that she had seen many types of monster powers but noted that this was something entirely different. Raising her gaze, she noticed Shu holding a goblin club he had created. She asked what it was. Shu didn't answer, but Ween admitted it was very cool since she had never seen anything like it before. She was genuinely amazed and asked if this was Shu's unique magic. The protagonist confirmed it and, getting into a fighting stance, swung his club, directing a powerful attack toward Ween. As a stream of magical energy flew forward, but it caused no damage to Ween. She realized what had happened. Shu, noticing this, trembled slightly and opened his eyes wide in amazement. Meanwhile, Ween's hand had transformed, and she blocked the attack, remarking, "Isn't this view unpleasant?" She grabbed the club, and Shu, shocked, asked what kind of power this was. He failed to hold the club in his hands as the attack dissipated. Still stunned, Shu realized it wasn't just strength. He hadn't even noticed Ween's instant recovery or her swift movement to block the attack. He wondered aloud if Ween really looked like this. Frowning, Shu suddenly noticed an attack coming his way. He raised his arms to block it and managed to defend himself. Ween, also frowning, prepared to attack again. She sharply thrust her hand forward but suddenly froze, dissipating the magical energy. Her eyes widened as Shu intercepted her hand and delivered a counterattack. Ween hadn't expected this. The main character pressed his feet harder against the floor, continued holding Ween's hand, and then lifted her, throwing her far back. Ween's collision with the wall caused a small explosion. Still recovering from the attack, she confidently said that if Shu knew what she truly looked like, he would have run away without even starting a fight. Breathing heavily, Shu remained silent, observing her carefully. Meanwhile, Ween explained that this was her unique magic, or, to put it another way, her original form. Looking at her arms and legs, which had also changed, Ween admitted that this was her real appearance. She noted that her face and torso were equally unpleasant. The main character didn't know how to respond. Smiling excitedly, she explained that the problem wasn't just how she looked. Ween knew this and asked if it was true that she smelled like a decomposed corpse. She added that, until recently, she hadn't known what she smelled like. For a long time, she and those like her had been called Yaka. Unlike other monsters, they were a species born to devour humans. Remembering the trembling, nearly lifeless human bodies they consumed, Ween explained that if they didn't eat human flesh, they couldn't absorb life force naturally. Shu asked if this was true. Ween continued, explaining that even naturally strong species like hers and her relatives mostly survived by devouring the bodies of the dead on battlefields. She painted a grim picture but noted that they had been treated poorly. Ween admitted that she had heard her kind was nearly extinct because of these laws. Humans, she noted, were tasty and nutritious for other monsters. Being deprived of access to their primary food source, most of her kind had starved to death. Several of Ween's kind had tried returning to the human world to feed, but other monsters killed them. Hearing this, Shu frowned slightly. Ween said her parents were among those killed. Lowering her gaze, she admitted that she wasn't very sad because she barely remembered her parents. However, her heart broke whenever she thought of Rai and Bayan. She explained that the three of them, parentless, lived in the shadows of the human world. They couldn't maintain their human forms and lived in the sewers, covered in human filth. They didn't even know how terrible they looked. Ween remembered how she recently lived with Rai and Bayan, but now, smiling, she asked Shu to look at her. She declared that she was now sweet and beautiful. Ween added that instead of the dark, smelly sewers, she could now walk under a clear, fresh sky, bathed in sunlight. However, she said there was something even more important. She asked if it was true that eating humans wasn't a terrible crime. She explained that they had been doing so for tens of thousands of years, except for the last 666 years, and would continue 6 months from now. Ween declared that she wasn't willing to give up this wonderful life for a second because of some law, as she had already lost too much. Shu was amazed at her confession. Returning to their original conversation, Ween asked if Shu could simply pretend. She recalled that she had finally met a monster she genuinely liked and didn't want to fight him. Shu did not want to kill because of the law. Instead, he decided to talk in order to clarify the situation. He warned Ween that he was not a monster and also expressed hope that the law would remain in effect forever. That was why, instead of talking nonsense without meaning or empathy, he suggested that Ween simply attack. Ween bit her lip, thinking about it. Then, lowering her head, she finally understood everything. Sharply moving forward, she began to attack, although she admitted she was sad things had turned out this way. Activating her magic, Ween launched the first blow. However, Shu was already prepared, defended himself, and frowned, wondering if Ween was even faster and stronger than before. He realized that a head-on fight was hopeless if this wasn't even Ween's full strength. Shu had all the qualities of a monster, but it was obvious he was special due to his bloodline, talents, and the combat experience thrown at him in such a short time. His mental toughness, skills, and ability to control the energy of monsters had significantly influenced his newfound strength. However, in this particular situation, the enemy was several times faster than his learning speed. Thinking about this, Shu looked at the enraged Ween who was charging to attack. He mentally noted that the difference in strength between their species was very noticeable. Ween struck, slightly hitting Shu. The protagonist realized one peculiarity when he dodged the blow, and it didn't hit its target. It instead struck the wall behind him and broke it. After apologizing, Ween admitted she wasn't yet accustomed to her new strength and speed, since she had only recently acquired them. Shu paused to catch his breath and realized there was one factor that erased any difference in strength: human flesh. Ween, stopping briefly, admitted she was almost used to her new powers, confidently noting she could deal with Shu without any problems. The protagonist, without answering, suggested that human flesh wasn't just a nutritious diet for monsters. By consuming human flesh, monsters gained effects similar to an elixir, but with many pleasant bonuses and no side effects. Shu imagined a person injecting themselves with an elixir and thought about how, over the past month, constant consumption of flesh had made Ween grow so significantly that even she hadn't realized it. Drawing Shu's attention, Ween asked him what he thought about using the spell he used earlier. Without answering, Shu snapped his fingers to summon a scroll and frowned. Ween noted that among all the protagonist's attacks, that spell was the strongest. Given its range advantage, it had the best chance of defeating her. Still, Shu wasn't sure of its effectiveness. Frowning, he put away the scroll and began to concentrate his energy. He punched, sending streams of magical energy toward Ween. However, she dodged and ran forward, assuming the speed and power of the spell wouldn't be much different from his barehanded attacks. She realized the spell was unlikely to be as effective as she had feared and ran forward to deliver an actual attack. Shu blocked it, although it required considerable effort. Striking again, Ween admitted she had no choice but to kill Shu and eat him. Soon after, when Ween briefly stopped, Shu, covered in blood and trembling, bowed his head. Ween suddenly admitted it would be nice to at least know his name since she would be pleased to meet him. Despite this, she continued attacking. Shu, thinking about the strength of the battle, realized there was still a chance of victory. He sighed but recognized some peculiarities. At that moment, Ween suddenly froze as if realizing something. She mentally noted that Shu not using his club was akin to gambling with his life. Suddenly, Shu grinned, grabbed her hand, and explained, "This is how it's done. It's called Goblin Sarim." He declared victory in the fight. A few hours later, someone asked Shu if he had truly fought with a black turtle. Shu, who was driving in a car, awkwardly scratched his cheek with his finger and admitted he wasn't sure fought was the right word. Despite putting in all his strength, there was no significant effect on the opponent. Although Shu tried, his opponent seemed constantly relaxed. Sihua, who was riding next to him, noted this was understandable since Shu's approach was wrong from the start. She remarked that Goya's blood was thicker than water, and his strength and skill in controlling it were exceptional. Goya pretended to be indifferent, but he was impeccable in combat, making him the best of the best. Additionally, even among monsters 300 or 500 years old, few on the Korean peninsula could match Goya's strength. Shu, frightened by this, simply asked if it was true that Sequoia was 500 years old. He assumed her statement applied to herself as well. Sawa, angered, glared menacingly at the protagonist and asked what he meant. Shu, nervously moving to the other end of the car, apologized, saying he didn't mean to offend her. Siwa, calming down, grinned as if amused. She was sure she would win because, no matter her age, she was the strongest. Returning to the original topic of conversation, Sui asked what CA was doing when he fought Goya. She suggested that it was not as pleasant as when Sia fought against her. The protagonist froze in surprise upon hearing this question. He eventually responded, revealing that he had tried to use the tools he received from Solmi, as well as the Siam at full power, to defeat Goya. The driver of the car thought that young people nowadays had very strange conversations, CVU, meanwhile, lowered his head, closed his eyes, and admitted that he didn't see shock or anything like that in Goya because it was pointless. Swabi, crossing her arms over her chest, looked to the side and then asked if Goya hadn't moved. CVU asked again in bewilderment, and Sebe clarified that she was referring to the moment when CV used his technique. She suggested that, since Goya was not a physically focused fighter, he either stood still or CVU played on surprise. The protagonist confirmed that this was indeed the case and explained that he struck while they were shaking hands. Swa realized that the reason why CVU was unable to harm Goya was due to something other than the difference in their skill levels. In the end, she smiled and declared that it was simple. She noted that no matter how powerful magic is, it doesn't make everyone equally invulnerable. After all, Siam is primarily a contest of strength. She asked if this was true. Some time passed as Subiyue thought about what she was feeling. She was glad that it didn't make her angry. Rai, who stood in front of her covered in blood, paused and asked what Sebae was even talking about. Swa froze in amazement, not expecting this question. Then, smiling, she said that her assumptions had turned out to be correct. She admitted that she had left something just in case because she was worried. Rai and Bian were unusually strong, and she had been concerned they might die. Yet Rai's level only slightly reminded Swa of the person she was thinking about. Rai, trembling in pain, stayed silent and listened carefully. Swa admitted honestly that she was a little disappointed. She thought Rai and Bian would force her to use at least 4 towels. However, sighing, she calculated that she had only used 3. If she really wanted to, 2 would have been enough. She realized that wasn't necessary and suddenly admitted she was wondering how many monsters similar to Rai existed on the Korean peninsula. She assumed that Rai and the others had crossed the border secretly. Looking at Bian, who was badly wounded and sitting a little away against the wall, she returned her attention to Rai. She asked if it was true that he should know at least something. She inquired how many monsters had come to the peninsula from outside. Additionally, she wondered who had brought the low-level monsters to hide there for a while. Frowning and clenching his jaw, Rai asked if Subway really thought he would just tell her this information. Swabi asked if it wasn't obvious. Smirking, she admitted she didn't know how Rai and the others had done it but noted that they lived there secretly, breaking the laws. Pretending that everything was fine would be ridiculous. This was why Seboy advised Rai and Bian to be obedient and cooperate with her if they wanted to save their lives. Rai, angered by this, clenched his teeth and forcefully refused to accept Swa's terms. His body began to mutate. Swa stood calmly, watching this. Tearing out another nail, she assessed Rai, thinking that, judging by his energy, he could be considered strong even by the standards of his ki level. At that moment, Rai ran to attack. Swa summoned the foot of the supreme demon, suppressing the emperor. The next moment, a huge foot appeared directly above Rai, trampling him into the ground as it obeyed Swa's order to suppress him. Swa warned that it didn't matter what Rai did, as the result would be the same. Despite his immense strength, Rai's style relied on primitive brute force. Even if he were 10 times stronger, the outcome would remain unchanged. The small part of Rai's body that remained trembled in pain. Seboy asked him to understand that power was not just about raw strength but about how the monster used it. Solmi, in the form of a bird, landed on Sue's shoulder and exclaimed that this was indeed true. Looking at Subiyoi, she noted that Sue looked cool. Sebawa, surprised by Sol's appearance, asked how long she had been watching. Solmi, taking on human form, exclaimed that she had just arrived. She added that Swa's reaction was very boring, noting that Swa was not like this before. Swa explained that she only reacted the first few times because she thought that if she behaved this way at every meeting, something was clearly wrong with her. Distracted from this topic of conversation, Swetchway suddenly looked intently at Soulmane and asked if something had really happened to her. She suggested that Soulmane looked very unwell. Soulme, who indeed appeared exhausted, admitted that a lot had happened since last night. She had not slept and had been flying throughout the entire kingdom of monsters and the kingdom of humans. Almost crying, she looked at Subway with weary eyes. Hope, asking her to save her, surprised Sia with this request. So I explained that she was collecting information, transmitting messages, clearing up consequences, and entertaining guests, but there was still a huge amount of work to do. Swatwa, looking at the crying Solmi, asked in bewilderment what she was saying. Soulmane asked Silwa to help her charm a few people, and Silwa agreed, but then asked what Soulmane meant when she said she was entertaining guests. Soulmane wanted to explain what was going on but suddenly froze, feeling the building shake slightly. She asked if something was happening downstairs, wondering if there were still monsters there. Swa smiled and suggested it was Sivo, most likely fighting. Soulmane froze in horror when she heard this, and asked if Suwa was brought here by the main character. She recalled that these were dangerous monsters who could be much stronger than Siu. Sighing, Sefe didn't argue with the fact that these monsters were indeed quite strong, noting that if Siv was unlucky, he might die, though the chances of that were small. However, she questioned why they needed to seek out weak monsters for the main character, simply because it could be dangerous here. She asked if Sue's skills would improve over the next 6 months. Sai bit her lip, listening to Sua's words, as Sua continued, noting that if Sawa's bloodline were ordinary, then, at his current level, he would be considered quite worthy. But the main character is a goblin, and even if we put aside his desire to become a king, his very nature means that he will fight non-stop. If Sawa doesn't fight all the battles for them, that means Sai just wants to block his way. Somi looked down, not knowing what to say but still wanted to object. Sawa announced that there was nothing to worry about. So I looked at her in bewilderment, and Sawa advised that blood is thicker than water. She told Soi not to be afraid but just wait, since everything would be over soon. CVU, at this time, continued to fight with Ween. She approached him and struck, but despite this, she continued to stand. Ween frowned and asked how he did it. She struck continuously, but the main character reflected the attacks. Due to the force of one of the strikes, he jumped slightly to the side. Ween froze in shock for a moment, thinking that her attacks had hit properly more than 10 times. Suddenly, she realized something had changed. The moment Siva blocked her blow, she asked what exactly had happened. She then noticed that Shu had stood up and asked if he was still standing. The main character suddenly thought about the Goblin Siam, because unlike the Goblin Club, only a few had this privilege. The whole point was that goblins were born with instinctive fighting skills. However, if it was just a technique that relied on strength, Goblin Surim would not be called a magical ability. Suwu imagined a man fighting a monster who, at the beginning, could not do anything and was trembling, clenching his teeth in despair. But then, he suddenly opened his eyes and realized he was hugging a tree. Because of this, goblins were not just known as monsters who fought well, but as monsters who could not be defeated through fighting. Sivo understood all of this and, taking a step forward, apologized to Ween as he understood something and got carried away. He wanted to try something as soon as possible so as not to forget this feeling. Ween was very surprised to hear such words. Meanwhile, Su Yu, frowning confidently, suggested ending this. Ween immediately ran to attack, and Su, looking at her, thought if the blow cannot be neutralized, then there must be a movement that will soften it. This means we need to act differently. Ween, meanwhile, announced that she was returning what she had received earlier and hit the main character with her head. Siu, feeling this attack, mentally noted that the movement itself was simple. Ween leaned slightly to the side, looking at Siwa, and he, frowning, realized it was necessary to minimize the damage by redirecting the force of the impact. This was a basic principle, not only in Siam but also in many other fighting techniques and self-defense. However, the protagonist learned that this was not all. It was possible not only to reduce the damage received but also to release it at a point of contact with the body to neutralize it. Sivi knew that goblins called these roots. Just as it was difficult to break a tree with strong roots, it was equally impossible to move a goblin who understood the root technique. In case the goblin stands firmly on both legs, minimizing the damage received, this increases the strength of the goblin Siam. Sushu remembered his fight with the largemouth goblin, as well as the first time he used a club in a battle with Sawa, and mentally noted that, in this case, the goblin was beyond his previous boundaries. Only then could the goblin show true strength. Having managed to intercept Ween, Siu picked her up and threw her forcefully to the ground. Ween's eyes widened in horror as her body crashed through several floors. The main character jumped after her and, stopping on the desired floor, froze for a while. Ween asked if she could request a favor. She asked that Siu simply finish her off before she died from her injury. If her power wore off, she would return to her original form. But she wanted to be as beautiful as possible, even in death. Siu, however, said that he was not going to kill Ween because she had a lot of testimony to give about the other monsters that crossed the border and how they did it. Ween laughed desperately, noting that it would be good if he wanted to keep her alive for another reason. She asked if she was hoping for too much. Suddenly, the main character felt some movement. Frowning, he turned around, fighting off the attack. At the same time, Siwa, in order to hurry Somi to answer the question, asked what it meant when she talked about entertaining guests. She also wondered where these guests were from. Soli said that, among those who crossed the border, there were several monsters from the mainland. In the mainland monster kingdom, the monsters knew about the incident, so they sent help, thus taking responsibility. Sawa, crossing her arms over her chest, asked what was wrong with that. She admitted that she would like to meet these monsters if they were powerful and curiously asked what their level was. Soy thought that these monsters had all the necessary skills but excitedly noted that, out of pride, they had sent an assistant with a particularly high reputation in the monster world. Dealing with such an assistant would be very difficult. Sawa asked if Soy was talking about reputation. She suggested that the monsters from the continent might have sent some kind of elder who had been sleeping for the last 1,000 years. Soy said it was not like that, recalling that others said the monster they sent was a direct descendant of a great bloodline. Sawa asked whose descendant it was and why it was here. At that moment she stood looking at Shy-Eye, who was standing opposite her. Somi said that this monster was the great and wise equal to Heaven Shai, who was said to be the granddaughter of Sun Wong. Shai stood menacingly, looking at the main character, her hand resting on her side. Siva looked at her with furrowed eyebrows, thinking the attack was not aimed at him. He asked himself if this meant she was not an enemy. He then introduced himself to her with a serious expression, saying his name was Choi, the main hero, and that he hunted foreign monsters on the orders of the divine judge. Shia interrupted his speech, saying that she didn't care who he was. With an imperious expression, she called him unclean. Suwa looked at her in confusion, thinking about her accent. He asked himself if she really was not a Korean monster. Shai then said that behind him was a sinner who deserved death. She raised her hand and pulled a strand of hair, squeezing it between her fingers as her eyes began to glow bright pink. She said that once, she would have turned a blind eye to this, no matter the reason he was there. But she threatened that he would not have a second chance. She pulled out one of her hairs, placed it on her palm, and exhaled a magical stream of air, sending the torn hair into flight. The main character looked on in confusion, his eyes wide open. A strong explosion was heard at the opposite end of the room. Shy-Eye, looking ahead emotionlessly, said that she thought this would be enough. The main hero stood in front of the defeated Ween with his arms crossed. His hands were tattered, as were his clothes, and smoke emanated from him. Shy-Eye noticed that he was stronger than she had thought. CVU realized that if this had happened 30 minutes ago, he would already be dead. He looked intensely through his hands, which were shaking with tension. The stream of shock was executed perfectly. However, for the young stem and roots of the tree named Xiao Sorer, such force was very difficult to withstand. Fighting stance along with this, asking himself if he could block this blow twice, he understood that most likely he would not succeed. Hay asked him if he was still standing, then she noticed that it didn't matter. She explained that even if he evaded, she would still kill him. Hay was glowing with bright magical energy, and a dazzling pink light emanated from her eyes. She squeezed another hair from her head with her fingers, pulled it out, and placed it on her palm. She used a monster art spell, and when she directed this hair to the side, a sharp gust of energy, akin to a cruel god, was released. Powerful magical energy surged toward the main character. When it reached him, there was a deafening and blinding explosion. The entire space around them filled with thick magical energy, making it difficult to see. Suddenly, had turned her head to the side and looked in surprise. The Demon King's fist was heading straight towards her, and then it hit her with great crushing force. The main character leaned tensely on his legs, looking ahead in surprise. His hands were bruised, and his clothes were tattered and dirty. The Demon King's hand had carefully shielded him from the earlier attack. Swa stood with her arms crossed over her chest, chuckling as she remarked that something seemed wrong. She explained that she had come to check, and it appeared there was some kind of circus going on here. Bright magical energy glowed behind her, spreading outward, as she looked menacingly ahead and turned to Hay. Frowning, Sui asked Hay who she was. Then she asked if Hay had come from China and now pretended to be doing something useful. Hay looked at her emotionlessly, her palm out in front. Swa continued, saying that instead of catching those whom she had been ordered to catch, Ha had decided to fight with some weak representative. With a serious expression, Swa kept her gaze on Hay and ordered her not to stand there with such a stupid expression. She demanded that Hay explain herself if she didn't want to die. Ha looked at Subwa in surprise but remained silent. Swa then turned to Siwa and asked if he was okay. The main character confirmed with a painful expression and said he didn't seem seriously injured. Subjuted that it looked that way. Then she asked what had happened to the monster and the source of the noise. Sivi tried to answer her, but Swa interrupted, saying it didn't matter. She suggested that the real reason probably lay in something else. The main character, shocked, asked about this real reason. Subye smirked and explained that he stood out from the crowd, even if he didn't realize it. With a sly smile she added that it didn't matter how long he lasted, because he couldn't do everything exactly as told. Turning confidently to Hay, Swabai accused her of wanting to make an example of them, and asked whether she should capture them. Hay replied that she hadn't wanted to come to the Korean peninsula, but everything turned out worse than she thought. Looking surprised, she placed her hand on her forehead, saying that no one here understood the problem. Hay asked how they could tolerate working with people like this. Swabiwa, smirking, remarked about the mess happening and questioned whether Hay thought it was acceptable for things to be done poorly. She confidently grabbed a nail with her fingers and challenged Hay to name the place, saying she'd solve the problem. The main character looked ahead in confusion, illuminated by the bright magical energy emanating from Subaway and Hay. The two stood opposite each other, powerful magical energy rising and spreading upward as they locked eyes. Soy's gaze confident, Ha's gaze worried. Swa grabbed her nail, and Hay grabbed her hair. The main character, worried, put his hand in front of him and pleaded for forgiveness. An unexpected scream interrupted them, ordering them to stop. This furious cry belonged to Soi. Clenching her fists, Soi turned to Subioe and angrily asked what she was doing. She reminded Soi that she was a guest and explained that conflicts should be resolved without fighting. Soi furiously asked whether Subioe planned to constantly fight with everyone instead of eating breakfast or lunch. She demanded to know if Subioe would take responsibility for the problems. Soi hesitated, her eyes wide, and meekly answered in the negative. Soi then turned to Hei and criticized her as well. Addressing Hei, she accused her of being the first to use magic, even if Siwa had been rude. She reminded Hei that fights between monsters without a magistrate's intervention violated the absolute laws issued by the King of Monsters. Soi explained that, as a representative of the magistrate's will, she couldn't ignore such violations. Glaring at Hei, Soi threatened to call her to the main court and report the incident. Soi turned to the frightened main character and sarcastically remarked how surprising it was. She explained that although Soi was an errand girl, not everyone could perform such a role. Subway clarified that Soi was a candidate to take over the heavens, and dealing with monstrous creatures was not easy. Delivering bad news to such beings without fear or giving in to injustice required a strong will. Hei released her hair with a chuckle, acknowledging her loss of composure. She admitted that proving anything to them was pointless. Swubby raised an eyebrow with interest, while the main character looked at her worriedly. Hei turned away, menacingly gazing behind her, and declared that she came to punish sinners, not to get involved with their methods. Out of respect for their land, she wouldn't interfere but warned them not to obstruct her. She specifically advised that the fox referring to Subway stay out of her way. Swa irritably called out to her, but before she could finish, Soi interrupted with an exasperated and distorted expression. Soi stood with a deathly terrifying face. She clenched her jaw, frowned her eyebrows, and the veins on her face bulged. Her bruises under the eyes and disheveled hair gave her a particularly frightening look. Then Soi exhaled deeply and said that, no matter how, the destruction had gone according to plan. She mentioned they had captured another one in the clothing store. The walls of the store were smashed to pieces, with fragments scattered throughout the room. Through the hole in the wall, the city at night was visible. Soi, placing her hands on her hips and turning to the main character, said that he had done a good job. She clarified that many people had disappeared here, and thanks to him, starting tomorrow, it would be peaceful. The main character looked at her in surprise, his eyes wide open, and asked, "Are there many such places in Seoul?" Then he noted that if this were true, they should at least close such places off to people. So I asked him not to worry and explained that he was not the only one who hunted at night. She told him that, like Goya, a monster from the human world, others like them had entered the human kingdom and were carrying out their mission. Everyone had been assigned their own hunting ground. With a nervous smile, she admitted that although it was not easy, she hoped to catch most of the outsiders today. Soa, looking at her emotionlessly with half-closed eyes, asked if there were others from the monster kingdom besides them. Then she asked Soai if there were really so many useful monsters in such a boring place as the human kingdom. Soai hesitated before answering, saying that this was not entirely true. She explained that not only monsters took part in the hunt, humans were also involved. She said that the old man told her that direct cooperation hadn't worked out, but they had reached an agreement regarding the zones. To the south of the Han River, their monsters were responsible, while to the north, human shamans organized purges. Siva looked at her in sincere surprise, his mouth slightly open and eyes wide. Mentally, he asked himself, really? At that time, Yashin was sitting near a thick bush, carefully restoring his breathing. A shaman's mask was on his face, and his blade lay next to him. From the outside, someone turned to him and asked why he had decided to do everything himself. A girl named Soan stood in front of him, holding a fan in her hands. She said she would go with him because, according to the law of Dorum, he could take 10 more shaman assistants with him. Then she asked him if this was true. Soan was an assistant to a free shaman. Yashin took the blade in his hand, leaned on it to stand up, and told her that he could handle it himself. He added that there weren't enough people for today's cleanup. After that, he explained that it didn't matter how many people were present because they would only get in the way. He told her he was more comfortable working alone since he hated giving out individual orders. Soan looked at him and replied that there were more reasons to use this opportunity to practice command. She explained that this was the role and duty of a shaman. Yashin removed the wooden mask from his face and told her that he had never asked for anything as a shaman. Then he asked her again if this was true. Taking off the mask completely, he said that the old man had put him in a position he never wanted. Turning to Soan, he told her that if she wanted him to refuse, he would do so at any moment and become a shaman only if she commanded it. Soan looked at him in confusion, pressing a closed fan to her face. She remarked that a shaman who didn't want to command and a shaman who didn't want to do anything on his own were both stupid. Then she noticed the monster behind him and said, "That one is quite large, isn't it?" She asked him if it was from the key class and whether it was the creation of a group leader in Namsan. Yashin turned behind him, looked at the creature, and asked her again if that was what she meant. He then confirmed that it was indeed from the key class, but clarified that it wasn't a leader, it was average within its group. In front of them, on the ground, lay a large defeated monster. It was a creature that lived in the mountains and preferred the meat of women. This monster mainly lived in Japan. Yashin commented sarcastically, as if that would change anything. He then said that the leader was about the size of the Namsan Tower. Soan looked ahead with interest and thought to herself that there were about 10 of them in Namsan. She wondered aloud if she could single-handedly defeat a group where the average monsters belonged to the key class. Her thoughts drifted to what had happened a month ago, but she quickly interrupted herself and realized that, even a couple of days ago, the growth was enormous. Looking ahead with a smile, Soan thought that although Yashin lacked experience, no one in the Sessa department was capable of achieving what he had. Despite objections, the elder appointed him as a shaman for that very reason. She realized that he was the first genius in centuries, born in a transitional state, to reach the level of Zen. While she was thinking about this, she looked at Yashin. He, looking around and summing up, asked, "What's next on the schedule?" Then he followed up with another question, asking whether she should meet someone and report the situation to the Minister of Defense. Soan answered him negatively and clarified that the report should instead be made to the head of the police, that is, the commissioner. Then, looking at her phone, she added that they were waiting for him, so she would send him right away. Yashin, with a tired expression on his face, hunched over in bewilderment and asked, "Now after that," he suggested, "maybe I'll just sleep and go tomorrow. It's just a report, after all." She told him he was talking nonsense and added that today the whole of Seoul had been turned upside down. Shifting her gaze from her phone to him, she said that they had done everything possible to minimize losses and successfully destroyed the enemy. "For us, it's over, but for civilians, things may turn out a little differently." Looking back at her phone, which displayed a picture of a department store, she noted that even if they controlled the media, those methods weren't foolproof. She then suggested that they might blame it on a North Korean terrorist attack. Yashin, with an exhausted expression, muttered that it seemed like she just wanted to think that way. Soan replied, "This means you need to make people believe in it, even if it's nonsense." She added that rumors make even the most meaningless news more credible, after which she asked him if he understood this. Yashin tiredly put his hand on the back of his head and told her, "Okay, I get it." Then he noted that it was late, but since it was the weekend, he figured it didn't make much difference. Soan emotionlessly informed him that he needed to be at Incheon Airport at 7 a.m. with her. Yashin asked again, in furious bewilderment, at 7 a.m., then he aggressively asked her why it was so sudden. Soan, not reacting to his expression, continued looking at her phone and confirmed that it was true. She explained that she had just received information from an elder, and it seemed the request had come from a rather famous Inoi family in Japan. She looked up at Yashin and added that they had asked to send 2 people, and the elder had agreed. Then she asked him if he had heard of the Cyrus family. She admitted that she only knew about Japan from anime. Yashin clenched his jaw in frustration and asked, "Why me? Why not someone else?" Soan assumed it was because the levels needed to match. She explained that the children of the head of the family were coming here, and they were his heirs. As the sun set and painted the city in golden red hues, a plane began to take off. A guy named Yoshihiro walked through the building, carrying a suitcase next to him. He remarked that just one look at the airport made everything seem somehow unreal. Then he noticed that even the air here was different. Yoshihiro turned to his sister, Yuzuru, and asked her if this was true. They were in the airplane terminal. She asked him to simplify what he meant, and then noted that this was their first trip overseas. She asked again if that was true. Yoshihiro, holding one hand in his pocket and gripping his suitcase with the other, replied that he knew it was difficult but hoped Korea would turn out to be a fun place. Yuzuru, who was walking behind him, carefully looked around. A little later, as they approached the airport building, 2 people said hello. It was Yashin and Soan. Soan, noticing Yashin intently looking at the screen of his phone, asked if it was too late for him to bother with a translator. Yashin asked Soan not to make any noise, pointing out that those who had arrived were guests and that he couldn't just talk about anything. Frowning, he asked what made Yoshihiro and Yuzuru's father approve of this business trip in the first place. He remembered that it had never happened before that shamans and Imaji worked together. Soan mentioned that there was one precedent, explaining that during the Japanese colonial period, under the supervision of an elected governor-general, 2 Inoi arrived through the port of Busan. Soan added that there was a record of these 2 Inoi collaborating with Korean shamans to perform exorcisms together in Seoul and Busan. Yashin asked what came of it. Soan explained that together, they were able to capture the supernatural creature causing the disturbance, but noted that there were problems in the process. From what Soan knew, she could tell that the atmosphere was far from friendly, especially between one of the resulting pairs, who didn't get along at all. She introduced the man and woman, saying that it eventually escalated to the point where one of them was ready to kill the other. The damage both sides suffered during their skirmishes was greater than what they received during the exorcism. Soan described the bloody sword and fan, noting that this was to be expected since their working methods and perspectives were very different from the Imaji. Finally, Soan asked Yashin to be careful. She added that, although she did not think the Ani who arrived had evil intentions, she still assumed that disagreements could very well arise. Yashin thought for a while, not knowing what to say. After that, he suddenly admitted that he didn't know what he was doing and decided that if he didn't like something, he would simply leave. He guessed that the Annie might want that too, so it wasn't the worst option. Suddenly noticing several people in the distance, Soan asked Yashin to look at them and froze. She assumed that Yoshihiro and Yuzuru also knew their faces since they had sent photos. Looking towards Yashin and Soan, Yoshihiro raised an eyebrow. Before coming closer, Yashin wanted to say something, although he knew it would sound rude. Soan, understanding his intention, decided she would agree right away because, in her opinion, Yoshihiro and Yuzuru didn't look very good. Yoshihiro suddenly walked a little forward and, stopping opposite Yashin, grinned. Yashin, ordering himself to remain calm, noted out loud that he was glad to meet him. Yoshihiro suddenly bowed, greeted them happily, and thanked Yashin and Soan for coming to meet them. Yashin was sincerely amazed at this behavior. Meanwhile, Yoshihiro introduced himself, saying that he was 16 years old but, if counted according to the Korean system, he was 17. Placing his hand on the back of his head, he closed his eyes, smiled, and asked Soan and Yashin to take care of them while they were here. Yashin, hearing the way Yoshihiro spoke, asked if he really knew Korean well. Yoshihiro exclaimed that this was true, explaining that he had been studying Korean since middle school. However, he added that Yuzuru's command of the language was even better. Turning towards Yuzuru, he asked her in their native language what she was doing. Yoshihiro ordered her to quickly say hello. Yuzuru raised her head, looked at Yashin and Soan, greeted them, and then returned to staring at her phone screen. Yoshihiro was displeased with her reaction. Turning back to Yashin, he asked him to forgive Yuzuru's behavior, explaining that she was not. Yoshihiro explained that Yuzuru wasn't very good at social interactions. He mentioned her name, noting that she was 2 years older than him. Yashin, closing his eyes, said that there was nothing wrong with that, and thought it was better not to judge by appearances since both Yuzuru and Yoshihiro were risking much more. He briefly kept his gaze on the board while Yuzuru stood to the side. Sometime later, they got into the car and drove off. Yashin and Soan told Yoshihiro and Yuzuru that they had booked a hotel in Central Seoul for them. Soan added that they should immediately let her know if they didn't like the place or the hotel itself. However, Yoshihiro replied that everything was fine, saying that since they had asked at the last moment, they were grateful that Yashin and Soan had at least found something for them. Before continuing the conversation, Soan glanced at Yashin, indicating with her gaze that she was addressing him. Yashin, understanding what she wanted, asked if he could find out more about the purpose of Yuzuru and Yoshihiro's visit. He announced that he had heard it was an exchange trip, but admitted that he was curious about its actual purpose. Yuzuru, oblivious, continued to look at her phone. Yashin asked if they had come to help drive out the monsters, or if they just wanted to see the sights and engage in cultural exchange. He explained that they needed to know for sure, so there would be no misunderstandings later. Soan, not yet interfering in the conversation, focused on driving, her eyes fixed intently on the road. Yashin mentally noted that he had asked directly but decided this was better than beating around the bush. Yoshihiro didn't answer right away. After thinking for a while, he finally revealed that they had come to investigate. He explained that a certain monster might have fled to Korea, and they wanted to find out more about it. Yuzuru, hearing Yoshihiro's words, looked up at him and was about to say something, but Yoshihiro interrupted her. He firmly announced that there should be no problem since their father had told them to act at their discretion. He reminded everyone that this was the land of Soan and Yashin, not Japan, and therefore decided it would be wrong to hide any information. In addition, Yoshihiro noted that when people speak openly, cooperation is more productive. Bringing attention back to himself, Yashin asked what kind of monster Yoshihiro was talking about. He understood that if this monster had come here, it could be a dangerous spirit-class monster. However, Yoshihiro clarified that this was not the case. Frowning, he admitted that he didn't know what it was called in Korea. He then explained that, in Japan, they divided monsters into 4 categories. The first category consisted of demonic beasts, which were animals that had lived so long they gained intelligence and supernatural powers, eventually becoming monsters. The second category included vengeful spirits, which were human souls that received supernatural powers due to strong emotions like affection or resentment. The third type were tagami, spirits of old objects that were also referred to as monsters. Yoshihiro continued, explaining that unlike the previous three types demonic beasts, vengeful spirits, and tagami that originated from animals, people, or objects, energy monsters were called spirits. However, there was one exception to this. Hearing this, Soen and Yashin froze. Yoshihiro revealed that they called this type of monster Targami. Weary, Yashin closed his eyes and placed his palm on his forehead. He asked if it was true that in Korean, these monsters were called the Dark God. Soen, sweating from tension, confirmed that it was indeed the case. She explained that the Dark God was a monster that did not fall into any of the four categories. It was, in essence, a monster created from emptiness. She noted that, until now, no one knew how these monsters appeared. It was believed that the dark gods were born from the fears and desires of all living beings in the world, both humans and monsters. Although there was a division between species, there were never two dark gods in one era. Soen explained that when an existing dark god dies, another dark god appears hundreds or thousands of years later. While their form and abilities varied between species, all dark gods shared an invisible potential for growth and an endless thirst for it. In addition, Soen added that judging by historical records, from the moment they appear, dark gods are incredibly intelligent. They grow stronger through devouring and endlessly strive for power. Dark gods were considered too dangerous even by monster standards. In the past, when a dark god appeared, great chaos would ensue, and monsters and shamans would join forces to defeat it. Soen asked Yoshihiro if he knew what species this dark god belonged to. Yoshihiro replied that, as he had said before, they didn't know. He added that they weren't even sure the dark god was in Korea. However, thanks to a divine prediction of its appearance, they knew that the dark god had already been born and was heading west across the sea. Very soon they arrived at the hotel. Yashin, promising that they would contact Yuzuru and Yoshihiro in the evening, told them to rest for now. After Yuzuru and Yoshihiro left, Soen asked Yashin what he thought about all this. Yashin closed his eyes, sighed, and advised Soen to think and rest. He decided that they needed to help Yoshihiro and Yuzuru as best they could, and also report this to their father. Yashin understood that if what Yoshihiro said was true, then this was a disaster. There was simply no worse problem for them right now. Soen wanted to say what she thought, but Yashin interrupted her, declaring that he already understood. He admitted that he had been thinking about something while destroying monsters the previous night. He wondered if someone was behind these monsters and what the purpose could be for whoever was controlling them. Yashin noted that each of the monsters he fought was ordinary, but they had all become stronger by devouring people. Although the monsters did not know how to use this power, Yashin realized that if other monsters were the same, their destruction was just a matter of time. He concluded that these were meaningless sacrifices unless the reasons behind them were questioned. Frowning, Yashin asked what would happen if the monsters originally had a different goal. He assumed that whoever was orchestrating this was flooding the streets with low-ranking monsters so that Yashin and the others would underestimate the situation. Looking at the people passing by, he speculated that this might be the goal. Soen, holding her chin in thought, lowered her head, agreeing with his reasoning. She admitted that she had thought the big purge last night would end everything. However, if a dark god was among the monsters that hadn't been caught, everything would be completely different. Yashin warned her that the dark gods might already be involved in this. Soen's eyes widened as she looked at him in confusion. Yashin recalled that not only were there monsters here, but there were also monsters from China and Japan. He assumed that there were fewer monsters from other regions, but they were still present. He suggested that if the dark god came from Japan, there was no guarantee that similar monsters wouldn't come from other places as well. In Soan's opinion, all of this was too complicated since dark gods were so rare. Yashin thought they might be overly worried but warned her not to relax. If the dark gods from other regions had been growing stronger over the past month, they would be completely different from the monsters they had encountered last night. While Yashin and Soan were talking, Madeira walked through the streets, looking around, and Xia Hai stood on a raised platform, frowning and peering at the street below her. Yashin, meanwhile, suggested that someone like the masters of Ai and Yan might have arrived to capture these gods, expressing the hope that it was just his worries. Around the same time, near Mount Moya in Seoul, Xia stopped in the forest and looked around, deciding that this place would be suitable since there were very few people on the mountain. Swa, grinning, noted that even if a few people noticed them, it wouldn't matter because this wasn't a department store filled with people who shouldn't see monsters. She added that everything would be fine if the number of people was controlled. CVU, closing his eyes, smiled, lowered his head, and noted that this was for their own good fortune. Noticing his reaction, Sui fell silent for a while, thinking. Then she asked if it was true that the main character couldn't sleep the night before because of the two people who had died in the store. Su sharply opened his eyes upon hearing this and looked at Subiyue in shock. She admitted that she didn't think it was Siwa's fault. If anyone was to blame for the situation, it was her, since the spell wasn't strong enough. She also admitted that this might sound like an excuse but explained that it was the first time she had cast this spell remotely and over such a large area. She suggested that the main character might not be any better because of this. Seo, hanging his head sadly, admitted that this was true but explained that he was just wondering if there was anything he could have done. Swai explained that this was why she called Shiva here, because situations similar to the one yesterday would happen again. From that day onward, whenever Swai had the chance, she decided to teach the main character. This, she noted, was her original role. She added that Siwa needed to understand a lot in order to become a full-fledged monster. Even if the main character's skills weren't as strong as hers, purification was still a useful thing. She imagined Siwa trying to cast a spell and explained that there were also a large number of spells similar to barriers, banishment, search, and seals that could be useful in different situations. Swa ordered Siwa to prepare for the training, and he agreed with a confident frown. However, Swai decided that there was something she needed to do first. She abruptly approached Siwa, and he, amazed by this, leaned back a little, struggling to maintain his balance. Noticing that he was starting to fall, Swai grabbed him, telling him to be careful. Looking at the shocked expression on his face, she warned him that even if Siwa was a goblin, he shouldn't be distracted. Continuing to hold Siwa and hover over him, Swai decided that this was an excellent position. Grinning, she advised him to relax, let go of his strength, and not to twitch. Leaning even closer, she promised that it would all be over soon. From the moment Subway activated her magic, Siwa felt the scent of an unknown flower and the subtle smell of peach quietly creep up on him. These aromas overwhelmed him with a subtle sensation he had never experienced before, and his heart began to beat as if he had been running intensely. Sivu opened his mouth in amazement but said nothing, staring at Sway looming over him. After that, he closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he suddenly recognized the landscape in front of him. He froze, not knowing how to react, and suddenly heard someone behind him. The voice reassured him not to worry, as what was in front of him wasn't real. Turning sharply, CVU saw a grinning Sabwa, who explained that this place was the depths of Siwa's mind, the most inaccessible part of his consciousness. She also said that what Siwa saw, heard, and felt was based on his memories. Relieved, the main character thought it was very good that everything was make-believe. He asked if it meant this was just a fantasy that didn't really exist. Then, He asked about Subi herself. Subi responded that Siwa was talking to the real her and added that she had a special trick for him. One of Sui's unique spells was called Violet Whisper. Through the senses, it introduced false stimuli into the brain and created visual or auditory hallucinations. Such a spell could make a person forget what they had already seen, or force him to perform simple actions that Sayu already knew about. However, there was something a little stronger than this. It not only introduced the stimulus but also opened the gates of the mind. Thanks to this, Suejiue and the main character temporarily united their minds. Swabu explained. To put it simply, I've mentally come to visit you sighing. She admitted that there was usually no special reason to resort to this, but now the situation was different. She activated her magic again, noting that, to be honest, the results of their future tests were interesting even to her. Saya was shocked when he heard this. Suajwa, extending her hand to the side, created a dark silhouette and offered to see how Siu would hold up against this opponent. The dark silhouette began to move forward, gradually taking on the outline of a person. The main character, smiling nervously, asked her to wait and said that this could not be happening. Sua warned him that the familiar sight meant nothing and noted that this was the first time Sia would face this opponent. A copy of Sayu emerged from the shadows, resembling a time when he looked more like a goblin. Swa suddenly noted that it was impossible to say this copy was the same as before. She explained that the copy was created from the information in Sia's memory, as well as from her own memories of fighting him. Since she combined both sets of memories, the copy was of quite high quality. Swabian asked if the main character wasn't curious to see which of them was stronger, and by how much. CVU admitted that he wasn't sure about this. Swabia, snapping her fingers, remembered something else, and added that the amount of the monster's strength was the same as at that moment. She created a table and chair off to the side and noted that Siu's body was already on the verge of destruction, clearly remembering how little monster strength Siu had left. Swa continued speaking as the copy of the main character pushed off the ground with force, instantly approaching CVU and striking. Sitting down at the table, Swa said that even without the power of a monster or something similar, the copy was very strong. CVU, having difficulty blocking the blow, opened his eyes wide in horror and asked what kind of monster this was. He mentally noted that while the copy lost some momentum when it stepped onto the ground, the impact of the strike was still incredibly strong. The copy of Sayu, meanwhile, continued to attack, this time using its leg. The main character couldn't defend himself, which caused him to frown. The copy relentlessly delivered powerful blows, and Siu barely managed to block them. He mentally asked himself, was I really that strong back then? He realized that both the strength and speed of the copy were superior to how he fought in the store. He also noticed there was something else about it. Just as Sayayu prepared to counterattack, his copy jerked sharply and hit him in the face with its knee. Holding her cup of tea in her palm, Swa asked if it wasn't true that this wasn't easy. She recalled that she had already said Sayu had talent and admitted that, if she weren't a monster who used her body directly, it might have been even more difficult. Siu, ignoring the blood running down his chin, frowned as he thought about how his copy possessed an inexplicable level of fighting instincts. Meanwhile, Swabie looked on with satisfaction. Carefully watching the battle, Sio assumed that, so far, he had survived and won only thanks to his instincts. Suddenly, he heard Swa say that this only worked when the enemy's level was low because no matter how talented a monster was, fighting an enemy superior to him, in many aspects, would be too difficult. CVU, trying to defend himself from the attacks of his copy, asked how he could defeat it. One of the blows sent him flying back a little, but he managed to land carefully. He asked himself again how he could win. Even when he put all his strength into a blow, not a trace of damage was left on his copy, not even a single scratch. No matter how much Siu thought about it, it seemed very strange to him. He couldn't understand why this was happening. Suddenly, Siva felt something that made him freeze, and even Sue was distracted, amazed at what had happened. She frowned and got into a fighting position as the copy ran forward to attack. Sivu realized that all the techniques he had used before were formed under the influence of his copy, which personified him. Even when Siu first used the club, he was able to change its form precisely because of the memory of his copy. In other words, Siva suddenly realized that what his copy could do, he could do too. He looked closely at the copy so as not to miss its moves. Despite this, the copy still managed to hit Siu, and he asked if it was true that it was using earth control. The copy froze in shock, and Siu realized that his copy was using the ability to reduce damage by transferring it to the ground. He noted that his copy was much better at this than he was at the moment, but also realized that the difference in their styles as monsters didn't matter. When the copy delivered another blow, the main character grabbed its hand. Though he assumed he wouldn't close the gap immediately, he pressed harder against the ground and threw his copy high into the air. Mentally noting that he could still do something, Siva summoned the Goblin Club. Before the copy hit the ground, Siu decided to try something. Smirking. He challenged his copy to see if he could use earth control without touching the ground. Siva got into a fighting position and delivered a strong blow with his club. Watching his copy fall to the ground, he smiled contentedly. The landing was so hard that dust and fragments of stone rose into the air. Sui smiled contentedly at the scene as well. Siu called out to her joyfully, shouting that he had succeeded. Closing his eyes, he smiled, admitting that his copy was very strong. However, since it was essentially him, it was easy to determine its weaknesses. Sabua, closing the book she had been reading, noted that Siu had done a good job and added that both Siu and his copy should acknowledge this. The main character, hearing this, stopped smiling and asked what Sawa was talking about. Swabuye, smiling more, pointed behind CVU and asked him to look. Turning around, Siva saw that his copy had risen, summoning its own club. This time, the club took the form of a massive weapon. Frowning, the copy of Sayu swung its weapon. Swa, grinning, noted that at least Sayu recognized the copy as an enemy worthy of him. Siu froze, his eyes wide in amazement, and stared at the enormous weapon his copy was holding. Realizing that his copy was about to strike, the main character looked with horror at his small club, and almost crying, said that it wasn't fair. At that moment, the copy delivered a powerful blow. When the club dissipated, splashes of blood were visible on the ground, along with cracks that had formed. Siu lay on the ground, trembling in pain. The lower half of his body had been torn from his torso due to the force of the blow. Siu clenched his jaw and closed his eyes, but the next moment he opened them and suddenly noticed that he was still lying on the ground intact. Siva was amazed and Sebiwa, smiling, praised him. She admitted that she thought he would be beaten much more severely, but he had shown himself well. Gradually rising, Siva didn't answer. Sui admitted that victory wasn't even an option because the battle had been planned to be unfair. The creation that was his copy had been far too powerful. A copy of Siva would have taken Sobae herself 5 tails from the very beginning. The main character remembered that the more tails Sobae used, the stronger the enemy. He asked how many tails it would take to kill him. Holding her chin in her hand, Sui admitted that it was very difficult to say. She suggested that 2 tails might not be enough, and with 3 it would be difficult. She realized that if she had to finish everything quickly, she would use 4 tails. Suddenly she added that, to be honest, each new tail allowed her to increase her strength by 1.5 times. CVU, thinking about it, realized that the difference between 3 and 5 tails was 1.5 times squared, meaning it would be more than twice the force. Swabue, looking to the side, said that she could deal with most of the monsters even with just one tail. She suddenly activated her magic, making her appear more threatening, and called out to the person she noticed a mouse peeking from the shadows. Hungry, leaving her hiding place, asked for forgiveness, admitting that she was afraid she would interfere. She dropped to one knee and, closing her eyes, swore that she was not planning anything bad, but was simply watching. She asked Subway and CVU to believe her. CVU, seeing Hungry, was very amazed. Hearing this, Sway looked in his direction and asked if they really knew each other. CVU confirmed that they did indeed know each other and explained that Hungry was from the House of Humility Cultivation. Hungry then explained that last time, she had made an agreement with their leader, and as an advance for this agreement, she had come to hand over the things prepared by the leader. She clarified that these were the best treasures of the monsters, as well as clothes for CVU. The main character froze, his eyes widening, as he did not know how to react. Even Sebue was a little surprised. One day ago, at the House of Humility Cultivation, when Mirian and CVU were talking in a room, Mirian suggested that calling it an investment would be too abstract. He then asked if it was so, before noticing that everything was simple. He said that he wanted to help CVU so that their guest would become a winner in the arena as quickly as possible. He added that financial assistance was just the beginning. Raising his hand, he said with a slight smile on his face that he would also provide CVU with very special things that even their guest did not know about. Mirian also mentioned that, in addition, CVU would be provided with various amenities, such as assistance with any information that reached them. CVU listened to this with a confused expression on his face. Lowering his eyes, he looked at the table filled with different dishes and replied that it sounded great. Then he raised his eyes and asked, "But isn't investing when there is an expectation that they will get more than they invested?" He noted that if he became the king of the monsters, what they would demand from him could be very significant. Mirian looked at him with a thoughtful expression. A thoughtful expression appeared on Mirian's face, and he combed his beard with the fingers of his hand. He confirmed this, noting that CVU was very smart. He stated that, in this case, he would speak directly. The main character listened intently to what he was about to say. Mirian explained that they wanted absolutely nothing in return for now. He said these words with a wide smile on his face and laughed loudly, his expression friendly. CVU looked at him in bewilderment. Mirian continued, explaining that, as he said, this couldn't be called an investment. He told CVU that, at the moment, he had nothing more to say. He suggested they be honest and admitted that he was not the only candidate in whom they were investing. The main character looked at him in surprise, his eyes widening. Mirian continued, explaining how not only the two sides were investing in candidates. He clarified that this was a given, as the king of monsters would rule the kingdom for the next 666 years, in sickness and in health. He said that relationships with the king would affect not only everyone personally but also the fate of entire groups. He then turned to CVU, sitting opposite him, and called him dear. He told him that those who weren't strong enough to dream of becoming a king at least wanted to be his faithful followers. The main character listened carefully to Mirian's words. Mirian added that, even if it was a stretch, they were going to select the most promising candidates. He explained that they were planting seeds for the future. CVU, looking uncertainly at his interlocutor, put his hand on the back of his head and said that, after hearing all this, it became much clearer to him. He then asked, "But aren't their monsters unhappy with this approach?" He explained his question by saying, "Doesn't anyone wonder why they are not being helped or why someone else is being helped?" Mirian closed his eyes with a smile on his face and confirmed this, saying that of course there were such people. He then explained that there were no particular problems with them, and such dissatisfaction was resolved by itself. After that, he gave an example, mentioning the youngest of the Hai Tai family, with whom he had a conflict. He said that the young member should have received their sponsorship since he possessed attributes such as the potential and hidden power of a divine beast. Murian said that they considered these qualities enough to invest in him. He then extended his hand in front of him and said that one guest had contacted them directly, claiming he was not worthy of their resources. When Murian spoke about this guest, he pointed toward the main character, who was looking at him in surprise. Murian continued, saying that this guest convinced them it was better to give the resources to him instead. He ended his speech by saying, "This is how everything is." He looked at CVU with a serious expression on his face and, stretching his hand out in front of him, said that if CVU wanted someone to invest in him, or if he wanted the amount of investment to increase, he would need to show that he deserved it. He added that if CVU thought he was worthy but disliked his opponent who had received the investments, then he simply needed to overcome them. Murian told him that, as the competition progressed, those without support would be destroyed, and only those with the greatest chance of becoming the king of the monsters would remain. He looked piercingly in front of him, saying that when this moment came, they would discuss the terms of the investment and, of course, agree on this deal or not depending on CVU's personal choice. Murian then asked him to consider this as a regular service until that time. The main character, holding his hands on his feet, looked ahead in surprise and was silent. Sometime later he examined his hands in surprise. He then examined his new robe and said that it was amazing. With wide open eyes he noticed that, although he had pulled it right onto his clothes, he was still very comfortable. Then he noticed that the fit was simply perfect. Swa, standing opposite him, crossed her arms over her chest and noted that this was a common thing for an elven. She added that he didn't need to keep getting things since he could simply call upon them when necessary, as if from spatial storage. Sway then turned her question to Hungry, asking if there was a special set of commands. Hungry crossed her fingers in front of her chest in the affirmative and answered, saying that such a gesture seal had already been created. She asked them to simply say put it on, and if they wanted to take it off, they should say take it off. The main character also crossed his fingers in front of his chest, as Hungry showed, and said hesitantly, so, take it off. After this, the robe CVU was wearing began to shrink and disappear. The main character looked at it in bewilderment, surprised and screaming in fear. Siva began alternating his orders. He shouted, put it on. After that, he shouted, take it off. Swajue, with a serious expression on her face, calmly watched him and frowned her eyebrows. Hungry looked at her warily, standing behind her. Siva continued shouting, commanding, put it on. After that, he again commanded, take it off. Subwai asked him if he was having too much fun. Siva looked at Subway carefully and thought that this Gumo girl was a nine-tailed fox. He understood that, despite the attempts of their house and many other factions, she was a genius who refused investments by firmly answering them that she would not be in debt to these insignificant forces. At this time, Subway irritably asked the main character if he was a child. She then looked behind herself in surprise. She looked at Hungry and asked her what else she had to say. She told Hungry that if she gave everything, she should just leave. Swa asked her why she should stand there. Hungry opened her mouth and put her palms out in front of her. Swa asked her if she was trying to find something. Siva exhaled heavily from his lungs and then asked Swa. He turned to Hungry and asked her if there was anything else to tell them. He then asked what the gentleman had told her. Swachue continued to look at Hungry menacingly. Hungry put her hand to her chest and said that, last night, there were those who survived the hunt, and they knew the location of one of these groups. She then said that the gentleman would like to convey this information to him and offered to help in clearing them out. The main character looked at her in surprise as she said this. Sway looked at her with her eyebrows furrowed, then asked her to wait. She said that she understood why she was telling him about this, Then she asked her, "But how did they know this?" She warned Hungry that she had better not lie. Hungry stood, pressing her hand to her chest and looking ahead. She said that Mr. Siva would remember Mr. Yum from yesterday. Siva repeated after her, Yum after that. He asked her if she was talking about Hai Tai. Hungry answered in the affirmative and explained that last night, Mr. Yum took part in a hunt and settled down on the outskirts of Seoul with two other creatures. The main character sighed in surprise and asked if they were seriously injured. He then asked if it was Yum who reported the location of the remains. He understood that something was wrong here. Hungry told him that, instead of receiving a report from them last night, they learned that Mr. Yum's partners were killed by those they were hunting. After that, she told him that Mr. Yum was able to escape alone. Sway opened her mouth with a surprised expression and asked her to stop. She then asked her, were they unable to destroy someone after that? She said that she had never heard of such a thing. Hungry, looking at the floor, said that they themselves found out about this only in the morning, and Yum came to them late at night. She told them that, despite his wounds, he panicked, so they brought him inside to help. But he never recovered from the injury and continued to fragmentarily repeat the events of last night. She told them that, shaking with fear, he spoke of his fear of the enemy and guilt for the failure of the mission. He hid under the blanket and, turning to his mother and sister, asked for their forgiveness. Hungry then said that the shock of these two accidents seemed to have hit him hard. Sebawa said that he would have a bleak future, as he didn't even lose in battle but shamefully fled alone. Then she said that the entire clan had been destroyed, and in his place she would have been better off staying there. The main character turned to Hungry and asked her, "Is this the only thing you know?" He noted that he thought the judge should find out about this. In response to his remark, Swajiwe noted that the judge most likely already knows or will find out soon. Then she said that no one would do anything special. She then asked, "Is this true?" Siva looked at her in surprise as she said this. Sway stood and looked at the bird that had landed on her hand. She said that last night had been much more eventful than expected. She then started talking about the fact that they could not finish the hunt in one area, and perhaps the plan would be to unite with other regions to resolve this issue later. She said that, first, they needed to check something. The main character looked intently at the bird sitting on Soe's hand. The bird stared back at him. Soe suggested that she thought Soul Main was suffering from the consequences, and was a little inexperienced in using the skills she had learned. Sway turned her head to Siva and said, "If you care about this." Then she asked him to check on her. Okay, the main character asked her in bewilderment. Is that possible? Sobaye, stroking the bird on the head, noticed that the master would most likely say not to tell Soul Main or her father. However, she noticed that it was she who thought so, and now permission was not needed. After that, she asked if it was known where the monster was. She said that if she caught the monster and reported on it, there would be no problems. After that, she said that something else was more important. She asked him if he wasn't worried too much right now. Saying this, she noticed that if at least one monster was captured, then at least several people would be saved. She then asked him if this was true. Swab, looking carefully at the main character, said that in his place she would go, so she would not stop him. Letting the bird fly with a gesture of her hand, she said that if he wanted advice, she recommended that when he saw the enemy, he should determine its type. Then, going to the side and glowing with bright magical energy, she said that if the enemy's feature was physical strength, then everything would be fine. However, she clarified that if the enemy's feature was magic, she recommended that he be prepared to run away from the battle and advised him to fight accordingly. She explained her advice by saying that whatever he decided, everything depended only on him. Then, with a sharp magical jerk, she teleported to another space. In the place where she had just been, a stream of magical energy was formed, rushing far upward. The protagonist and Hungry looked at this. Siu, without looking at Hungry, assumed that she would not forget about it, after which he asked her if this was true. Hungry looked at him in surprise, her eyes wide open. The main character turned to her with a serious expression and asked her to tell him everything that Yum had told her. At the hotel where the newly arrived guests from Japan were staying, Yoshihiro asked his sister where she was going. Walking away from him, she turned around gloomily and repeated his question, "Where are you going?" She then told him that it was obvious that she was going sightseeing. Then, she asked him if he had come here to stay in the hotel. Yoshihiro answered her negatively, after which, with furrowed eyebrows and placing his hands on his sides, he told her that she understood what he was talking about. He then explained to her that he was asking if she really cared about Ceci. He further said that they had already discussed this and asked her if this was true. He explained that they were guests and this was not Japan. Yoshihiro reminded her that there were rules and customs that they did not have. He then asked her if she had already noticed. After that, he said that they did not want to help, even if they cooperated with them as needed. Yuzuru exhaled heavily from her lungs and asked him back, "What about you?" Then she asked him again, "What do you think of me?" She looked into his eyes intently, asking him if he thought that she would just go hunt monsters. She asked him another question in a foreign territory where I don't even know the streets. Yoshihiro looked down at her in surprise and asked her in confusion, "But you won't go?" Yuzuru pointed an irritated finger in his face and said that he was pretending to be a temporary leader. She told him to behave accordingly. With furrowed brows, she told him that instead of doing stupid things, he should concentrate on doing his main job properly. Yuzuru then pointed at his confused expression with her finger. "Who is causing them problems with the Suid family?" Yoshihiro chuckled in response, confused. Yuzuru, not paying attention to him, left the room. Turning around, she told him that she would return in the evening, and if he was worried, he could call her or do something like that. The door slammed shut, and Yoshihiro continued to look ahead in confusion towards the closed door. Then, exhaling air from his lungs, he said that even if he called, she would not answer. Yuzuru, who was in the elevator, thought that no one knew how long they would be there. After that, she pressed the button in the elevator with the picture of the number 1. She understood that she couldn't actively interfere because if the monsters wanted to find her, then so be it. Around her, the magical energy of a bright blue color began to increase. Above her hand was a short anthropomorphic spirit with a certain object in her hands. She formed it thanks to her magic. Looking in front of her, she said that she needed great luck. After which, she asked the spirit she had formed in her hands, "Could you do it?" Kira Yuzuru is a Shikigami shaman, meaning she can control various spiritual beings. The spiritual being she summoned told her that it was possible, given how much she had collected up to this point. 7 lucky children increased their shaman's day luck by maintaining energy and normal luck. There are 7 types of luck: wealth, health, love, business, study, family, and society. Yuzuru took out a paper bundle of magical energy from the box that the spiritual being she had summoned was holding in her hands. Pulling it out, she thanked it with a smile on her face. The shaman cannot choose which of these types of luck she will get. The 7 lucky children automatically give the luck that, in their opinion, is most suitable for the shaman at the moment. Yuzuru looked at the unfolded paper package with a smile on her face and thought that she was very sorry to use such a lucky chance, but she understood that this way she could grab the monster without problems and figure it out later. When she opened the package, she saw that it was written there that she would have luck and love. She looked at it in shock, her eyes wide open. Then, confusedly, she looked in front of her in bewilderment, asking, "What is this?" It was literally written on the paper that it would be a wonderful day when she would meet the betrothed of her dreams. Then there was an inscription: "The process can be extreme after that." It was written on the paper that the color of luck is black. In an incredible rage of misunderstanding, Yuzuru loudly screamed, "What kind of nonsense is this, people on the street?" Not far from her, turned worriedly in her direction. She looked at the paper in bewilderment and asked, "Do I need this in this situation?" With an irritated expression on her face, she said that even if something went wrong, she needed a normal one. Her indignation was interrupted by a voice that sounded not far from her. The voice suggested that someone had made a mistake. Then the voice asked if he had the correct address. Someone got out of the taxi, saying that he was probably right. Then this person said that he would just walk because it seemed to him that it was close. Yuzuru looked towards the taxi in bewilderment, her eyes wide open. She saw how the main character, exhaling air from his lungs with a tense expression on his face, looked at his phone and said that if he had known that everything would turn out like this, he would have taken the bus. Seoul's Han River Park looked like. An embankment was located along the river. Along this embankment, there were many benches situated near the lawn and trees. City residents walked through this park. A guy named Bone, who was a monster, sat on a bench and carefully watched people passing by him with a smile on his face. From the outside, they addressed him by name and said that he was having fun. It was Madeira who said that it seemed to her that he hated people. He turned to her and leaned his elbows on the bench on which he was sitting. Looking at her, he asked, "Is she here too after that?" He asked her how long she had been there. Madeira, holding a drink in her hand, answered that she had been there for a couple of minutes and was enjoying the view. Not wanting to disturb him, she lowered her gaze and said that his unexpected appearance was quite interesting. He asked her if she didn't expect this. Then he closed his eyes, leaned his hand on his hip, and told her that in order to watch something, you don't have to love it. He explained that most people don't like insects, but from the outside, looking at them is quite interesting. With a smile on his face, he looked in front of him and told her that it was the same with him. He said he was sometimes interested in watching how these people scurry around. Madeira sat down on the bench next to him, and with a bored look, lowered her face into her hand. She said that even if they were unpleasant to him, Bun laughed, telling her that she was still young. Then he told her that she hadn't even celebrated her second birthday yet. He asked her if that was true. After that, he continued talking about how, given how quickly she learns, she would soon understand what he was talking about. Madeira looked at him with a bored expression and chuckled in response. Then, exhaling air from her lungs and looking at the people passing by, she said that this was certain. She noticed that some things can only be understood after they are over. After that, she asked him if those three monsters were dead. Bun, looking ahead with interest, told her that the eldest two, Ray and Bayan, had definitely died since their enemy turned out to be surprisingly strong. After which, he said that the youngest, Ween, might still be alive, but she could consider him dead. He explained his reasoning by saying that if she had already been captured, they would have done everything to get information out of her. He then noticed that she wouldn't be able to tell them anything about the fact that, last night, she regretted what happened. She told Bun that until she refused Ray. Everything had been fine, but when she left the store, the more time passed, the more it dawned on her. After that, she asked how she looked to the three of them. She said heavily, "And what did I do?" Bun looked at her with interest, and she said that it was quite stupid. After which, she asked him if it was true. She said that she had spent a year with them and only now understood. Then, with a crazy face, red and blood-filled eyes, a wild animal grin, and dripping saliva flowing down her beard, she said that she had to eat those three. She said through her teeth that she was very angry, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She said that all night she ate whatever she wanted. People walking in the park began to hug their bodies, shaking in bewilderment from the cold and asking what had changed so suddenly. The girl was trembling from the cold and squeezed her shoulders with her hands, saying that she was so cold. Madeira said that her hunger had not been satisfied. Bahan, looking at her with a smile on his face, asked, "How many did you eat?" Madeira, with incredibly wide-open eyes and small pupils, looked madly at the floor, indicating that she hadn't counted. However, she mentioned that the building in which they hunted with those three monsters was now useless since she ate everyone inside. Then, she turned to Bone and asked, "Is this possible?" Pun, smiling, answered her that it didn't matter whether it was possible or not since there was no point in hiding anymore. He explained to her that after last night, the inhibitions had disappeared, and wherever she went and whatever she did, there would be consequences. He then told her that he would not interfere or stop her since he never had the right to do so. He looked at her friendly and told her to go and have fun. He said that this is all he asked of each of the 7 of them. He took out his phone and, with his fingers clicking on the screen, said that all the residents of the apartment complex were missing. Then he asked, "Will the news spread by lunchtime?" Madeira, continuing to hold the drink in her hands, asked how he knew that Ray and Bayan met a strong enemy, and that only Ween survived. She hesitated, then asked if he was there too. With a smile on his face, Bion asked her again, then confirmed it. He told her that he was there too. After that, he explained that it wasn't that he had anything to do with her or those 3 monsters. He said it was more of an accident since he was keeping an eye on what was happening because he was already nearby. Madeira grinned and noted that it sounded like he had noticed something important. Bion, with his eyes glowing with magical energy, answered her that there was nothing special about it. Then, he noticed that there was nothing like that, at least not yet. Shiru walked along a crowded street, with Yuzuru carefully following him. She mentally stopped herself and asked, "What else is this?" Looking at him in surprise, she realized that his aura was as if he was not trying to hide. She thought that even if he wasn't the kind of monster who breaks the law, given the recent events in the country, this was quite stupid. The main character walked with one hand in his pocket and the other holding his phone, which he looked into with a tense expression on his face. Yuzuru, looking at him carefully, understood that she needed to take into account a couple of nuances. She assumed that he was being controlled by magic or a supernatural entity and realized that there was a possibility that he could not control his aura. However, in fact, the main character specifically showed an aptitude in order to lure someone out. Siu Yu continued to walk forward, looking at the small knife he was holding in his palm. It was a miniature knife with a black handle and a decoration on it in the form of a picture of white flowers. The blade of the knife glowed with purple magical energy. It was called an engraved sword, and this blade belonged to Master Yusum. When Hanan handed him this sword, she said that if you pour aura into it and throw it at a target, the blade would separate in such a way that it would allow the one holding the handle to track the one he hit from a distance. The main character then asked her if the broken part of this blade was in the monster that Yusum was chasing. He asked her another question if there were restrictions, like how long the blade could stay inside someone. In response, Hanan explained that the effect worked at a distance of about 1000 km or until the target reached the blade. However, she clarified that there was a special condition for this. She told him that the condition was that he could only get it with a stronger aura than the one who drove it into him. She said that this was the only way to retrieve a piece of the blade. The main character, with a surprised expression on his face, opened his eyes wide and looked at her as she said this. Now, as he walked along a richly built-up city street, he thought that when it was taken out of the handle, the missing part would grow. After that, he thought about the fact that if the enemy was able to overpower Yusum, and not only him but also 2 other monsters, then despite the fact that he had the strength to defeat the blade, he could not reach it because the sword was still broken. Sayu thought about this while carefully looking at the dagger that glowed brightly in his hand. The main character looked confidently in front of him, frowning his eyebrows. He understood that there was only one explanation, which was that the enemy deliberately did not pull out the blade from himself. Siu saw, at a short distance from him, a large building similar to a factory, glowing with a thick purple light of magical energy. This factory was an abandoned building with a lot of debris and construction material inside. Someone's voice addressed Tao. The voice belonged to a monster with an unusual appearance called Zen, to whom Tao turned in response. Zen hesitantly pointed his hand, buried in his sleeve, at him and said that this was blood in Tao's hand. Then Zen asked him if he could just leave it like that. Tao, with a wide smile on his face, asked him if he was talking about this thing. Tao sat on the rubble of construction, stretching out his hand, pierced through by a blade in front of him. It was a blade from a sword belonging to Yusim. His hand was bandaged. Tao said with a smile on his face that everything was fine. Then, he explained that the wound was small, and he wouldn't pull out the blade, as new ones would come to him. They were interrupted by the voice of a monster approaching from the direction. This monster with extreme squinting eyes was called Hufin. Hufin, simultaneously looking in different directions, turned to Tao and asked him what was the matter. After that, he asked him if he wanted to attract those who were hunting for them. He then asked him another question, what's the point. He noticed that if the chase continued, they would be able to feed on people as before. Tao, continuing to smile, confirmed this and began to talk about the topic. He told them that from now on he would not eat people. After these words, Hufin and Zen looked in his direction with wide open eyes in bewilderment. Hufin furiously asked him what he was talking about. Then he explained that if he didn't eat people, then he would. Tao didn't let him finish and told him affirmatively that they were delicious, and the more you eat them, the tastier they become. However, looking thoughtfully ahead, he said that for some reason, no matter how much he ate, he couldn't satisfy his hunger. He told them that he had thought about the reasons but did not find an obvious answer. He then told them that last night everything became clear to him. He mentioned the 3 monsters they fought. He noticed that they were strong. He also said that if they had encountered him as before, he would not have gone up against them. But he said, the latter fought well in the end, and be that as it may, after defeating them for the first time, he felt he was really full. After that, he said that the one who brought him here probably understands what he is talking about. He assumed that it was obvious that he was born for this feeling. Zen looked at him in confusion. Rising to his feet, Tao, with his eyes burning with interest, said that he wanted to hunt those who were worthy of defeat, and not just for the sake of taste. With his hands resting on his hips, he said that if this is a feeling that people cannot give, then he does not think that he should eat them. Hufin, straining his jaw, noticed that this sounded like nonsense and he was losing interest. After that, he said that he didn't understand him and didn't want to understand, because they had a great chance, and he didn't want to get into trouble because of his whims. Tao turned to him with a smile on his face and asked, really. He then suggested that perhaps this was true, but his greed and his view of things were incompatible. Tao approached Hufin and, with a smile on his face, suggested that this meant everything was over between them. He said that he was very sorry, but noted that perhaps it would be better this way. Hufin stood in front of him, his back straight, confused. At that moment, looking confusedly in the direction of Tao, he stopped himself, thinking that if he was not going to eat people, then perhaps. He looked in fear at the hand that Tao extended to him. Tao, with a wide smile on his face and a friendly expression, extended his hand in front of him. He turned to the 2 monsters surrounding him, Hufin and Zen. He told them that although they had known each other for a short time, he had learned a lot, and if not for them, he would have died. He continued to hold his hand outstretched and said that it would be nice to continue together. However, he admitted that they were right, and he thought it would be much better if they went their separate ways. He apologized to them and thanked them. Hyufen clenched his jaw in great tension and called him a bastard through clenched teeth. He then turned to Zen and told him that if he had heard everything, he ordered him to move. He explained that they had to leave before sunset, however. Zen did not move from his place. He stood unwaveringly, looking uncertainly in front of him. Hyufen, irritated, asked him why he was hesitating. Zen said hesitantly that he wanted to be with Tao. Hyufen asked him again in bewilderment. Zen exhaled heavily from his lungs and spoke about what they experienced last night, thanks to Tao. Then he asked if this was true. After that, he confusedly continued to say that he also wanted to become as strong as Tao. Tao looked at him in surprise while Zen continued to say that, in this case, he wanted to fight, not with people. Hyufen asked him irritably, "What are you saying then?" Angrily, he pointed his finger at Tao and said that he didn't even know the details. He asked him if he had forgotten who he and Zen were in the first place. Pressing one of his hands to his chest, Hyufen shouted that the transformation of their bodies was not the same as Tao's. He shouted loudly that he was just a dirty copy. Tao said that, as he said, it was dangerous to be with him, especially for Zen. After which, he warned him, saying that he would most likely die. Hyufen turned his surprised face toward Tao. After this, Tao noted that, while he was with him, he promised him this, with a confident smile on his face. He clenched his palm into a fist and told him that if he died, he would not do it before him. Zen, looking in front of him in surprise, said Tao. Hyufen looked at him irritably, with his eyebrows raised high and his jaw tense. Then, he turned away from them, and exhaling air from his lungs and closing his eyes, said that he could not stand it. Told to do stupid things together. They walked away. Turning around, he asked, "They both don't eat people. Is that true?" After that, he added, "If this is the case, I would eat those who are below me and leave." Then he smiled and said, "No one would complain." TA, with a smile on his face and looking up, confirmed this, saying it is better to eat to the maximum state of saturation before sunset. Suddenly, his face took on a confused look. He gazed ahead in surprise and said, "This is true." At that moment, the main character stood in front of the abandoned factory building where those monsters resided. Like other creatures of the night, this monster had existed for many years, spanning countless eras. Zen turned to Tao and asked if he was okay. The ominous name it bears depends on the era and region. TA affirmed that he was fine. Zen reassured him that everything was fine and noted that TA was just a little surprised. Despite the era, its essence remains the same, characterized by an uncontrollable thirst for conflict. Suwa looked ahead with a confident expression, frowning. Tia said he knew they would come, but he thought it would be after sunset. In the era where he rampaged most, both monsters and people called him by that name. Ta glowed with thick magical energy, his pupils bright purple. He looked ahead gloatingly, saying they needed to prepare to welcome their guests. Chiyu. The violence that consumes the world was imminent. Soon Siva entered the building, though he felt a pang of fear. Once inside, he froze briefly, his eyes widening as he sensed two distinct sensations from two directions. Magic was palpable from above, and the bloody stench emanated from below. Siva first looked up, noticing flows of aura, and then looked down, contemplating his decision in this gloomy dilemma. Clenching his teeth tightly, he still pressed forward. Outside, Yuzuru stood near the building. Slightly raising her head, she gazed at the streams of aura visible above. She frowned and asked herself, what kind of absurd horror is this? Yuzuru assumed that unless this phenomenon had a historical context, the building was like a canteen for monsters. She was certain that SCU could sense this, and was amazed that he went inside without hesitation. Yuzuru understood it was a trap with 99.9% certainty. Despite the odds, he entered. Yuzuru, clutching the paper with the prediction in her palm, mentally noted that the prediction of the 7 lucky children never lies. Even if it was a prediction of love, it guaranteed a happy day. Whatever happened, Yuzuru was certain she would meet her love safe and sound. Suddenly lowering her head, Yuzuru realized something else and asked herself what Shay was all about. Recreating the appearance of the main character in her thoughts, she noted she hadn't noticed any special features. One could say Shay was neither ugly nor handsome. Sighing, Yuzuru distracted herself from such thoughts and focused on the energy, most likely coming from above. Activating her magic, Yuzuru summoned her beast and instructed it to move ahead. The beast took Yuzuru and jumped to one of the building's upper floors. Landing carefully, Yuzuru frowned, assessing the situation. She wondered if she was being overly cautious. Seeing Zen standing in front of her, she realized he didn't seem like a dangerous monster. Zen appeared harmless as he stood, trembling violently, trying to convince himself that he could do it. Grinning condescendingly, Yuzuru decided to catch everyone who came across. Shay was descending at that time but suddenly stopped when he noticed Hyufen sitting on the ground, bending over a shapeless heap obscured by darkness. Sensing the main character's presence, Hyufen turned sharply and asked what was happening. At first he assumed a human had come, but he soon realized it was a monster. Siva lowered his head and seriously asked, "How many people have you and your comrades managed to eat?" He realized that his question was stupid and instead asked how many other creatures were there. He was sure that Hyufen could not be the only one and assumed the others had most likely gone upstairs. Hyufen, running his hand over his mouth, called Siwa a joker and asked if he understood that there was no point in asking. The main character suddenly realized that this was an opportunity to quickly kill Hyufen and leave. Hyufen, smiling, announced that because of Siva, he couldn't even calmly eat his stash and decided that Siva would have to answer for this. The main character simply smiled and said he agreed. After that, he ran into the attack. Hyufen, unable to react in time, froze with his eyes widening. Siu, clenching his palm into a fist, prepared to strike, telling Hyufen to force him to stop if he could. The next moment, he struck Hyufen in the stomach. Hyufen screamed and spat out blood, thinking how fast Siu was. Siva, without hesitation, grabbed Hyufen by the clothes and, pressing his feet harder into the ground, threw him far to the side. Hyufen flew into the wall and stopped, clenching his jaw. The main character then announced that he would ask another question and demanded to know how many monsters there were and the strengths and abilities of each. As magical energy began to release from him, it seemed more threatening. He ordered Hyufen to answer quickly. Hyufen, having modified his body, called Siwa funny but noted that the main character practically didn't react to the changes in his body. The next moment, Hyufen suddenly struck. Blood sprayed from a scratch on Siu's body, but Siva continued to stand without moving. Hyufen, smiling, announced that he needed to finish him off. When Siva was close, Hyufen suggested that Siu was trying to look cool but was only making things worse for himself. He added that everyone else had boldly come here, not understanding why Hyufen had such a nickname. Noticing that the main character was still standing without moving, Hyufen asked himself if things had gone more smoothly than he thought. He decided this was a good thing since, with his ability to strike from a distance, his targeted attack wouldn't fail. After striking, he sent powerful attacks towards Siu. Each hit sprayed more blood into the air. The main character continued to stand without moving or defending himself. Hyufen didn't stop, and Siu didn't move or react to anything that was happening. After some time, Hyufen stopped, breathing heavily, and asked what was going on. He was amazed that, despite his injuries, Siu was still standing. Hyufen asked who the main character was, convinced that Siva should have fallen. He asked why that hadn't happened. Siu simply called Hyufen a weakling, and added that he understood why Hyufen ate people. Hyufen froze, listening carefully, as the main character declared that Hyufen was doing all of this to become stronger. He understood Hyufen's desperate desire to gain even a little strength, but he asked whether it was really necessary to kill and eat so many people for such an insignificant growth. Looking at the bloody bodies on the side, Siu asked whether, even after all of this, Hyufen still couldn't get enough to eat. In Siva's opinion, this was strange since killing people for such a small thing was beyond his understanding. Frowning, he raised his hand to strike. Hyufen, seeing this, clenched his jaw and leaned back but managed to wave his hand to stop Siu's strike. The protagonist's palm was cut. The blow severed his hand, but even so, he didn't stop his attack. With the remaining part of his hand, he struck Hyufen in the face, throwing him fair and slamming him into the wall. Hyufen laughed with all his might, calling Siu funny, and declared that the reason they eat people was obvious because they could. Siu stopped listening to the explanation. Hyufen, though trembling and gravely injured, smiled and asked, "What is wrong with the strong eating the weak?" He added that the main character was no different, waving his power around, as if making a statement. In Hyufen's opinion, this was amusing. Siu did not argue. Instead, with his next blow, he plunged his hand into Hufin's body and pulled out a core from it. Hufin fell to the ground, lifeless. Siu, holding the core in his hands, looked around briefly, focusing on the bloody bodies nearby. In the end, he absorbed Hufin. At the same time, on the upper floors, Zen, attacked by Yuzuru's magic, was knocked aside and trembled, unable to even speak. Yuzuru admitted to herself that no matter how much she thought about it, something felt wrong. She asked Zen if he was truly alone here, and whether he had a boss or allies. The beast Yuzuru had summoned stood beside her as she crossed her arms and frowned, trying to appear more threatening. Zen, still shaking, admitted he didn't know anything and pleaded with Yuzuru to stop threatening him and focus. Yuzuru, serious, declared that she was focusing and launched another attack, knocking Zen back. He was unable to repel the attack and stopped resisting. Yuzuru realized that, even if Zen didn't try, he was of average strength, but it was clear he didn't know how to fight. She assumed that Zen had been separated from, or kicked out of a group. Thinking that such a monster would be too troublesome to kill, she wondered if she should just capture him instead. Zen, shrouded in remnants of magic, lay on the ground, barely moving. Suddenly, someone announced that this wouldn't work. Turning, Yuzuru saw Talu, who grinned and told Zen that his attitude was wrong. He added that, at this rate, Zen wouldn't even be considered a worthy enemy. Yuzuru, noticing Talu, froze with wide eyes. She thought about how, due to the unique nature of the Japanese archipelago, psychic abilities were used much more frequently in this region compared to others. Yuzuru, an exorcist since the age of 14 in Korean reckoning, had banished over 100 spirits within 5 years. But the experience she felt now surprised her. Turning toward Talu, she watched as he declared that catching the right moment in a fight was all that mattered. Despite her experience, none of the spirits she had faced could compare to Talu, who now stood before her. Talu smiled and continued, saying that even if the enemy was stronger, it was crucial to make it clear that victory wouldn't come easily. Yuzuru, ignoring his words, clenched her jaw and asked if Talu had been hiding all this time. She could feel his energy overflowing. Though he wasn't the spirit she and Yoshihiro were searching for, the dark energy emanating from him was overwhelming. Assessing its intensity, Yuzuru realized it had reached poltergeist level. As Talu approached, he appeared increasingly menacing, enveloped in magical energy. He apologized to Yuzuru, claiming he didn't want to cheat but wanted to give his colleague a chance. Yuzuru didn't respond but realized that her chances were the same whether she fought or ran away. Talu, meanwhile, wanted to continue speaking, but suddenly he sensed something. Turning sharply, he put his hand in front of him, catching a long vine. The vine, controlled by the goblin club used by Siu, stretched toward Talu. Looking in the direction of the thread, Talu noticed the main character jumping closer, preparing to strike. Even before landing, Siu regrouped in midair. Clenching his jaw, he swung his leg to strike. Talu, noticing the new enemy, smiled in anticipation. In the next moment, Siu delivered a powerful blow, sending Talu flying to the side. He crashed into the wall, raising clouds of dust into the air. Zen, noticing this, watched in disbelief. Excitedly, Zen shouted TA's name and tried to rise. Someone, attracting Yuzuru's attention, asked if she had spoken about this recently. This person remembered Yuzuru mentioning something about a Superman or something similar. Yuzuru froze in shock, amazed at how the situation had unfolded, while her beast frowned, preparing for a possible battle. The main character, looking seriously at Yuzuru, ordered her to leave, stating that she had nothing to do here. Yuzuru, recovering from her shock, asked the main character to wait and suggested what it might mean if Shuru had also come to get rid of the monsters. Before she could finish speaking, someone interrupted. It was TA, who, despite his wounds, smiled and asked whether the main character was trying to imply that Yuzuru was standing in his way. TA added that if something got in his way, he wouldn't be able to act freely. He noted that, at first glance, Shuru was different from him but looked like the type of friend he would enjoy fighting. Shuru remained silent, ignoring TA's words, while Yuzuru suddenly asked Ta if he was seriously saying that she would get in the way. Furious that a worthless monster would say such a thing to her, she took the vessel that the beast had been holding in its teeth and activated the Beggar's Union, and roaring thunder. Yuzuru asked how Ta even dared to treat her like that. TA, amazed at the turn of events, watched as Yuzuru, drawing Shiru's attention, declared that if she were in his place, she would have moved aside. She was not going to restrain her power just to avoid hurting the main character. Shiru looked at Yuzuru in bewilderment. Yuzuru, once again activating the roaring thunder, waited for the required amount of energy to concentrate, and then summoned a furious thunderclap. The beast, previously standing beside her, transformed into a ball of energy and flew forward, turning into a powerful attack. Yuzuru stood firm, concentrating. When the attack exploded, raising clouds of dust, she thought to herself that since these monsters were her enemies, she would not hold back. Determined, she decided to give it her all and unleash her full power. Seeing that her beast was ready to attack again, Yuzuru used another furious thunderclap. The second attack struck from another direction. When the dust cleared, Yuzuru froze, breathing heavily. Suddenly, she realized something was wrong. After only 2 lightning strikes, she was already exhausted far more than she should have been. This was not even half of what Yuzuru was normally capable of. Her eyes widened as she realized that the energy of this country didn't align with her own. The next moment, Shiru suddenly approached her, grabbing her hand, and asked her to strike a little less forcefully. Yuzuru looked at the main character in bewilderment but didn't question him. He explained that it hurt. A powerful attack suddenly flew toward Yuzuru and Shiru, but the main character quickly pulled her toward him, removing her from the trajectory of the attack. When the attack dissipated, Yuzuru looked to the side in shock. Shiru frowned, noticing an opening in the wall that had formed during the attack. Yuzuru asked if TA had escaped, but Shiru disagreed. He suggested it was likely the opposite, reasoning that TA could have freed himself long ago if he had wanted to. Shiru felt the thread he was holding suddenly grow tense. Looking along the thread, Shiru noted that TA was one of those monsters completely unaccustomed to fighting. He explained to Yuzuru that this was why TA had been on the defensive and admitted he had completely forgotten about Zen during the attack. However, Shiru added that TA would return soon. He suggested that, in this way, TA might also be inviting the main character to follow him. In the end, Shiru decided to pursue him. Shiru declared that it was time for him to go and added, as he had already said, that he did not need Yuzuru's help. Yuzuru asked irritably, "What kind of nonsense is Shiru talking about?" She suddenly opened her eyes wide, scared, as Shiru asked if he needed to demonstrate something to her. He activated his magic and began to look taller and more menacing. Then he asked if Yuzuru really didn't understand how things truly were. She leaned back, frightened by what was happening. The main character, grabbing her throat with his hand, admitted that he had never killed a person, but even after one touch, he could tell something for sure. Yuzuru trembled, trying to grab Shiru's hands to remove them, but she couldn't do anything. Shiru declared that if he applied any more force, her neck would break. He asked if she would just stand there. She clenched her jaw but still couldn't do anything. The main character warned that if she didn't act right now, she would die. He suddenly froze in amazement, feeling something. He looked to the side and noticed that the spirit summoned earlier by Yuzuru had become much smaller, but was still trying to attack him. It crashed into his side. Shiru paused for a moment, thinking, and eventually released Yuzuru's neck, asking for forgiveness for his behavior. Yuzuru fell to the ground, clutching her throat. Shiru admitted that he hadn't thought he would cross the line. He wasn't sure if Yuzuru knew this, but he warned that the attack had actually been aimed at him, not her. Yuzuru was surprised to hear this. Shiru explained that Yuzuru wouldn't have been able to dodge the attack, and he knew he had to save her. The main character remembered the moment when Yuzuru saved him from an earlier attack and explained that this was why he had staged his own attack to delay Yuzuru and buy some time. He didn't know whether it was pride or something else, but looking at the disappointed expression on Yuzuru's face, he asked if she now understood everything. Shiru warned that her strength wasn't enough to defeat TA right now and declared that it would be better if she simply turned around and left. The spirit Yuzuru had summoned frowned, ready to fight, but didn't attack. Shiru, stepping aside, warned that he didn't want to see more people die, at least not today. Suddenly, he remembered something else he needed to say. When Yuzuru turned in his direction, Shiru mentioned that there were human remains in the basement of this building. Although he understood it was an extremely unpleasant sight, he asked Yuzuru to take care of those people. He insisted that they couldn't be left like that, and needed a proper burial. Having said this, Shiru left. Sometime later, while following the thread, he stopped when he heard someone express happiness at his arrival. It was TA, who honestly admitted that they could have fought back where they were. However, he warned that by staying here, he was keeping his promise to his comrades. TA assumed that Shiru had already realized this on the way, but noted that he needed to be cautious about random people getting involved. Ta explained that the area would soon be demolished, so there weren't many people left. Certain rumors about TA and other monsters had spread, which had driven most people away. Scratching his temple with his fingers, Ta noted that sometimes a few people passed through to film something. Ironically, it made it easier for the monsters to hunt. Diverting from the topic, he suggested not paying attention to it. Noticing Shiru getting into a fighting stance, T apologized, suggesting that he might have been explaining things for too long. Grinning, he exclaimed how excited he was. The next moment, Shiru and TA simultaneously ran forward to attack. When Shiru struck with his club, Tia managed to block it but didn't stop moving. In the next moment, Shiru attempted another strike. This time, although Tia noticed the attack, he was unable to parry it. The blow sent Tia flying back, crashing into a wall and breaking it. Tia opened his eyes wide, and in the next instant, noticed Shiru jumping closer to deliver another attack. This time, Tia was ready and parried the blow. At first glance, the battle seemed evenly matched, but as it continued, the difference in technique became evident. However, both fighters landed powerful strikes on each other, gradually moving across the battlefield. TA, fully aware of his nature, smiled enthusiastically during the battle. His strength was truly remarkable. The battle was stunning. When TA struck again, the protagonist spat out blood from his mouth. TA used perfect compatibility, and there was quite a lot of blood. Siva realized that he was just lucky. He suddenly remembered talking to someone who had mentioned a preservation gem. They noted that it didn't matter what state the monster's body was in or whether it was the first time he had taken something like that. Although the interlocutor wasn't certain, they remarked that Sue had handled it quite well. This person was determined to hammer the point into Siva's head, warning that there was no need to take the pill a second time. The main character, looking at several bottles of pills standing in front of him on the table, asked in amazement what those words meant. He remembered that he had been able to defeat Yum by eating the pill, though it had cost him a significant amount of money. Swa, who had been talking with Siva all this time, explained that he was simply lucky. She noted that an excessive increase in energy is just as dangerous as exhaustion. She reminded him that this was exactly what had happened during his fight with the Shutter Swallow. The main character had been unable to cope with the overwhelming energy and had lost his mind due to the sharp increase in it. Siva listened attentively as Sway explained that if he continued taking pills out of a thirst for power, something terrible could happen. Though she admitted that she didn't know exactly what the next dose might do, she warned that it could turn him into a monster. Siva, having flown a little to the side due to a blow, stopped. TA, looking at him seriously, exclaimed that the main character was truly unusual. He smiled enthusiastically, noting that even with the 3 monsters he had fought last night, it hadn't been possible to exchange blows like this. TA put in so much effort for the first time in his life. Siva, trembling with pain and fatigue, threw a pill into his mouth, intending to eat it. TA suddenly noticed that the main character had something, and asked what this elegant thing was. Sue couldn't answer the question. However, if someone knowledgeable about goblins had been present at the battle, they might have been able to provide an answer. What appeared through the use of Shu's magic was called the Goblin Cap, the third ability possessed by the goblin race. Sometime earlier, someone had been talking with their companions and swore that they had seen a goblin with their own eyes. The man, sitting with 2 others at a table, expressed displeasure that his friend was once again talking about the same old things. He exclaimed that even when looking at a cat, the friend claimed it was a tiger. But another man insisted that this time it had really happened. He recounted how, on the day he was crossing the mountain range, a snake-like creature appeared, claiming to be some kind of supernatural entity. However, a goblin suddenly appeared and saved him. The third man asked if it was possible that after saving him, the goblin had mentioned something about belonging to his race. The man who had seen the goblin pondered aloud, wondering what it had looked like. Looking up as he remembered, he began to describe it. He started with the fact that the goblin was huge, elated, and almost twice as tall as a human. Its shoulders were several times broader than his own. Yet, in other respects, and no matter how strange it seemed, the goblin wasn't much different. A man, recalling the appearance of the goblin, noted that the monster was different only in its slightly dark skin tone. Apart from this, there was nothing unusual about the goblin. Its eyes, nose, and mouth were all in place. One of the men suggested that it might have been a man, arguing that goblins should have horns. However, the man who saw the goblin declared that the monster did not have any horns and exclaimed that he had never heard of a goblin having horns at all. The man who had spoken earlier closed his eyes, took a sip from his cup, and asked if his interlocutor knew about the blacksmith in the neighboring village. He noted that, unlike his interlocutor, the blacksmith was not a cowardly person and therefore someone he trusted more. Suddenly, the third man interjected, stating that he wasn't claiming the blacksmith was lying, but that the goblin he had seen also did not have horns. Both of the other men, distracted from their argument, looked at their comrade in amazement and asked if he, too, had seen the goblin. The man admitted that it was true, explaining that he was very young at the time but had managed to witness a battle between goblins. He remembered peeking out from behind a tree and observing the two monsters. He noted, just as the other man had said, that aside from their fast movements and dark skin, the goblins looked human. No matter what happened, the goblins had simply stared at each other in silence. One man asked if it was true that goblins didn't have horns. However, without waiting for an answer, he decided it wasn't that important and instead asked what had happened. The man admitted that nothing significant occurred. The goblins simply disappeared without a trace. One of the men trembled, overwhelmed with emotion, while the other admitted that it was too dark to see clearly. He couldn't tell whether it was a cap or a helmet, but he recalled that one of the goblins had something sharp protruding from its head, resembling a horn. He assumed that this was what his interlocutors were referring to. In any case, as soon as he noticed this detail, the goblins vanished from sight. Another man suggested that the goblins hadn't disappeared, but were simply invisible to the naked eye. The narrator agreed, speculating that this was likely the case. As the ground beneath his feet began to split, trees were uprooted, and the entire mountain shook. Frightened, he had run away, now assuming that the goblins were fighting each other while remaining invisible. In the end, he admitted he couldn't say for certain what he had seen, since goblin-like creatures defied human understanding. Filling his cup again, he concluded that arguing about such creatures was pointless, as their existence transcended human logic. He proposed they drink another round and took the first sip. Legends, myths, and folklore about monsters were often based on real events, but human interpretation shaped their narratives, meaning the truth could have been entirely different. Now, TA, still smiling, looked at Siva, who stood opposite him. Suddenly, a horn appeared on the main character's head. Though folklore suggested goblins could have horns, they were not an inherent part of their body. The ghostly battle mask, better known as the goblin mask, also appeared on half of Siva's face. This mask was a form of protection created from goblin energy. Activating his magic, Siu prepared to attack. He believed the claim that the goblin mask made goblins invisible was only partially true. When the main character ran forward, he was not visible for a moment. However, this did not mean he disappeared. It was simply that his movements had become so fast that most supernatural creatures, let alone humans, could not perceive him. Siva threw a punch, but TA extended his arm forward and blocked it. However, when the attack dissipated, TA smiled, noticing that his fingers were broken. Without hesitation, Siva continued fighting, delivering another blow that caused TA to lean back, spitting blood. TA, undeterred by the blood, was soon ready to fight again. He launched an attack with a smile, while Siva looked at him intently, countering with his own strike. At the same time, Siva intercepted TA and lifted him off the ground. Activating his magic more intensely, Siva frowned in concentration. In the next moment, the street, as well as the nearby buildings, shook slightly as Siva threw TA to the ground. The magic gradually began to dissolve, and TA stopped moving, surrounded by blood dripping onto the floor. Both of his arms had been torn from his body, but he continued to smile, staring at the empty space in front of him. The next moment, Siu appeared nearby and instinctively understood how to use the mask on his face. Unlike others, he greatly lacked practical experience, and this was a tool that pushed his limits. It could be compared to the tales mentioned in folklore, which caused the protagonist to significantly increase the level of power he could harness. Now, he frowned, realizing that this was more than enough. For the first time since becoming a goblin, Siva suddenly felt pain in his muscles. He looked down at his shaking hands, noticing how quickly his energy was being expended 3 times the normal rate. After analyzing his condition for a short time, the main character realized the rate was even greater and mentally noted that he wouldn't last long in this state. Clenching his jaw tighter, Siva looked at TA, who admitted that Siva was indeed unusual. Though trembling, TA's limbs quickly recovered. He admitted that not only last night but all the time since his birth could not compare to just a few minutes of their fight. Now, TA had realized a lot of things and declared that he finally understood how strong, tough, and fast he could be, as well as what he was truly capable of. He thanked Siva again, confident that he was lucky to have met him. TA was now using a unique magic called the Iron Deity. The main character, taking out a club, asked if TA was really thanking him. Frowning, he gritted his teeth and advised TA to go to hell or wherever he had come from. Tia laughed, admitting that while he didn't know much about anything else, he couldn't agree with that sentiment. TA got into a fighting position, exclaiming that life was crazy fun, even if it meant a quick death. He especially understood this now and charged forward, intending to strike. Siva didn't have time to block the blow and was sent flying to the side. Opening his eyes wide in surprise, Siva quickly recovered and was ready to fight again. He managed to reflect all the subsequent blows that TA sent at him. Pressing his feet into the ground with such force that cracks appeared, Siva matched TA's strength and speed. At that moment, their power levels were nearly the same. However, pushing past one's limits and quickly reaching one's own ceiling often resulted in going beyond what was permitted. Now, TA, grinning, suddenly activated a new magical attack. He struck Siva with it, throwing him far to the side. When the explosion dissipated, TA saw the main character's body embedded in the wall. It became clear that not only goblins could evolve during battle. Looking at the new attack he had learned, T asked in amazement if he could really even do that. It was the unique magic of the mystical wind of past winters. Siva quickly recovered from the damage he had received. Leaning forward slightly, he dodged TA's next attack and ran forward, simultaneously taking out his goblin club and cutting through TA's strike. He frowned, watching carefully, and suddenly noticed that TA was approaching again, ready to attack. It was a battle of indomitable monsters. The force with which TA struck tore off Siva's arm. The main character, gritting his teeth, continued to fight with one hand, realizing that to defeat an opponent like TA, he would need a level of power head and shoulders above his enemies. Siva and TA continued their fierce battle, both understanding the stakes. TA grinned while Siva frowned, and TA began creating weapons using the Iron Deity and the mystical barrier of past winters. His hands began to gradually form the spear of the Windlord, and at that moment, the main character started changing the shape of his goblin club, endowing it with his magical energy. Ta struck, and a powerful stream of attack flew towards Siva. However, when it dissipated, TA, spitting out blood, noted that this was all very unfortunate, but at the same time, predictable. He admitted that the main character's weapon was much better and gradually began to lean to the side, having suffered serious damage. Siva stood for a while, breathing heavily, and looked at the weapon he had created. But suddenly he heard someone say that it was all amazing. Turning around, Siva noticed someone approaching him, who commented that Siva was using a ghostly battle mask, as well as goblin wrestling. It was Bayun, who admitted that even for an ordinary goblin, all of this was very impressive. Smiling, Bayun noted that in any case, he was glad to meet the main character and introduced himself, extending his hand forward. Finally, Bayun announced that he and Siva were the same and activated his magic, causing his eyes to glow dimly. The main character stood a few meters away from Bayun. Bayun, looking at him carefully, told him that he shouldn't strain himself too much. He then explained that he didn't plan to interfere in their fight with TA. The main character, regaining his breath, looked carefully at Bayun, his eyes wide open. He asked himself, did he say that they were the same? Then, in surprise, he asked himself if he really meant it. Bayun interrupted his thoughts by throwing an object in his direction. Siva opened his eyes wide in surprise when he heard the sound of a falling object. He turned around to where the object had fallen and saw Bayun, standing with his back to him, looking at the defeated TA. Bayun told him that T looked happy. TA was lying in a pool of blood, his clothes and body smeared with thick drops of blood. His body had been cut into two parts by a straight line across the upper part of his body. On his bloody face was a happy smile, from which thick streams of dark burgundy blood were oozing. Looking at this, Bayun said it even disappointed him a little. He noted that if he had more time to get used to his magic, the outcome could have been completely different. Then Bayun added that there was nothing wrong with it, and that next time, he would definitely succeed. The main character, jumping up behind him and preparing to attack, said that there would be no next time. Bayun opened his eyes wide in surprise, and after that, the powerful blow Siva made provoked a strong explosion, emanating streams of magical energy. The main character, with a concentrated expression on his face, looked menacingly in front of him, frowning his eyebrows. Bayun reacted in surprise and, standing on the cracked concrete, told him that even with a perfect block from behind, the horn, he still felt the blow. Bayun held a large weapon with his bloody hand, and turning to Siva, told him that he had a rather sharp horn. His hand was shaking from the tension it felt after blocking the blow with the horn. Then Bayun noticed that he could have lost his sight if he had made a mistake. The main character looked up in sincere bewilderment, his eyes wide open, mouth slightly open, with a drop of sweat running down his face. What he now felt so clearly was the same thing his opponents felt when they hit him. Blocking a blow inflicted with full force was only a matter of pure strength. The completed form of the technique that Siva had awakened not so long ago was called dispersing a blow using the ground. Bayun, looking at the main character with a smile on his face, and continuing to hold the sharp horn with his bloody hand, through which drops of blood were flowing, told him that he thought there was no need for additional evidence. However, he was glad that Siva understood everything. After that, with a slight movement of his fingers, Bayun threw away the horn with which Siva had just attacked him. The main character was thrown several meters into the distance from such a strong push. Bayun continued to say that he understood this might shock Siva a little. Then he told him that they said he was the only remaining goblin in the whole world, and now someone like him appears. Siva looked at him from under his brows, heavily recovering his breath. After this, the main character confidently said that he was not surprised. Then he added that, besides, he didn't care if he was a goblin or someone else. After that, his destroyed arm began to grow from his shoulder. He moved forward, saying that he was just curious, and that was all. Then he asked him a question: did he really bring all? These monsters from other countries came to this one, so that they would hunt people. Bayun, with a wide smile and a friendly expression on his face, shouted, confirming this. He then loudly said that this was how it was. He explained that from their recruitment to all these murders, as well as various hiding places and providing information, he shouted loudly, saying that all of this was created by him. He then turned to the protagonist, assuming that he was wondering why he was doing all this, after which he asked him, "Isn't that right?" Siva looked at him in surprise, without saying anything in response. Bayun, still with a smiling expression on his face, put his hand in front of him and began talking about how there was no problem with this and no point in hiding anymore. He would tell him everything. After that, Bayun began to tell him that they were the same species and everything like that. He said that's why he thought it would be very interesting to talk with him. He then looked piercingly at the protagonist with his glowing eyes. Siva tried to make a sharp lunge, striking the place where Bayun had just recently been. His eye glowed with a bright red light from the rage that overwhelmed him. Bayun, with a calm expression on his face, slowly stepped to the side, dodging the blow. Then he chuckled, and heading toward the main character, said that his first advice to him, as a fellow man, was. Then, using an uppercut, he struck Siva in the torso. From such a strong blow, the main character spat out a cloud of blood from his mouth. Siva's eyes widened from the pain he experienced. Bayun told him that they were facing an opponent much stronger than him. He should make sure that at least one of his feet was on the ground. After that, standing right in front of Siva, he told him that even though their horn was small, it was an absurdly unbalanced magic. The main character, with a tense and angry expression on his face, looked at Bayun, who was preparing his new blow. Along with this, he told him that unless he dealt with the magic of poisons or curses, as long as he stood firmly on his feet, he wasn't at all afraid of most attacks. Then Bayun, raising his hand back, added that even the blows were from the other side. Immediately after that, he made a direct blow with his fist to Siva's face. Many rays of bright magical energy poured out from his fist toward the main hero. The main hero's face was thrown back as Bayun hit him with many blows, moving from one place to another with huge speed. He struck him again and again. Bayun held a smoking fist in front of his face with a smile on his face and said that he was still amazed at how Siva could withstand a blow at full power, even without using supernatural powers. Then he said that it was amazing. At that moment, Siva was lying on the ground, his clothes dirty and torn, his whole body covered in abrasions and bruises, blood flowing down his face. His whole body was shaking from the blows he had endured. The main character looked at the ground with a lost look in front of him. This time, he talked about how, without any training, he had mastered almost all the basic abilities of goblins. Then he asked him if they could return to their conversation. He addressed Siva by name and asked him if he liked dogs. The main character looked at him with wide-open eyes and bewilderment. Bayun continued, saying that dogs were beautiful and in many aspects even superior to people. However, he noticed that sometimes these could be annoying. For example, in his opinion, dogs that are raised by a weak owner bare their teeth without even realizing the whole situation. After which, he noticed that they sometimes even bite people. He asked Siva if this. It was true. The main character was on his knees shaking. There were many bruises on his body, and his clothes were stained with his blood. Bayun, standing in front of him, said that of course, in such cases the fault most likely lies with the owner. However, sometimes these pathetic creatures became incredibly repulsive. He said that creatures that exist solely to satisfy the needs of the superior race are able to live only by receiving care and attention. He told him that the fact that these creatures wagged their tails without understanding all the dangers was obvious in itself. With his eyes glowing with magical energy, he said that as soon as this realization comes, these creatures cease to be cute puppies. He continued, thinking aloud, telling Siva that they were disgusting and useless creatures that lived in ignorance. The main character, looking at him from under his brows, called him a crazy bastard. Then he said that he would release monsters and kill people for such a stupid reason. Bayon suggested that it seemed to him there was a misunderstanding, after which he answered in the affirmative, saying that he did not like people. However, he added that he despised not only those who didn't understand anything. With a smile on his face, he exhaled the air from his lungs and said how long ago it was. He explained to him that the king of monsters did not yet exist. Then he added that there was no need for him. He squatted down opposite the surprised main character and told him that there were no laws among monsters since force ruled everything. He told him that the only thing that mattered was the food chain of the strong and the weak, or his position was determined precisely by strength. He said that if the strength of people and monsters was not enough, then they were nothing more than prey, destined to die. Then, with a wide smile on his face, he noticed that if you think about it like that, it even sounds interesting. After that, he asked the main character, sitting opposite him, "Is this true?" Without waiting for an answer, he said that countless monsters were looking forward to the end of these 6 months so they could finally freely catch and devour people again. However, he noticed that if you delve a little deeper into this topic, there's nothing more fun than this. Bayan continued to think out loud, saying that most likely, the vast majority of these creatures were initially not much different from people. He said that only the prey had been protected for much longer. Siva looked at him in bewilderment, his eyes wide open, listening carefully to his words. Meanwhile, Bayon talked about how such people could only bark at the weaker, as if they themselves were predators. However, at the same time, they lived in safety, much more than people. Bayon gave an example, saying that creatures of the same species with them were unpleasant even to look at. He suggested that with people, everything was exactly the same. After that, he turned to the main character, suggesting that he had probably seen a lot of these in his life. He then asked him if this was true. Bayon said that parasites who receive much more than their worth, under the protection of laws, common sense, and various organizations, without any shame, make purchases for which they are not able to take responsibility, as if it's their inalienable right. He said that they live in the hope that they will be protected. After that, looking carefully at Siva, he asked him to imagine what a world would be like, where such unreasonable defense did not exist at all. He asked, "Doesn't that sound great?" Then he began to argue out loud that there was no such right or law that allowed such a parasite to exist. He again said that the only criterion was strength, and those who could not answer for their actions simply die or suffer. The main character frowned at him, frowning, and tried to restore his breathing by actively inhaling and exhaling air from his lungs. Siva, with blood running down his face, said that this was far from beautiful and sounded like the sick fantasy of an 8th grader. Bayan laughed at this comparison and noted that perhaps this was so. Then he added that he did not expect Siva to understand everything just because he said it, noting that in any case, such a reaction was quite normal. After that, standing straight, he informed him that despite the fact that they belonged to the same species, their age, experience, and values were different. Looking down at the main character, Bayan said that that's why he decided to make them look alike. Siva looked at him with a questioning, surprised look. Bayan explained that since he had defeated TA, he had an interest that went beyond the usual kinship. Bayan stood next to him, hands in his pockets, smiling, and invited the main character to join him. Then, with his eyes wide open and lighting up with interest, he said that he would tell him everything that he was capable of as a goblin and what he needed to know in advance. Then he added, saying that he would explain to him what kind of creatures they were and what debt the main character seriously looked up at him and told him that he didn't want to. Then he said that if Bayon asked him to stop talking nonsense, he should. Bayon closed his eyes with a condescending smile on his face and said that everything was fine. He explained that this wasn't a case where he had the right to choose, so he shouldn't worry. Suddenly, like energy lines began to appear around Siva. Looking intently in front of him with a serious expression on his face, Bayon said that although this was disappointing, Siva should have already realized that resistance was useless. Suddenly, Bayon's eyes widened in surprise. A few meters behind him, from behind a pile of construction debris, Yuzuru flew up, holding an artifact in front of her. Bayon turned to look at her in surprise. Yuzuru, holding the artifact in her hands, used the Nocto Thought Power spell. It was a lightning trap spell. After she cast it, many powerful, dazzling lightning bolts simultaneously hit Bayon's body. Such a strong attack made him tense up, his entire body rising into the air. This was an attack aimed not at causing damage, but at pinning the enemy. At that moment, the main character, with eyes burning with rage, rushed into the attack and struck Bayon's jaw with his knee from the bottom up, throwing his head back with the blow. Bayon's body began to fly up, and Siva, at that moment, formed a goblin club near his palm. Regeneration had slowed down due to the fact that the entire nervous system was focused exclusively on one thing. The main character formed the goblin club weapon in his hand and ran toward Bayon. The formation of a goblin's own club was an incredible and boundless transformation, and almost nothing was known about what exactly provoked such changes or the principle responsible for increasing strength. But one thing can be said for sure about the emotions experienced at that moment. After her attack, Yuzuru landed on the ground near Siva. In the past, the term that was used to refer to the Goblin Club essentially meant a weapon that could become anything. However, more precisely, this weapon can be described as something that takes whatever the owner of the form wants. Yuzuru looked up with a concentrated, surprised look, holding the artifact in her hands. Using this ability, the main character could use a variety of forms for different situations. However, even now, Siva, with his eyes sparkling from the magical energy overwhelming him, held in his hand a goblin club, which spread out in clots of dark magical energy throughout the space surrounding him. What he did was not just a tool that would be useful at this moment. It was much more than that. Now, a fierce desire to achieve his goal had been added to it. The main character looked at his victim with a menacing gaze, a monster that devours people and the people who are eaten. It was no longer possible to prevent this terrible catastrophe. But if this is so, then at least one cannot miss this goal that is right in front of his eyes. Without taking his eyes off, he looked at Bayon, who was in the air. The main character confidently told himself that he would not miss this time. After which, he furiously turned to Bayon and told him not to even doubt that he would kill him. Siva, with his eyes brightly glowing with multicolored magical energy, holding a powerful weapon with many sharp teeth in his hands, looked up for the first time. He put into the club all his determination and emotions that came from the heart. Bayon laughed, looking down at him. The main hero was clutching The goblin club glowed with a bright, bloody color. The main character had the intention of killing. After that, with a sharp movement of his hand, he struck, imbued with the will of the owner, the true nature of the goblin club. Siva made a powerful blow aimed at Bayon, who was in the air. At that moment, two directed beams of magical energy met in the air, forming an explosion. The main hero demonstrated strength worthy of the spiritual level. Yuzuru looked above her in a shocked state, her eyes and mouth wide open. Siva, heavily regaining his breath, held the goblin club over his head. His whole body was incredibly tense. After this, the exhausted protagonist wearily lowered his goblin club and began to relax his body in an unsuccessful attempt to catch his breath from the intense struggle. Yuzuru looked at him in surprise and asked herself, what the heck? Then she asked herself if this monster was really that strong. Remembering the appearance of the warlike Siva, she thought that she had never seen such power before. Immediately after this, the main character, with a sharp jerk of his whole body, keeping the depth of the goblin club at the ready, ran up to Yuzuru and raised his weapon, preparing to strike. Looking at her intently, he ordered her to bend down. Yuzuru, at that moment, was holding the artifact in front of her with a frightened expression on her face, preparing to defend herself from the attack. Then she realized, in shock, that there was something behind her. Her eyes sharply widened in realization, and at the last moment, she managed to move her body away from the blow made by the main character. Siva dealt a strong blow, cutting the space from top to bottom. Then he looked in front of him in great fatigue. Bayun was there and asked himself what he could say about this. Then he said that, just like before, it never ceases to amaze him. Bayun stood opposite him with a calm expression, a large and red glowing horn growing from his forehead. He was dusting off his slightly stained white shirt, and in his right hand he held a goblin club. The main hero, looking at him with tension, thought that he knew he was weaker than him, but he didn't even suspect that he was that much weaker. Bayum continued to say that, moreover, this is not an instinct revealed in a crisis situation, but a conscious desire to reveal his true nature. Then he asked if Siva was capable of this at his age. Bayum carefully looked at the main character and asked him what his feelings were. He suggested that this was not bad, after which he asked him again if it was true. He said that Siva was finally able to take control of his lust for murder. After these words, he used as an example a saying that says the first manifestation of truth in nature must always achieve the goal of awakening. Bayun put out a goblin club, formed into a weapon in front of him. By creating this, he was saying that, at this rate, Siva might even stop being considered a goblin. Siva stood next to Yuzuru, holding the goblin club in front of his body. A sharp impulse of magical energy was sent to the center of the main character's body. Siva was able to put the goblin club in front of him, which received the blow. Bayun, with a smile on his face, told him that this would not work. Immediately after his words, the club that the main character was holding in his hands broke into two parts, the fragments scattering in different directions. Due to the broken defense, the attack from Bayun hit Siva, causing him to fly several meters back. Yuzuru looked at him in fear. Approaching her, Bayun said that the essence of the club was that the shape it took depended on the desire of the owner, and now his club was a weapon created to kill him. He explained to him that, in other words, the only purpose of it was to kill. He further said that trying to defend himself with this would not make much difference from simply taking a blow on his naked body. After which, he interrupted his words, denying what he had just said. He admitted that if Siva had prepared for the blow from the very beginning and not tried to fight back, that would have been even better. The main hero was on his knees, shaking from the pain he had received, with a black hole in his chest. He strained his hands and squeezed a fragment of his club in his palm. Bayun approached Yuzuru, who stood with her back to him. Turning to her, he noticed that she was not from this country, after which he asked her if this was true. Yuzuru looked ahead with a frightened expression on her face, then looked at him in shock, her pupils greatly reduced in fear. Bayun asked her why she was here. He then remarked that he certainly had one guess, but at the very least, she should have found out about this place first before interfering. Bayun spoke these words with wild eyes. He voiced his desire, which was that he wanted to wring her neck right now. Then, turning to the main character, he asked him what he thought. Bayun noticed that he could let her go, but he clarified that he would only do this if she threw away what was. In his hands, the main character at that moment looked at Bayun with an intense gaze, greedily inhaling air into his lungs. In his hand, he held a pill received in the House of Humility. Bayun said that he thought this pill was from the House of Humility, after which he asked if this was true. After these words, with a sharp movement, he grabbed Yuzuru's neck with his hands. She screamed in surprise and, straining her head, squeezed her jaws and frowned. Bayun also calmly continued, saying that this was a good remedy, but he noticed that, for some reason, it had a positive effect on him. After which, he asked the main character if this was so. Looking at him with a smile, Bayun said that this is the essence of the fact that drugs have both positive and negative sides. He assumed that this was the second time, after which he asked him again if this was so. Bayan began to talk about how the sudden surge of energy overloaded his energy center, and it would recover 3 times more than usual. He admitted that he couldn't even imagine what could happen in the worst case. Then, continuing to speak and turning to Siva, he told him that even if nothing happens, he still wouldn't do anything about it. The main character calmly continued to look at him, holding the pill in his hands. He did not answer his words in any way. Summing up, Bayun lifted Yuzuru, whom he was squeezing by the neck with both hands, and asked him to sit aside for now, since he did not want to cause him even more harm. Yuzuru was shaking from the suffocation she was experiencing due to Bayun's hands squeezing her neck. Yuzuru turned to Bayun and asked him not to listen to Bayun. The main character continued to silently look in their direction while holding the pill near his mouth. She said that she died during an exorcism through suffocation. She said that she was always ready for this death, because it was her job. Bayan looked up at Yuzuru and told her that she was seriously upsetting him. Then, with even greater force, he pressed his hand on her neck. Yuzuru tensed up greatly from the pain she felt. At the same time, with her hand she grabbed Bayan's hand, but she could not do anything to him. Bayun reminded her that he told her to shut up. He was unable to continue his speech because the sudden movement cut off his arm at the elbow. He looked at his severed stump in bewilderment. The main character looked in front of him in surprise at what had happened. Yuzuru, at that moment, fell from a short distance along with Bayun's severed hand. Bayun turned to the side with a surprised expression. In front of him was a man in a business suit who was preparing to strike him. This man's name was Y. He frowned his eyebrows with a concentrated expression on his face and raised his fist to strike. After that, with a sharp movement of his hand, he struck right in the center of Bayun's face. Suddenly, a hand squeezed Siva's shoulder. They ordered him from behind to stand where he was. It was Goya, who, calmly looking down at him, told him that he had already done more than was required. After which, he said that if he continued to use energy in a similar state, the result would become irreversible. The main character looked up at him in surprise and asked Goya. Then he asked him how he was here. He didn't have time to finish his question because Goya, looking at the battle in front of him, asked him, answering the question with a question, doesn't it seem to you that it's too late to ask? Something like that. He explained that although there were no people there, the destruction was too serious. Su, looking at the devastation surrounding them, many destroyed buildings, houses, smoking fragments, and construction debris, exhaled heavily from his lungs. After that, he turned his attention to Yuzuru, who had landed on the ground. He looked in front of him with a smile. Goya, with an emotionless expression on his face, looked carefully in front of him and said that, however, it wouldn't stop there. At that moment, Young, quickly moving around, tried to strike Bayun. He stretched out his arms in an attempt to reach Bayun, but he dodged these attacks. Due to the fact that he had missed one blow to his face, he now had a cut on his lip and chin, with blood flowing from it. Bayun, with a concentrated expression on his face, jumped up and hit Young with his knee from the bottom up. While doing this, he told him that it was too bad. He explained that, despite his outstanding skills and speed, his lack of strength was too noticeable. Young's head was thrown back by Bayun's blow. At that moment, Bayun, with a smile on his face, was holding a goblin club in his hand, saying that in this way, no matter how hard he hit, there would be no effect. Suddenly, thin streams of blood began flowing from Bayun's eyes. He looked ahead in shock, with his eyes wide open. Young summed up by saying that nothing could be done about it, since they were not born with bodies blessed by the gods like theirs. Young said this with a straight face, blood flowing from his nose and mouth. His body began to glow with bright magical energy as he cast the pure autumn water magic spell. Copious streams of blood began to flow from Bayan's ears, nose, eyes, and mouth. He looked ahead in bewilderment while many streams of blood concentrated on his chin and flowed down. The spell he used was called the Blood of the Maiden, adjusting his glasses on his face. Young said that when fighting such an opponent he had no choice but to use this method. Yu Yang was a representative of the main sanctuary of the Seti clan. With a shocked look, Bayon tried to say something, but all that came out of his mouth were clots of blood that he spat out. The unique magic of the Seti clan is associated with changing the shape and nature of the surrounding water. The closer it is, the more effective the magic is, which is especially noticeable in the example of pure water. So, most methods of application involve attacks using groundwater and steam. A smile appeared on Bayan's bloody face. He understood that hand-to-hand combat would not work here. Then, he asked himself if he had applied this to his body. He suggested that it was heating the blood. He realized that, even if this was just a theory, given the entire history of the Seti clan, it was safe to say that not many people could repeat this. Young, at this time, with a confident expression on his face, concentrated magical energy of bright pink color around himself. He then extended his outstretched palm in front of him. Bayum looked at it carefully, with his eyes wide open and a slight smile on his face. After that, a projectile was sent from Young that flew towards Bayan. He managed to dodge, and a blinding and deafening explosion occurred a few meters behind him. With a smile on his face, Bayon asked him what he had just shot. Was it a drop of water? He then noticed that, given the material, the efficiency was not so high. He asked him again, "Is this so?" Young, carefully observing what was happening, said that regardless of race, everyone has their own advantages, after which he asked Bayan if he agreed with this. When Young asked him about this, several drops of water appeared near his body and levitated around him. Immediately after this, several projectiles created from droplets were sent towards Bayun. Many powerful explosions sounded synchronously near the houses. Goya said that he had already encountered something similar. At that moment he turned to the main character, telling him that this is the magic of Seti, and he himself had experienced it the day before. Su, looking at him in surprise, asked again, Seti. Then he realized that now, after hearing this name, everything fell into place. After that he noticed that, however, the effectiveness of his magic was on a completely different level. He mentally admired the difference. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. The main hero looked tensely in front of him, thinking that, even if this is the same attack where they shoot drops of water, he can fight back as much as he wants, he thought, comparing it to this. Goya interrupted his reasoning by saying that even among monsters of the same type, their abilities vary greatly. Su looked at him in surprise as he said this. Goya continued to talk about the innate talent and efforts that everyone offers to hone it, as well as the instructions that guide them. He told him that, in all aspects, this guy is the best in the Shai clan. When he talked about this, his gaze was focused on Young, who, with a calm expression on his face, stood in a fighting stance, concentrated magical energy around himself. The space behind Bayan was blazing and smoking. Young, looking at him carefully, thought that even under the influence of magic, Bayan was able to move as if it had almost no effect. He understood that this was exceptional regeneration and adaptability that surpassed common sense. Bayun, with a bloody pattern on his face, asked with a smile, "Is that all?" He noticed that he had just begun to warm up. Young unemotionally pronounced Goya's name and told him that he would have to give it his all. After that, he asked him to take care of these two and any possible consequences. The main character and Yuzuru reacted in surprise to the sounds they heard. They did not understand what it was, but they heard something powerful approaching in their direction. Tensing, clenching his fists, Young raised them up. As soon as he performed this action, an incredibly huge and wide stream of water burst out of the ground, crushing many centimeters of concrete and asphalt into small pieces. Bayun, looking at this admiringly with a smile on his face, said that he had just noticed that it had become dry. He then asked Young if he had really collected all the water that was here. An ominous and huge creature, similar to a water dragon of incredible size, looked menacingly at Bayun, opening its mouth wide. Young referred to this creature as Isami. After that, he ordered Isami to take it. When he gave this order, his small, brightly glowing pupils looked carefully in front of him. With a hand gesture, he pointed down with his index finger. Isami stretched out, becoming taller, and Yuzuru opened her eyes wide in amazement. She even opened her mouth, but could not say anything. CVU was also shocked and noted that Isami was very big. Unlike them, he did not show such a reaction and simply looked straight ahead with an indifferent expression. CVU suddenly realized that this was the same magic that he had seen last time. However, remembering the battle with Yes, he recalled that back then, a similar attack was barely 2 meters high. But even so, this attack was capable of wiping out a house or several buildings at once. Isami, in contrast, was much larger and more powerful. By controlling this, Young, pointing his hand forward, ordered Isami to attack. Isami, immediately following the order, leaned forward, opening his mouth slightly, and aimed his blow at Bayun, who was standing a little to the side. Bayun, seeing Isami approaching him, smiled and exclaimed enthusiastically that this was simply magnificent. He, without resisting, simply looked at Isami and pressed his feet more firmly into the ground, realizing that everything would happen now. The next moment, Isami, who was very close, struck, and from this, a powerful explosion appeared, scattering streams of magical energy to the sides. Yuzuru, to protect herself from this, put her hands in front of her, closing her eyes. However, not feeling the shockwave, she opened her eyes slightly, noticing that the main character was standing in front of her, covering her with himself. She was embarrassed and shocked by this, and CVU, not paying attention to this, looked behind him, as he was also amazed that he did not feel the blow. They managed to avoid the consequences of the explosion due to the fact that, standing in front of them, the main character activated his own magic, building a protective dome around them. He was focused and silent, calmly holding the magic. When the explosion finally dissipated, he did not immediately remove the protection but first looked at the destruction left after Ashimi's strike. A deep hole had appeared in the ground, and the buildings closest to it had turned into heaps of broken building materials. From the center of the resulting hole, small clouds of dust rose into the air. Everyone suddenly thought of the Yan, who were supernatural beings whose essences lay in the water. However, the synergy when they were nearby did not bring anything good, since they were two spells, each of which manipulates water in completely different ways. Goya, frowning, mentally noted that now was not the best time for such a combination, since the synergy effect was not very successful. Looking at Young, he thought about a formidable opponent who could show his full power in the middle of the day and realized that if this were possible, then cooperation would be the best outcome. Young stood on the edge of the cliff, breathing heavily, clenching his hands into fists. Goya was amazed that of all the people, it was he and Young who were nearby. Finally breaking down his defenses, Goya turned to Young and asked how he was feeling. Young, although he continued to breathe heavily, said that he was fine, explaining that he just needed to catch his breath a little, as it was difficult to release all his power after so long. Frowning, he looked into the depths of the resulting hole and admitted that he did not know whether his use of magic had produced a significant result or not. For some time, no one said anything, looking at the destruction around. Siu, unable to contain his shock, trembled slightly. opening his eyes wider. Someone suddenly announced that there were only two possible options. It was Young who, turning sharply, began to move away from the edge of the cliff, and said either he could have overestimated the skill of his opponent or Bayon had no intention of continuing the fight. Closing his eyes, he admitted that the latter was most likely and assumed that he had not even caused any critical damage to Bin. He thought that Bin knew that he would face this, and putting his hands in his pockets, Bin noted that even after that blow, which did not cause significant damage, it was difficult to say whether Bin would have bothered with him. Young did not answer anything to this, but suddenly frowned, clenched one of his palms into a fist, and looked seriously at Siu. The main character was amazed to notice such attention to himself, and Yuzuru, who also noticed this, looked at him in fear. Young suddenly extended his hand forward, launching a magical attack towards CVU, and he did not have time to react to block it. He was sent flying far back. Yuzuru turned sharply to the side, looking at the fallen CVU, and asked, "What does this even mean?" Hearing her question, Goya looked in her direction, and Yuzuru frowned, asking if they weren't on the same side. She did not understand why, out of the blue, Young attacked the main character. Young, adjusting his glasses, closed his eyes and asked Yuzuru not to worry about it, since he just did what he had to do. Looking at the face of CVU, lying to the side and no longer hidden behind the mask, Young announced that the main character would now return to normal, since there were no longer any factors posing a threat. Yuzuru frowned, pursing her lips tighter, but said nothing. Young said seriously that, from now on, he and Goya would take care of this matter, since people should not interfere. Gradually, they left the destroyed area. A little later, when it began to get dark outside, in another place, TA was sitting with his eyes closed, leaning against the wall. Madeira, looking at him, realized that he, too, was a dark god like her, and assumed that T felt different due to the fact that he belonged to a different species. This was slightly different from what she expected, however. Madeira realized that in this case, it would be even tastier. She opened her mouth, about to devour TA, but Bin stopped her as he came closer. He was sure that, even if they didn't know what would happen in the future, they still needed to take a more friendly approach. Madeira stopped and looked at Bin in surprise. He smiled and noted that it was not bad that Madeira and TA could absorb each other. He came closer and expressed hope that they would both grow up and do everything right. Looking at Bin with displeasure, Madeira cursed and asked why he was still alive. Bin didn't understand what she meant and noted that this was too much, reminding her that he was not so easy to kill. However, at some point it even seemed to him that this was quite possible, since Young knew perfectly well about his strengths and weaknesses. He talked about the roots, which was a spell used by Bin to redirect attacks into the ground. Recalling the moment before Ashimi's attack, Bin noted, in other words, if the ground underfoot is unstable, then magic will not work at full strength. That is why, before extracting all the water from the ground, Young changed the terrain as much as possible so that Bin could not completely redirect the blow. Before creating Ashimi, Young weakened the soil using underground water. Currently, Madeira, listening to Bin's story, decided that she would keep this in mind when she decided to eat him. Bin suddenly trembled slightly and asked, "Is it really amazing to face a creature that even people couldn't tame in his opinion? It was even more amazing than she, who lived 1,000 years ago." Unable to contain his delight, he smiled, still trembling, and admitted that if he could do it, he would enjoy Young to the very last bite. After taking a few sips of the drink, Madeira suddenly admitted that she didn't quite understand this, but she felt that this was a completely different sensation, one that was different from her desire to satisfy her hunger. She was sure that Bin could do as he wanted. He admitted that, although his desire to do so was great, the heavens were against it. Madeira was surprised when she heard this and asked again, squinting her eyes a little in displeasure. But before Ben explained, she noticed that raindrops began to fall from the sky. Ben held out his palm, looked up at the sky, and announced that, according to the weather forecast, it shouldn't rain today. He suggested that it would be a real downpour. This was precisely the reason for his action. He said that he and Y were very strong, and even if he faced them separately, he had no confidence that he would remain unharmed after the battle on a rainy day. Even if Ben managed to win, it would not only affect him. Given Madeira's current state, even a simple fight could lead to death. Ben asked if she thought so. Madeira admitted that she didn't like the sound of that, and Ben noted that that's exactly what he was talking about. Besides this, there was also Tao, and Ben assumed that the others had the same idea as him. Even if it only concerns them, there is an enemy that other monsters do not need to mess with. He noted that not taking Madeira with him was one thing, and although it was sad, Ben knew there was nothing he could do about it. Still, they had time, so Ben didn't despair. Sometime later, Siu slowly opened his eyes, looking at the ceiling above him. Noticing the unfamiliar surroundings, he suddenly woke up, asking himself where he was. He suddenly felt that he could not even move, as his whole body hurt. His body was actually trembling, and although it was expected, he didn't think the muscles would be so damaged. Suddenly, the main character noticed that someone's shadow had fallen on his body and looked to the side without turning his head. He noticed Young next to the bed on which he was lying. Young held the phone in his hands, carefully looking at the screen of it. Feeling the vibration, he answered the call, announcing that he had received a call. Siu listened attentively but did not say anything. Young continued to talk on the phone and turning to the head, exclaimed that everything was really like that. Trying to convince the interlocutor that he was fine and only received a few scratches, he thanked the head for his concern. Ending the call, he explained to Siu that he had asked to take half a day off because he wasn't feeling well, and because of which the head was very worried. He also wondered if Xiao's body was okay. There should not have been any serious injuries, but Young warned that the body would ache for some time since the main character had overdone it. Thinking about the mask Siu used, Young asked if it was true that Siu had awakened this spell not long ago. He didn't know for sure, but he noted that the mask was clearly not the kind of spell that could be maintained for that long, and thought that it was a spell for a short-term increase in strength. This was why there was such a high consumption of magical power and physical stamina throughout the entire action. Recalling the moment when he directed the attack toward the main character, Young explained that it was for this reason that he had to resort to force for the activation. Still, Young realized that Co was confused and asked if this was true. Sitting down on a chair nearby, he wearily lowered his head, closed his eyes and apologized to Siu since he had to act as quickly as possible. The main character forced himself to sit up on the bed, although his body continued to tremble. Young suddenly wanted to talk about what happened to his younger sister, but he interrupted his story and decided to get to the point. Siu was surprised to hear this, and Young, continuing to avoid his gaze, explained that he was not an evil being by nature. However, he must admit the mistakes he had made because this could not be justified by immaturity. As a member of the monster species residing in the human realm, Young formally apologized to the protagonist. But Siu admitted that he didn't think he had anything to apologize for, as he felt that Young simply had no other choice. Besides that, Siu was wondering what happened to Ben in the end since he remembered that Ben said he was also a goblin. Moreover, his magic was similar to Sei's. However, the main character also knew that there should only be one goblin, which was himself. Bai, who entered the room suddenly, announced that he also thought so but suggested that this judgment was his own. Along with his apology, he felt it necessary to explain everything. Siu, hearing Bai's voice, looked at him in shock. Young also turned his head, and closing his eyes, touched his beard with his hand. He called the name Baiyun and explained that he was the prince of the goblins who lived on this peninsula 1,000 years ago. In addition, it was possible that Baiyun was Ci's ancestor. At the same time, while it was still raining outside, some people walked by hiding under umbrellas, and someone, placing their palm under the drops, thoughtfully noted that in the human world, the rain is exactly the same. It was Siwa who was amazed that people were surprisingly resilient, since she thought that in such weather, everyone would sit at home without going anywhere. Solmi smiled and asked who Siwa even thinks people are. In any case, she diverted from this topic by declaring that yesterday she was able to survive only thanks to Sa. Yesterday, while communicating with the department store staff and with all the witnesses, Solmi kept thinking that she could not cope with this alone. Recalling the moment when Siwa helped enchant the right people, Solmi noted that if she had not helped, the situation could have gotten out of control. Siwa advised Solmi to save her gratitude for the main character, since it was not at all difficult for her to do this, and she decided to help Solmi instead of communicating with the guy. Closing her eyes, Solmi suddenly admitted that she was very ashamed since she said that she would help Sa, but she herself was only causing trouble. They soon came to a small cafe that had a sign on the door saying it was open. Around the same time, two girls came out of the cafe, one of whom looked very upset. The other girl, putting her hand on her shoulder, smiled and noted that they didn't even talk normally, and the person they were talking about didn't even recognize their number but immediately offered to. Sitting in an empty seat, which was a little strange in their opinion, this person really didn't understand the hints, especially considering how many people were already likely asking him about such things. Sui frowned upon hearing this and so suddenly became embarrassed. Looking after the girls as they left, she asked, "What does this mean?" Soi, opening the door to the cafe, explained that most of the visitors are actually people who come to see Goya, but what is most ironic is that he did not even understand this. Walking inside the cafe, Somi and Siwa folded their umbrellas as they were walking under. And who didn't realize it was them at first apologized, announcing that they were closing early today. However, he soon realized that it was Subui and Solmi, smiling, explained that Goya was ahead of her, and asked why he decided to close the cafe. Although it was not yet evening. Sad didn't react to this, and Goya explained that they weren't originally supposed to work today since they only needed to serve a few customers, including Solmain herself and Soa. He asked if they wanted something. Solmain exclaimed that she wanted a drink, as usual, and Siwa, without answering the question, looked to the side, concentrating, closed his eyes and said, even if Solmain said that, he still has no idea what she's talking about and advised her to order what's on the menu. Solmain was offended when she heard this and asked him to stop since she had already gotten iced coffee here several times. Besides them, in this cafe, there was Wang Yi, who, sitting on the side, was eating ice cream, not paying attention to the argument between Goya and Solmi, but was distracted when he noticed that someone had come closer. Solmain, also distracted, called out to Siwa and asked what would she do. She noted that there was tea here, but one wanted to recommend some kind of drink if Siwa was not against it, but fell silent when she noticed that Siwa was looking at Wangu without looking away. Wang Yi, displeased, asked why she was looking at him. He assumed that Siwa wanted to die, and the next moment, someone suddenly screamed, asking Siwa to calm down. It was Solmi, who, running closer, asked if Siwa could see that Wangu was just a child. She didn't make excuses for him, of course, and Siwa said she knew that, adding that they weren't in the monster world, and Wang Yi, whoever he was, shouldn't act so arrogantly. So I asked if Siwa and Wang Yi knew each other. Suddenly, someone said that in a place where there is no tiger, the raccoon thinks of itself as the main thing. Wangu, frowning, remembered that someone told him that where the tiger disappeared, ruthless creatures had appeared, and one fox was especially disturbing. He stood up from his seat, and Solmi, hearing these words, looked at him in amazement. Saul was outraged, thinking that even among monsters, there was a concept of natural enemies. This mainly concerned those who came from the animal kingdom, and the confrontation between the original individuals still had an impact on the monsters even after transformation. However, after becoming monsters, the balance of power between the species could not coincide at all, and yet the entity did not disappear anywhere, and this influenced the descendants in whom the same blood flowed. That's why Siwa and Wang Yi stopped next to each other and looked seriously into each other's eyes. Solmi, looking carefully at Wangu, thought about the reason why such an atmosphere of fear could arise from their instincts. She guessed who Wangu might be, but was distracted as Siwa told her not to worry because even if Wangu made the first move, she was not going to pounce on the first person she met like a weak-willed animal. Not paying attention to all this, Goya calmly wiped the table in front of him with a rag, and Swaji, looking threateningly at Wangu, asked if they needed to call bye-bye. She was already ready for battle since she came to the human world. She had not really had normal food. Wangu didn't mind this, although he wasn't very interested in fox meat, and he assumed it wouldn't take much time. However, before anything could start, someone suddenly stopped Wangu, realizing that they couldn't leave him alone even for a minute. Elsa's voice called out, and Somi turned around, noticing William approaching closer. He reminded her that Bai had given Wangu a rare opportunity to enter the human world, and if he got into a fight on the first day, it would affect his reputation. Looking at her with disappointment, Wangu exclaimed that Soa was the first to provoke him. He reminded her that Bai had said other monsters could also call him, asking if, even then, they shouldn't fight. Yan, remaining calm, reminded him that in the business world, mere adherence to protocol is not enough. Since Soa, with whom Wangu was arguing, is currently the most powerful member of her time on the Korean peninsula, Wangu himself, who is not even a member of the tribe, is in no position to argue. Moving closer to Wangu, she leaned against him from behind, warning that in this case, it didn't matter at all who was really to blame. Wangu did not argue further, and Yan added that, ultimately the responsibility would fall on Wangu. She also noted that Suwa was well aware of this. Wangu did not answer but simply frowned. He eventually admitted that, of all the requests for mercy she had heard before, this request was the most pitiful. In the end, this time Suwa decided to forgive Wangu since she was even embarrassed to kill a tiger cub who had not yet known the taste of life. Soulmane realized that, fortunately, this was more of a provocation than a real threat. Given Suwa's personality, this was probably the only correct answer, because if Wangu had decided to attack or begged for mercy, Suwa would have killed him without any pity. Meanwhile, Squaw noted that all of this was quite old-fashioned since there wasn't only a possible Sukran, but also a Changi who had raised a young tiger for many centuries. She imagined a girl hugging a small animal, and added that if Yan and Juan didn't want this to continue, they had better get a grip on themselves. Juan, smiling, asked Wangu to listen to Soa. Soa admitted that she didn't know why Juan cared about Wangu but noted that, for someone like him, it was simply ridiculous. In the end, distracted by this, she frowned and asked why anyone even needed to call her. Soulmane also asked that the others just say why they were there since it was a cafe, and she didn't like it when anyone smelled like burned wood. William admitted that she and Wangi were also interested in knowing this since, after yesterday's hunt, they were told to hide for a while. She asked if something had happened. Closing his eyes, he said that, as far as they already knew, Bai had issued a temporary license to suppress the commotion that had arisen. This meant that even monsters without qualifications who came to the human world could take part in expelling uninvited guests if they had enough strength. However, the situation had changed. Wanggu and Wulangu were warned that all temporary license holders, except them, were ordered to return to the monster world due to a lack of skills. Everyone was amazed to hear this and wanted to know more about the details. However, interrupting his words, Suwa and Soulmane simultaneously asked about Suwa's situation. Honestly, he said that he did not know what was happening but noted that, with the main character, everything was different. Juan, not understanding what they were talking about, watched the others in amazement. Soulmane, horrified, asked if it was true that the others hadn't sent Suwa to the monster world alone. She exclaimed that otherwise, this would go beyond all reason. Suwa agreed, saying that, although Suwa was not so weak that she could be beaten by the first person she met, it was still dangerous. She asked if it was true that Goya understood that strength is not everything. Considering the pure power of the monster, the main character was still not ready. The point was that a human, no matter how skilled in battle, is just prey. If Suwa were left alone in the monster world, it would be perilous. He would only live a few days before being hunted down and eaten. Closing her eyes, she turned around, heading towards the exit. She said she was leaving and would inform Bai that she was returning to the world of monsters. She planned to train the main character for a month, as promised, and then appear in court. She was confident that everything would be fine because Siwoo was persistent. Goya, sighing, warned them that, no matter what Sawa and the others decided, it all depended on them. However, he asked that they first listen to him to the end. He added that Seo was still here, and that the decision to send him to the world of monsters, or to leave him here, had not yet been finalized. Sawa stopped and turned around in amazement. Goya added that, in addition, all of this was closely connected to their new goal, as Sawa and the others had to protect Suyu from humans. At this moment, the main character, slightly coping with the shock, asked if Bai was really saying that Bahan was his ancestor. He realized that, at first glance, Bahan was almost no different from him, but wondered what it meant if Bahan was indeed his ancestor. He asked aloud how old Bahan really was. Bai, closing his eyes, announced that if this goblin was truly Bahan, then he was about 1,500 years old. Sawa was very surprised and then remarked that Bahan had told him that was his name. Thinking about the number of years Bai had mentioned, the main character asked with interest how long Bahan had lived. Young noted that the story was slightly different in this case. While it was true that monsters had a longer lifespan than humans, their average lifespan was about 500 years. What allowed monsters to live beyond this period was the strength of the monster itself. When a monster accumulated a certain amount of energy, it could increase its life expectancy and preserve its youth for up to 1,000 years. Siwa, shocked, asked if Young was really saying it was possible to increase a lifespan to 1,000 years. He remembered that Bahan had lived to be 1,500 years old and still looked young. Bai confirmed this, stating that at the age of 1,500, Bahan looked as though he wouldn't even live to be 100 years old. However, it wasn't just his appearance. Even as an experienced fighter, using all his power, Young was unable to inflict significant damage on Bahan, allowing Bahan to leave the scene successfully. Young knew that, no matter how unskilled he appeared, this pathetic pretense had to stop right away. Bai was surprised that there was a monster capable of matching Young in skill and realized that, among the local youth, Sawa and Goya were the best they had. Even if Bahan claimed to be a goblin, he could not have met Young with a decrepit and old body. In that case, he would only be an ancient myth to be told to Siwa if they had the time. The last time goblins completely hid their traces of resistance was 666 years ago, right after the Great War. Bai explained that over 1,000 years ago, the goblins split into two opposing sides. The Goblin King of that time and his faction were defeated, forcing them to hide from the world. However, the victors also suffered serious losses, and their numbers dwindled until, 666 years ago, only one goblin remained. This last goblin was Bahan, who lived until the second half of his allotted time but eventually died from wounds received during the Great War. From that moment on, goblins were considered extinct. This was why Bai thought the main character might be a secret descendant of Bahan. When Bahin breathed his last, more than 100 years would have passed since his transformation into a goblin, even though he was the only one left. Even though there was no direct evidence to identify Sawa's ancestors, if Bahin's short lifespan was taken into account, it somewhat aligned with Sawa being a descendant of Bahin, left 666 years ago. The main character listened attentively, and Bai added that one of the infamous family members who died 1,000 years ago was Bahan. The fact that Bahan had now returned, maintaining his appearance and strength, raised many questions. Siu realized that if other goblins existed and Bahan was still alive, then they could indeed be his ancestors. Young and Bai confirmed this, acknowledging that if the goblin Siu encountered was truly Bahan, it no longer mattered how he had avoided aging. More importantly, it raised the question of why a goblin with such power had been hiding for so long.
Therefore, it did not matter at all whose blood flowed through the veins of the main character. Frowning, Bowie asked why they were only learning about Siu and his family's pedigree now. He asked the protagonist to answer his questions as honestly as possible and inquired whether his parents, especially his mother, were truly ordinary people. At the same time, the front door opened, and Siu's mother entered the apartment. She asked if the main character had been there long before. After apologizing, Siu's mother closed her eyes and said she was truly sorry. She stood with her hand on little Siva's shoulder and announced that it was all her fault, admitting that, unfortunately, she had nothing more to add. She asked if the other children were badly hurt and what their parents were saying. However, the woman Siu's mother was talking to waved her hands, exclaiming that everything was wrong, and explained that it was not that serious. It didn't look like the main character was bullying other children since it was the fifth graders who instigated all of this in the first place. At that moment, Siva was in the third grade of primary school and stood looking to the side with a frown. The woman noted that, apparently, Siu had tried to take away from the fifth graders a soccer ball that his classmate had brought to school. The fifth graders took it away, and the main character saw all this and decided to intervene, telling the older children to return the ball. This led to a quarrel. Fortunately, those children were not harmed in any way except for a few small wounds from a slight push. Since it was those older children who had offended the third grader, even their parents could not object. The woman promised that she would inform Siva's mother if any other problems arose. She then bowed and thanked Siu's mother. Soon after, Siu's mother and Siva went outside. Looking at the main character, she assumed he was very angry with her, but Siva said that was not the case. In any event, he felt it was all his fault. His mother, however, did not think he had done anything wrong since hurting others is wrong. Yet, she acknowledged that sometimes there was simply no other choice. She still wanted to tell Siva something and squatted down in front of him. She admitted that she sincerely hoped the main character would never find himself in a situation where he would have to hurt someone. Looking back, Siva realized that even then, he had a vague premonition. What his mother told him was very strange. Stretching out her little finger, she asked the main character to promise her this. This was not an educational conversation about the dangers of violence, which parents usually conduct. Siva promised what his mother asked, realizing it was very important to her, even though he didn't know why. After this incident, he never resorted to violence, until he became a monster in the end. Now, the main character explained that his father was a professional athlete who met his mother at the age of 24. They got married, and almost immediately after, Siu was born. His father died of an incurable disease shortly after his birth. Judging by how successful his father was in sports, Su thought he had inherited goblin blood from him. Having gotten dressed, Su continued to talk about his mother, noting that she works as an appraiser of ancient art objects, such as ceramics, paintings, and much more. Sometimes, she is even offered roles as a mediator in transactions. She was an ordinary person who had absolutely nothing to do with the world of monsters. Su assured that otherwise he would have found out much earlier that he was a monster and not just a few days ago. However, Bai noted that she might have avoided speaking of it on purpose. He also pointed out that, for the main character, this might sound strange, especially given the suddenness of what was happening. Still, comparing the current Su to the person he was just a few days ago, one could say his life had completely transformed. Like day and night, even when Su and Bai first met the protagonist. Suo was much closer to a human than a monster. Babai had only told the soul goblin about the need to participate in the festival, and he had absolutely no expectations for Su's development. However, the main character now realized that he was not as useless as Babai had imagined. He asked if it was true, finding it ironic. He frowned slightly, straightening his hair, and Bei admitted that everything was exactly as Siva had said. The speed of his development, which Bowie had observed in recent days, was simply phenomenal. Young stood all this time, just listening carefully to their conversation. Bai added that, even taking into account the talent of goblins who specialize in battles, Siva's growth was clearly beyond the norm. That was why Bai began to suspect Sua's mother and asked if the main character was really an ordinary half-monster. He assumed that Su was originally an instrument created to give Bahan the opportunity to participate in the festival. Frowning, Siva confidently shouted that this was nonsense and that the likelihood of such a thing was extremely low, even if Bahan was still related to the main character. At least Bai knew that Su was not guilty of any of this. The main character did not understand why all this was happening. In this case, Young announced that the problem was that only they thought this way. More precisely, people who knew about the existence of monsters thought this way. The shaman people, on the other hand, saw Su as a threat and as someone associated with Bahan. Just today, there had been several cases of mass disappearances across the country. Su was surprised to hear this. Young and Bai explained that, around noon, the police confirmed that most of the residents in high-rise residential complexes in central Seoul were missing. Last night, there were reports from people that some residents had not returned home, which many reported to the police. Two similar incidents occurred in another area of Seoul, as well as in Incheon and Busan. Since this incident was covered in the news, public opinion was currently on the verge of panic. Having said this, Young handed the main character a phone and opened the desired application. He also noted that, regarding the kidnapping last night, this was something they had been preparing for over 2 weeks. Together with the shamans, they coordinated and provided work in areas where the other party was involved. They also collaborated with members of another organization. The shamans had asked the country's leaders to facilitate their operation. If they simply agreed to turn a blind eye to the night of unrest and cooperate with the monsters in the latest operations, they promised to make every effort to destroy most of the monsters in the city. However, in one day, which had not even passed completely, certain problems arose. Siva carefully read what Young showed him on the phone screen and frowned. Young explained that not only last night, but over the past month, interest in mass disappearances had begun to grow like wildfire. Bai announced that this caused them some difficulties. From the point of view of the shaman people, they constantly had to expend strength to compensate for their incompetence. What Su had done today, while fighting Tao, was too noticeable. Although it was lucky that no one was hurt, there were quite a few witnesses to the incident. Sighing, Young added that it was actually his fault, and Babai announced that the shamans were asking for a new person, using this as an excuse. He suggested that they wanted to punish the monster who had gone berserk in the middle of the day. The main character was amazed, but did not argue with the fact that it was his fault for going alone without receiving permission. Although this was true, Bai and Young were sure that the issue only concerned monsters. Despite the fact that Su acted against the judge's order, his opponent was a monster who had killed countless people, thereby breaking the law. Moreover, Su did not harm anyone with his powers, and his monster form was not revealed to human society. Siva had to suffer some kind of punishment. Bai, as the judge of monsters, was going to assign it himself, and it would not even be a punishment but rather a reprimand. Although the shamans tried to forcibly take Siva, Bai said that he need not worry about it. Siva, sighing, closed his eyes and lowered his head. Bai added that Siva and his mother would be under his personal protection. The main character opened his eyes when he heard this and asked again in bewilderment. Bai confirmed that this was indeed the case, suggesting that the shamans knew about their existence and suspected that he and Su might be somehow connected. If indeed Su's mother raised him, the shamans had already pronounced a sentence on her. The main character was horrified when he heard this. Bai frowned, and Young became wary. The next moment, Siva suddenly ran forward, heading toward the window. However, he froze as Babai, stretching his hand forward, activated his magic. Babai admitted that he understood Su's feelings, but could not allow him to go to his mother on his own. Siva found himself tied up with a piece of cloth, and Babai warned that this was exactly what the shamans wanted. Babai added that he had already sent someone to protect Siva's mother, so he asked him not to worry, saying it would be best if he stayed under their protection. Young noted that the main character needed to listen to Bai's words, as given his physical condition, encountering the shamans would have unpredictable consequences. Young wanted to continue speaking, but Siva interrupted him. Struggling to get up after falling, he admitted, trembling, that it was all his fault. He had forgotten to get permission and went on his own without notifying anyone. He realized he had created problems for himself and others. Siva admitted that he was too foolish to think things through and had not imagined that anyone else, especially his mother, could suffer from his actions. Bai and Young frowned as they heard this. The main character suddenly admitted that he was sorry, acknowledging that he was causing trouble but couldn't help it. If something happened to his mother, he would never forgive himself. Tears began to flow down Siva's cheeks, and he activated his power, tearing apart the fabric that bound him. Freed, he clenched his jaw. Babai, astonished, wondered if Siva had really torn the magic apart with sheer physical force. The main character promised that he would immediately return after ensuring his mother's safety, allowing Bowie and Young to do whatever they wanted with him afterward. He added that he was genuinely sorry before jumping out of the window. Bowie and Young were silent for a time, watching him go. Finally, Babai asked why Young had just stood there and watched. He asked Young not to tell him that he was so pathetic he couldn't even say a word. Young explained awkwardly that there was no water nearby for him to use, and blowing up a fire hydrant would have drawn unnecessary attention. Bowie frowned and asked about the rain outside the window. Young did not know how to respond. Bai sighed, calling him simple-minded, and noted that this was why everyone said Young was behind even his sister, although she lacked talent. However, Bai admitted that this was likely just the nature of Young's clan. The softer they were, the more human-like they became. Young suddenly asked if Bowie himself hadn't been too harsh on Su. While Young acknowledged Su's exceptional potential, he also noted that the magic cloth's power did not dissipate just because it was torn. Both Bai and Young glanced at the scraps of fabric. In the end, they decided it did not matter what the main character did, as their relationship with the shamans would not change. They watched Su as he ran quickly through the city. Bowie remarked that the reason Su had ended up in such a situation was largely their fault, as they had not handled things properly. They were not so callous as to ignore a child's desire to protect his own mother. Siva ran, frowning and clenching his jaw. At that moment, in her apartment, his mother stared at the screen of her phone, noting worriedly that the main character was not responding to her messages. She did not understand where he had gone. Suddenly, She heard a sound and looked sharply in its direction. Realizing the sound came from the door, she asked who was there. She did not understand why someone was knocking on her apartment door. Suddenly Sue appeared behind her and ordered her not to move. Sue's mother froze, obeying the order. Sue's mother froze, obeying the order. Sue realized that Som was right and assumed that she had underestimated people too much. She did not expect them to be so annoying that she would want to kill them. Frowning, Sue stepped forward. At that moment, the door opened and Yashin walked inside. Surprised to see Sue's mother and Som, he announced that it didn't matter how many monsters had come. He would get rid of each one as soon as he saw them. He advised Sue to leave if she didn't want to die. Before he finished speaking, Sue ordered him to bow down. Yashin frowned, clenching his teeth. The command Sue gave sounded like an invocation. Using the small violet string technique, she infused her voice with chai, causing disorientation and clouding Yashin's consciousness. Sue pointed her finger downward, resting her other hand on her hip, and looked at Yashin imperiously. Enchanted Yashin, who exuded magical energy, stood frozen in place, struggling to draw his sword. Sue carefully observed him, wondering why he hadn't attacked immediately. She speculated that he might be worried about harming the main character's mother. Exhaling, Sue turned to Solmei and told her to leave, assuring her that everything was under control. Solmei, emerging from behind the wall, asked if this was the main character's mother. Rejoicing that they had arrived in time, Som commented that even if they had been late, nothing would have changed, given his level. Yashin knelt, tense, his fists clenched. Sue placed her hand on Sue's mother's shoulder and lightly confirmed Som's words. She noted that, in the end, no one was hurt, and they had been able to protect her. Suddenly, Sue and Som's eyes widened in surprise. A large magical barrier of immense height surrounded the area, covering a cluster of multi-story buildings. Som, pale with fright, asked what it was. Both monsters instinctively realized what had happened. Som exclaimed that the barrier could not have been created quickly, concluding that this had been planned from the start. She stared in shock, asking why someone had been sent forward at this time. Meanwhile, Yashin stood at the doorway, thick, bright blue magical energy pouring from his body and eyes. Sue turned to him. In surprise, she asked herself, was he able to get rid of the small violet string technique with the help of his own shy? Realizing this, Sella grabbed her nail with a sharp movement of her hands, preparing to attack. The sound of metal hitting the floor echoed in the room. The sword that belonged to Yashin had been thrown to the floor. Yashin spread his hands in different directions and told them that he was not going to fight with them. He explained that the person they were holding was the mother of his friend. After that, he said he had come to prevent her from being kidnapped. He added that if they shared the same goal, he would help them. Solmi, hugging the protagonist's mother, looked at him in surprise with wide eyes and shouted. Furrowing her brows, Sila looked at him piercingly and said that he had a familiar face. She then asked him if he was Sua's friend. Solmi answered affirmatively, saying that just the other day he had protected the main character while he was not around. Yashin, looking at them with a serious expression, told them that time was running out. He added that perhaps they themselves had noticed that a barrier had been installed around the complex. He explained that while it was active, they would not be able to get out. Fortunately, there was a way to get through it from the inside. Sila, looking at him menacingly and continuing to hold onto her nail, said that in addition to telling them about a way to get out, she wanted to know why he behaved so self-confidently. As if that was how it should be, Yashin asked her again, looking at her in surprise. Sila told him that, as she understood, he was a friend of the main character. She asked him, wasn't he a shaman before that? Frowning, Sila looked at him carefully while squeezing her nail. She said that the past Sivu and the current one were completely different creatures. She asked him if this wasn't more important to them. That is, to the shamans. After that, she questioned if he really wanted to turn his back on them just for the sake of friendship. Sol-mi watched the situation with a tense expression, thinking that, although this might sound rude, there was some truth to Sila's words. Yashin, lowering his hands, said that he understood. Then, he tensed his hands until the veins began to swell, and the tips of his fingers started to sparkle slightly. Sila watched him with concentration and thought she knew everything would turn out like this. Suddenly, Yashin began to strike certain points on his body with lightning, fast movements of his hand. The pain he inflicted on himself caused him to tense his body and clench his jaw, but he continued piercing himself with his fingers at great speed. Sila and Sol-mi watched what was happening in bewilderment. Drops of sweat flowed profusely down Yashin's face. Trying to restore his breathing, he said that by activating the blood flowing through the meridians, he had temporarily stopped the flow of chai, which was used in martial arts. Wiping the sweat from his chin with the back of his hand and leaning on his legs, he explained that he was now no different from an ordinary person. He added that if he activated chai again, he would not be able to resist its magic. Sila, looking at him warily, asked if he understood what this meant. She explained that it meant she might not stop at simply reading his thoughts. She gave an example, saying she could make him her toy, controlling him until his death. Yashin, with a tense expression and wide-open mouth, responded by saying that it mattered, but admitted that at least it could help his friend escape. Then he said loudly that if it was possible, he didn't care. Sila, clenching her fists with wide-open eyes, looked at him. Sila, continuing to hold her nail, looked at him uncertainly and asked why he was going so far. After that, she asked what kind of relationship he had with the main character. Yashin answered her, saying that he had already said he was his friend. With an exhausted expression, he admitted that that was all. Sila let go of her nail, exhaled the air from her lungs, and remarked that he was either too naive or that Sivu had influenced him too much. She concluded that it was the same thing. Sol-mi went up to Yashin and asked him how he was. Yashin, leaning on his legs and lowering his head, asked her in response what she thought. Sela turned away from them and agreed that they would listen to him. She remarked that now they would see how good the shaman's abilities were. The main character walked along a wide city road paved with asphalt. With his eyes wide open and brows furrowed, a drop of sweat ran down his face. He tensed his fists and clenched them. Looking ahead carefully, the pain that spread through his body with every step began to recede into the background due to his growing anxiety. However, he stopped due to increased intuition, which temporarily suppressed his concern for his mother. The main character raised his head and looked in surprise at the multi-story building in front of him. At first glance, there was nothing unusual about it, but he knew he definitely felt something. Subconsciously, he realized that if he took a couple more steps, he didn't have time to finish his reasoning because someone addressed him by name and asked, "Ciao, Sivu." "Ciao, Sivu, is that your name?" Sivu looked tensely towards the speaker. The man remarked that Sivu was much smaller than he had imagined. He added that he couldn't believe goblin blood flowed through him. The man, introducing himself as Lim Yagwang, rested his hand on his hip with an arrogant smile. He noted that, judging by the fact that Sivu had stopped at the edge, he still had a sense of danger. The impact sent the main character flying several meters into the distance. However, he managed to stay on his feet, looking at her from under his brows. Resting his palm on the floor with one hand, he clenched the other into a fist, his eyes carefully watching her. Then, his eyes widened greatly, his mouth slightly open as he stared ahead in surprise. He saw a huge barrier in front of him. Yagwang, standing behind him with a smile on his face, pointed at the barrier with his finger. He remarked that it was like setting a trap. He explained that as soon as the prey takes a step forward, it can't get out. Then, He added that the only problem was forcing him to take that step. Yaguang suggested that the main character should understand by now that he couldn't run away. He then asked if this was true. The main character, with an angry expression, remained silent. Yaguang began to stretch his muscular arms in a circular motion, holding his hand on his shoulder. He commented that the protagonist could still make a choice. Yaguang offered two options: calmly surrender or run away, which he warned would look extremely pathetic. Su silently stood in a fighting stance. His brows furrowed suddenly, his face contorted with surprise due to a sharp sensation. The next moment, a slight tremor ran through his nerves. Tense to the limit, he heard a command spoken by Swa, a single word: bow. The command, uttered from more than 100 meters away, carried such formidable chai that even without hearing the voice itself, its effect was immediate. Recognizing this chai as Swa's, the main hero ran as fast as he could. He thought to himself that this was definitely Swa's chai, and that the other monsters. He interrupted his own thoughts, realizing that at least she was now inside the barrier. As he ran, he began to calculate. He wasn't entirely confident, but judging by the chai's source, it was now in his house. He realized that if this was true, he shouldn't run towards them but rather away, to create a distraction. He reasoned that although Yaguang mentioned being surrounded and that his mother had been found, he understood they hadn't captured her yet. At least not now. He was sure Swa was with his mother, and that their priority was to capture him first. He decided that creating unrest far from home would give Swa time to escape. As he ran, he suddenly noticed movement nearby. It was Yaguang, who attempted to kick him. The main character dodged the blow by lowering his torso, avoiding the jumping kick. Yaguang smiled, complimenting his good reaction. Landing on the asphalt road, dust flew in all directions. Immediately, Yaguang began attacking with punches. The main character blocked the blows with his hands, intensely observing Yaguang. He thought about how fast and strong Yaguang was, and how he surpassed Yashin in every aspect. He suspected Yaguang was holding back, but couldn't shake the feeling that there was something else at play. A strong, direct blow to his block sent the protagonist flying several meters back. Su kept his arms crossed near his face, his hands bruised. He looked ahead, thinking about the situation, but couldn't finish his thought. Yaguang, holding his outstretched fist in front of him, sighed in surprise, remarking that it was unexpected. He speculated that the protagonist still knew something. Meanwhile, Chang approached from behind. The main character realized that this was never meant to be a one-on-one battle. Although he was seeing them for the first time, he could feel their abundant magical energy and synergy. Standing in a fighting stance, he told them that he didn't want to fight here. He explained that they were in the middle of a residential area and didn't want innocent people to get hurt. Yaguang irritably dismissed this as nonsense. He raised his hands high and mocked him, saying, "Do you really think we erected this barrier just to catch you?" Yaguang explained that ordinary people couldn't see what was happening inside the barrier. If they entered, they'd be stunned, only waking up once the barrier was removed. He mocked the protagonist for his excuse, calling it funny. Then, Yaguang struck with his fist, aiming for the protagonist's face. The main character grabbed Yaguang's hand mid-strike and told him there was no need to create disturbances. Yaguang looked at him angrily, clenching his jaw. The protagonist's eyes began to glow with bright magical light as magical energy poured out of him. He cast the goblin Siam spell, launching a powerful punch. A loud explosion followed as he also cast a lightning strike spell. Chang, emotionless, watched from a distance without taking action. The protagonist, now glowing with magical energy, warned Yaguang and Chang that he would hold back as much as possible, but might lose control during the heat of battle. Yaguang, furious, lunged at him with a sharp leap. The main character stood calmly, his feet pressed firmly into the ground to absorb the impact. When Yaguang's attack landed, the main character remained motionless. Yaguang, drenched in sweat, tried striking again and again, but to no avail. the main character finally struck back with a powerful blow, sending Yaguang flying and causing an explosion upon impact. The protagonist turned his attention to Chang, readying himself for her attack. However, he noticed she remained motionless, her intentions unclear. Not moving a millimeter, he asked himself whether she shouldn't fight in close combat. After that, he thought. If this was not the case, he looked piercingly at her and said that the danger came from her. With a serious expression on his face, he stated that he did not want to fight unless necessary. However, he said that if he had to, he would do it without hesitation. Xiang clenched her palms into fists. Wang shouted at her angrily, asking her what she was doing. He was kneeling on the broken asphalt trying to get up. His whole body was trembling. Irritably, he reminded her that he had already said he would take care of it himself. Then he began to berate her, saying that she was just a pathetic concubine. He asked her if she really thought she could bring at least some benefit. Chang stared back at him silently. Yaguang continued shouting, saying she just needed to cover him from the back. Blood flowed profusely from Yaguang's mouth. A purple bruise had formed where his eye should have been. His eyebrows were furrowed, his only open eye was bloodshot, and his pupil was tightly compressed. Veins were swollen all over his face. He screamed at her in incredible rage, asking if her pathetic brain was even capable of remembering simple instructions. After that, he asked if she had decided to ignore him just to infuriate him even more. Then, he rudely shouted at her, calling her a non-entity. He yelled that she should obey him and do as he said. The main character watched this verbal skirmish in surprise. The opponents had suddenly begun to quarrel, though the reason was unknown to him. He knew exactly what needed to be done first. Su ran towards Chang. He understood that she was the one who remained unharmed and had a much more powerful aura. At that moment, Chang took out 3 gold-colored papers and raised them near her face. The main character raised his fist to strike. He understood that he didn't know what she was going to do, but he needed to get rid of her as quickly as possible without getting hurt. Chang said, at that moment, 100 ghosts, the embodiment of evil, a restless beast. The 3 golden-colored papers she held in her hands began to glow with a bright blue magical energy. They started burning from the top. When papers turn to ashes, she said, the archer god. After these words, abundant magical energy began to emanate from her. Her eyes glowed blue. Su stopped a meter away from her as he was chained by magical chains that restrained his body. 100 ghosts is the summoning and strengthening of 100 different types of spirits. The main hero looked up in bewilderment as a powerful beam of magical energy hit him from above. The embodiment of evil is the expulsion of evil beings. These attacks did not harm the main character. He tried to attack her with his fist. Chang only chuckled. After he swung at her, he looked and said, surprised, she used 3 high-ranking amulets at once. But hundreds of ghosts and embodiment of evil didn't even work. She explained that out of all this, only the restless beast had an effect. The main character's fist did not hit her face, but instead struck a substance that covered her entire body. He could not break through the barrier that protected her from him. Chang said, the monster can't do anything against exorcism. The restless beast is the caster's protection from monsters. A red horn appeared on Su's forehead. He formed a goblin club in his hand, which began to materialize in his palm from the space around him. He wasn't sure he had hit her, but he felt like the blow had landed on nothingness. He looked ahead with a tense expression, furrowing his eyebrows. He thought, the point was not that I touched her and she flew away. This was not so. He began to understand that she somehow managed to dodge his attack. He thought, if this is what covers her body, then it is a kind of protection from blows. Chang stood opposite him with her palms extended in front of her chest. Her body glowed with a magical blue light. He understood that this must have some limitations. At that moment, Chang said, the blue edge of the sword is a sentence, and the dawn it brings is the blood of sinners. After that, she joined her hands in front of her chest. Her palms began to burn with a magical blue fire. She said, "That's why I prayed to him." At that moment, she turned to the great deity. The main character looked at her warily and asked, "Is the spell limited in duration?" After that, he asked himself, "Or is it about the number of strikes it can block?" Then he made another assumption, asking himself, "Does this only resist certain types of attacks?" Chang uttered a command, ordering him to come down. A blue flame appeared behind him. Su looked ahead in surprise, his eyes wide open and his mouth slightly agape. Yashin said, "5 shamans, including me, were sent here." With a gesture of his hand, he held up 3 fingers and said, "3 of them are real professionals. The rest are of an average level." Yashin said this with furrowed eyebrows. Then he explained that they all formed a 4-sided barrier that surrounded the residential complex. He said that initially, the boundaries of the barrier were drawn by installing columns or amulets on the outside. However, in their case, the shamans themselves acted as the supports. Su crossed her arms on her chest, looking at him, and asked, "Why is everything so complicated?" After that, she suggested, "We just need to get rid of them, so the barrier disappears. Isn't that right?" She then proposed, "Half of them would be enough. Barriers would collapse if a significant part was removed." Yashin answered her, "It's not so simple." He admitted they had enough strength. Somi listened to their conversation while holding the main character's mother. They sat on the sofa opposite them. Leaning his hands on his hips, Yashin said, "However, it doesn't matter how powerful they are." He explained this by saying, "If they haven't lived at least 666 years, they simply don't have the necessary knowledge for this." He continued, "Their strength is different from that of monsters." With a serious expression, he explained, "Most of the martial arts and crafts they practice were created specifically to catch monsters." He clarified, "A battle between monsters is a confrontation of pure strength. However, a battle with a shaman is like stepping into a trap that was created specifically for them." He added, "It's not a matter of strength or superiority, but of incompatibility." Then, he reminded them, 3 capital shamans are heading here right now. He told them that only the most worthy could attain this position. He explained, "They are the only ones who can fight on equal terms with a deity-level monster." After this, Yashin put his hands in front of him and said, "Nevertheless, a fight is inevitable. I would advise dealing with only one." He reminded them, "As we said, we need to get rid of only 2 to overcome the barrier." He said he would take on one, and they would need to attack the second simultaneously. He explained they had to get out of the barrier before the other shamans could help. Then, he noted, "Fortunately, I know the roles and capabilities of each of them." Su reacted, saying, "That's good." She then asked him, "But can you use your power now?" After that, she noticed, "It seems I saw you seal your channels with your own hands." Yashin's face contorted as he suddenly realized what had happened. At that moment, Somi, who approached Sua from behind, put her hand in front of her and said, "I understand that. Nothing could be done about this," but she noticed that it would be quite difficult to defeat 2 shamans at once. After that, she observed that even though all ordinary people were now unconscious, they would need to ensure they didn't get hurt. Selfa exhaled and said she didn't care, explaining that they weren't the only ones who should be concerned. She emphasized that people should first try to protect civilians themselves. Yashin, at that moment, leaned against the wall with a gloomy expression, pressing himself against it. Sva commented that they too were unable to fight at full strength because of this. Yashin, without moving, replied that this wasn't the case. Looking down in confusion, he pressed his palm to his face and admitted that they were far more obsessed with the main character than they thought. After hearing this, Sva looked at him in surprise, her eyes wide open. She asked what he meant, then followed up with another question, asking what the point was of doing all this just to catch Shiva. Yashin told her it wasn't because of him. He explained it was because of the pride and strength they would gain in 6 months. Turning toward them with an exhausted expression, he stated that for the last 666 years, not only had they been waiting for monsters to come at night, but so had the shamans. Somi, with a confident expression, told him she didn't understand. She suggested that the last few hundred years were the best time for humanity, and asked if that was true. She pointed out that humans had been able to protect themselves from monsters. Yashin confirmed this, but noted that, thanks to living without the fear of monsters, human civilization had developed more in the past few thousand years than ever before. He described it as the literal peak of human development. However, he lowered his gaze and explained that while this was the peak for most of humanity, things were different for the shamans. He revealed that, after the nights became safe, ordinary people used the peaceful time for their development. In contrast, the shamans, living in secret, had been reduced from the role of guardians of peace to mere superstition. He spoke of the inferiority complex, righteousness, and psychological compensation inherent in most modern martial artists. He then ominously stated that, in 6 months, when the sun sets and people scream in fear, the hour of reckoning will come. At that point, shamans will cease to be a pathetic superstition and will once again rule the world. Yashin smiled faintly, leaning back against the wall. He admitted that what happened today didn't matter, as it was merely a step toward that end. He remarked that he told the board everything would be fine, but he was mistaken and had lost face. Now, he was just trying to catch the main culprit, who would eventually pay for everything. Somi, under great tension, looked sadly at her palms, stretched out before her face. She tried to speak, saying, "Then if everything is so," but Selfa interrupted. With an emotionless expression, she asked if it turned out that they didn't care at all about the fact that ordinary people might suffer. Then, in surprise, she remarked, "So that's how it is." Suddenly, an abundant flash of blue magical energy appeared behind the high-rise buildings. The flash was so powerful that it exceeded the height of the residential towers. Sva turned around in surprise and asked what it was. Yashin, also shocked, looked in the direction of the explosion. Wide-eyed, he exclaimed, "Yagang." At that moment, he thought it was energy, but quickly dismissed the idea. He asked himself if the White House could really be involved, then pondered in genuine confusion, but how can this be? At that moment, Cheyenne landed on the asphalt, using her palm to steady herself as clouds of dust scattered in all directions. She held her other hand clenched into a fist behind her back. There are 2 main types of abilities that martial artists on the Korean peninsula use. The first is reading, which involves memorizing sacred scriptures containing divine power that can be released by speaking the words. This allows the user to instantly enhance energy and utilize various techniques designed for specific situations. Most martial artists hone this particular ability. The second type is the descent of the gods. It is believed that among martial arts, the sensitivity of white blood varies, and those born with it can use white blood as a channel and their body as a vessel for creatures from another world. They can allow a god to inhabit their body. At that moment, the main hero stood opposite a powerful creature of bright blue energy, holding 2 curved daggers in its hands. This creature had been summoned using the coming of the sword master. Siva, holding a goblin club, stood before the creature with a confused expression. However, something inside him responded to the energy. One of his fingers began to glow with blue magical energy. Confronting an entity that transcends normal reality, especially for the first time, is an incredible shock. Panic is understandable. The main character clenched his jaw, baring his teeth as his eyes glowed bright purple. His entire body tensed, and he gripped the goblin club tightly. The magical creature, with glowing white eyes, looked down at Siva. Despite the shock, The main hero directed the goblin club upward toward the creature. The club, composed of condensed dark matter, spread outward as it ascended. Siva did not flee but chose to go on the offensive. However, the goblin club passed right through the creature. The main character, bewildered, asked himself, "Is this not material?" Yagang, standing opposite the creature, widened his stance and tensed his arms as magical energy began swirling around him. His eyes started glowing bright blue, his body illuminated by a radiant light. Two magical daggers, similar to those held by the creature, appeared in his hands as the merging process completed. Yagang's muscles swelled, with veins bulging visibly from the transformation. He executed a sharp cross-cut with his daggers, creating a magical shockwave directed at the main hero. Siva, with a tense expression, tried to defend himself by raising the goblin club. However, the force was overwhelming, and he was pushed back under the onslaught. Yagang stood confidently, holding the magical blades. The main character, wide-eyed and stunned, faced the barrage of bright rays rushing toward him. Desperately, he waved the goblin club, trying to fend off the magical projectiles. Despite his best efforts, there were simply too many. With a tense expression, clenching his jaw, Sawa tried to defend himself, but the attacks began to cut his skin and flesh. While he fought off the relentless barrage, Xiang, who was observing, asked herself in surprise, "How is that possible?" She realized that, given his speed and agility, he could have easily dodged all the strikes. Instead, he voluntarily went on the defensive, repelling attacks as though intentionally displaying his weakness. She wondered aloud, could it really be? At that moment, the main hero, while heavily deflecting another attack, looked ahead in surprise. He noticed that Yagwang was no longer in the spot he had been moments ago. Suddenly, Yagwang appeared beside him and attacked. Their magical energies collided, red against blue. The clash generated powerful impulses that split the earth, sending large chunks of asphalt tumbling down. The surrounding area for miles began to crack and collapse. Yagwang, his eyes glowing with rage, slashed at the goblin club with his swords. He cut it in half and then stepped back, delivering a sharp, decisive blow with his blades. In an instant, he severed Sawa's hand. The main character, teeth bared and eyes wild with pain, glared ahead. Yagwang, with a focused expression, continued his assault, delivering relentless sword strikes. Blood sprayed in all directions. After some time, the main hero lay motionless in a pool of blood on the shattered ground. Yagwang stood over him, magical swords in hand. Turning to Chang, he asked, "Is this Yagwang's body?" Chang respectfully folded her hands and answered affirmatively, addressing him as General. The general, clearly intrigued, asked why they were fighting this man. Standing over the protagonist's bloodied and battered body, he noted the severed hand lying nearby, still clenched into a fist. Chang explained that the hero was half monster, with demonic blood coursing through his veins, and that his hands were stained with the blood of countless people. She admitted they summoned him without proper protocol. The general turned to her menacingly, warning her to watch her tongue. He then asked if the hero was truly guilty or if her claims were distorted. His glowing eyes narrowed as he accused her of misjudging the situation. Despite having the chance to avoid conflict, he said, he chose to engage. Even with his life at stake, he prioritized the safety of others. If he truly had the blood of spirits, I find it hard to believe he would harm someone intentionally. Looking at Chang, he added, "Your accusations are likely the result of a distorted worldview and inflated ambitions." Chang lowered her head, apologizing. The protagonist, now lying on his back, was covered in blood and barely alive. His critical state was not only due to his injuries, but also the immense strain from fighting two opponents in succession. His energy was utterly depleted. Desperately, Sawa moved his trembling hand to retrieve something from his magical inventory. The general, watching, remarked in surprise. He still has strength left. Approaching the hero, he questioned why he hadn't fled. The protagonist clutched a 3-colored pumpkin given to him by Yashin. He understood it needed to be activated by clearly pronouncing a trigger word, but also knew that a mistake could shatter it, releasing its latent energy. Summoning his resolve, Sawa crushed the pumpkin in his bloodied hand. Fragments scattered, releasing waves of condensed magical energy that enveloped him. Chang, watching, was stunned. This energy density, she muttered in disbelief. The protagonist, now fully healed, stood amidst the cracked asphalt. His body, previously torn and bloodied, was restored. Though his clothes remained shredded, he appeared healthy and energized. The general observed with curiosity. "It's rare to witness something like this," he admitted. In an instant, the general lunged at Sawa with blinding speed. The hero barely managed to block the attack, his glowing eyes fixed intently on his opponent. The general unleashed a flurry of blows with his magical swords, aiming to overwhelm him. Despite being on the defensive, the hero felt a new surge of energy coursing through him. He realized the 3-colored pumpkin had activated dormant energy centers within him. Centers that had been inactive for 17 years. The collision with the demigod, combined with the pumpkin's infusion, awakened this latent power. Sawa gritted his teeth, thinking, This is energy manipulation, no different from chai. Ahead with concentration, he reasoned that this was most likely due to the lack of significant differences between the two energy types. He noticed that it became much easier to block attacks, but understood that he could not summon the goblin club. His body, glowing with the newly acquired magical energy, seemed unfamiliar yet powerful. Sivo realized that, in addition to this, there was a peculiar feeling when blocking the attacks, as though something was missing. He reasoned that, depending on the type of energy, there must be different techniques for utilizing it, and the goblin club could only be summoned using chai. At that moment, the general, rushing forward, attempted to tear him to pieces with relentless attacks. The main character realized that his current energy was clearly unsuitable for summoning the club. He asked himself, "What should I do now?" He understood that if he continued this way, the same thing would happen again. With a tense expression, he put up a defense against the many attacks coming from all sides. He reasoned that this opponent was not someone he could defeat with brute force alone. Determined, he thought confidently that if he couldn't use this energy, he would have to find another way. Clenching his palm into a fist, he thrust his hand forward. A powerful lightning bolt burst from his fist, striking directly in front of him. The main character stared at his hand, now clenched into a fist in shock. Nearby, Shagan and a small, animal-like creature looked on in astonishment. The creature, only a few centimeters from his fist, turned to him and made a questioning sound. Around the same time, at a nearby hotel, Yoshihiro, trying to attract Yura's attention, recalled that at the airport, he had only managed to eat a sandwich before they boarded the plane. Yura, lying indifferently nearby, looked at the ceiling and asked, "So what?" She pointed out that Yoshihiro could order food to his room, or go out to eat somewhere. Sighing tiredly, Yoshihiro asked in disappointment whether he had really gone through such difficulty getting there just to eat hotel food. Additionally, he argued that it would be too arrogant to leave Yura alone. He asked if she realized it was because of her that he couldn't eat in peace. The issue was that Yura was being watched due to her actions earlier in the day. Although Yoshihiro was grateful they hadn't been placed under house arrest, they were still only allowed to go out together. Yura knew this, but confessed she would immediately go look for the person who had helped her earlier. Hearing this, Yoshihiro was surprised and asked who she was talking about. He assumed she was referring to a local, but Yura clarified that she meant the goblin, who also had human blood and had saved her. Yura recounted meeting Sawa and noted that he was there because, like her, he was pursuing the monsters. Yoshihiro frowned in confusion and asked if this meant that What others were saying was true. Yura confirmed it and explained that the others were trying to cover up what the monsters had done. Presenting a clip from a news broadcast, she explained that the authorities were attempting to save their reputation by claiming they had caught the culprits. Raising his head, Yoshihiro finally understood the situation and remarked that if viewed from that perspective, their countries weren't so different. He admitted he understood Yura's frustration with the false accusation, but added that there was little they could do. Yoshihiro reminded her that they were not only guests on this earth, but also worked in the same field as the locals, and would likely become competitors in the future. Yura remained silent and thoughtful. Yoshihiro continued, explaining that the fact that these people ruled Korea while the Amagi representatives governed Japan was a consequence of events from the Koro and Kamakura periods, over 666 years ago, to the former Joseon royal family and the current Korean rulers. Such events were ancient myths, written down centuries ago. Although Yura and Yoshihiro could now trust the locals, Yoshihiro admitted he doubted they could be trusted with future power. Frowning, he added, "If these people prove powerless, the government of this country will surely turn to shamans from other nations, including us." This concern extended to shamans across the world, but interference would be inappropriate. Rising from the bed, Yura acknowledged that this would be seen as meddling in matters beyond their jurisdiction. She sighed in irritation and admitted she now understood what her master had meant when he said it was better not to interfere. It was very difficult when the world changed before lunch. Yuzuru thought she was in bad shape. However, after using her powers, she realized something. Remembering the moment when she had used her magic in battle, she announced that, after stepping onto the soil of this country, her powers had definitely diminished. Yoshihiro was amazed and, recalling that Yuzuru was a Shikigami master, suggested that her knowledge and adaptation to reality might be significantly worse than his own. Looking at his palm, he asked if it was true that Yuzuru had used a rage Shikigami. He considered that the problem might not lie with Yuzuru, but with Shuru. Without responding verbally, Yuzuru activated her magic. Admitting that she suspected the issue might indeed lie with her, she asked if the spirit wanted to see her. However, in the next moment, Yuzuru suddenly froze in shock. Yoshihiro was equally surprised. Looking at the empty space above her palm, Yuzuru asked, "What does this mean?" She didn't understand where the spirit had gone. At that moment, when Bayun was gripping Yuzuru by the throat and speaking to Shiru, the main character silently asked himself how he could save her. He wasn't the only one pondering this. The spirit, flying nearby at the time, was also asking itself the same question. At that moment, no one could do anything. Not Yuzuru, her Shikigami, nor Shiru. The Shikigami was completely dependent on its controller, and without receiving energy from the shaman or other sources, it was no different from an ordinary spirit. Realizing its powerlessness, the spirit closed its eyes and began to release energy, understanding it could make an effort to prove its loyalty to its owner. Feeling this energy, Bin glared menacingly at the spirit, which greatly frightened it. Trembling, the spirit hesitated. Soon, Bin's hand was severed due to an attack, and Yuru fell to the ground, while Bayun and Jung began to fight. Ensuring Yuru's safety, the spirit needed to return to her immediately. However, Bin's terrifying aura caused the spirit to panic momentarily, freezing it in place. The spirit was quickly distracted when Asami appeared. After glancing at the enormous monster attacking, the spirit realized it needed to return, but it was already too late. Powerful streams of magical energy spread in all directions from the attack, and Yuzuru closed her eyes, trying to shield herself from the force. Normally, the rage Shikigami would return to its master, but at that moment, a new variable emerged. The spirit widened its eyes in shock as it noticed Shiru suddenly appear right in front of Yuzuru, trying to shield her with his human body imbued with shamanic abilities. Shiru blocked the path to Yuzuru, but was ultimately absorbed by the spirit. Now trapped in Shiru's body, which contained only chi energy, the spirit found itself imprisoned, Confused and unsure of what was happening, the spirit looked around in bewilderment. Freed from its constraints, the spirit stared at the equally surprised Shiru. This situation had never occurred before, but there was little time to dwell on it. At that moment, the general, having adjusted his weapon for a more comfortable grip, prepared for another attack. The general threw the weapon toward Sivo. Understanding the trajectory of the attack, the main character grabbed the spirit, bending down with it so that the weapon thrown by the general wouldn't cause harm to anyone. This situation was something neither the spirit nor Sivo could fully comprehend. However, when they looked at each other, both instinctively had the same thought. They could die if neither of them acted. At that same moment, the general suddenly continued the battle, sharply approaching Sivo. The main character, at the last moment, put his hand in front of him to block the attack. He was briefly distracted by the vessel he was clutching in his hand, but soon turned his attention back to the general, as it was necessary to continue fighting. Noticing another blow coming, he clenched his jaw and frowned. Using the vessel in his hands as a weapon, energy began to be released from it, turning into a kind of blade that Sivo was able to use for a while. He and the general stood with their weapons crossed. The main character realized this was a bit different from the battle with Bun, but decided it was enough for him to simply know that he could deal with the general. Now, Sivo was finally sure that he was superior to the general in terms of strength and speed. The only area where the general was better was technique. The general continued to fight, delivering a large number of blows, and Sivo mentally noted that every time he tried to move, the general anticipated his movements and bombarded him with attacks. In this case, Sivo understood that he needed to act differently. Because of this, he missed some attacks, which wounded him severely in various parts of his body. The general did not stop there. Frowning, he struck again, but the main character had already blocked it. He could have blocked the previous attacks, but he didn't even try to defend himself, as Xiang stood to the side, carefully watching everything. The general stopped briefly and admitted that this was interesting. Since Sivo could not seize the initiative, he was only forced to fight back. This didn't just apply to attacks. Sivo had no intention of defending himself until he was on the verge of death. Yet, the general wasn't going to give the main character an opportunity to strike, no matter how long he waited. Sivo didn't answer immediately. He was silent for some time, breathing heavily and clutching the weapon in his hand. But in the end, he admitted that he wasn't sure about this. Honestly, he didn't know whether it would work or not, but he had already found the only way out and made his decision. At this point, Sivo was sure that the conversation was over. The general agreed with this, increasing the concentration of his magical energy. The silhouette of his true form appeared in the air, and the general himself promised that he would perform his sword dance for Sivo as fiercely as he could. He advised the main character to try to endure it if he had enough strength. Sivo frowned warily but didn't have time to do anything. In the next moment, a huge number of cuts appeared in the air, aimed at him. The energy released by the general was so immense that it eventually turned into a bright flash. This was the dance of a god with swords. It was literally a god performing a dance with swords, and the powerful cuts that the weapon made flew far to the side, causing damage not only to Sivo, but also to everything nearby. Sivo wasn't yet prepared for such an opponent. As he looked at the approaching general, who didn't stop attacking, he realized that even a good strategy would not be enough to defeat such a skilled foe. Blood sprayed into the air from the wounds Sivo had received, and the general admitted that the main character had done well, but warned that this would be his end. Clenching his jaw, the general prepared to deliver one of the decisive blows. Thinking about these words, Sivo himself felt that this was the end. The general tightened his palm around the hilt of his weapon, and Sivo thought about his personal experiences, since it was the only thing he truly believed in. Of all the opponents the protagonist had faced so far, the goblin's ability to instantly paralyze the body was the most hellish. Now, using this ability, Sivo managed to paralyze the general's body, preventing him from stopping. The general realized that Sivo wasn't planning to wait for the right moment to strike. The whole point was that the possession of a deity had. One weakness of this situation was that no matter how powerful a god was in a human body, the abilities they could exhibit were limited by the vessel in which the god was imprisoned. Meanwhile, the general added that he endured while the thunder energy passed through his body, as well as through the sword. Remembering the weapon that Sivo had fought with, the main character, ignoring the large number of wounds on his body, recalled that he had already spoken about this. Sharply running forward, he struck, throwing the general back. He added that it was the only way and frowned seriously. The general guessed that Sivo was deliberately giving in, since he could have killed him with one blow if he wanted, leaving no chance for the general. If he were even a little weaker, Sivo would still be frowning, noting that in that case, they would have had problems. He asked if it was true that everything worked out in the end. Although Sivo did not know the identity of the general, he still understood that this body did not belong to him. He asked what was the point of killing this body if, in the end, it was not the general who would die. Smiling forcefully, the general noticed that Sivo was being held to the very end. Without further resisting, he realized that the loser still had no right to talk civilly. Sivo took a fighting position, and the general, leaving Yaguang's body, offered to dance with the main character again later, when the chance presented itself. The next moment, the general disappeared into thin air. Sivo heard someone suggest that it was all over. He turned around sharply, looking at Chiang, who admitted that she did not have the strength to fight or perform another ritual, and agreed that she and Yaguang were defeated. Sivo frowned deeper, as he was sure that this was all a lie. The battle with Xiang had helped him understand something. Although this confrontation had only been brief, recalling the moment when he fought with Xiang, the main character mentally noted that Xiang was much more capable than many men. While he wasn't sure how much stronger her abilities were, he wondered what should be done in this case and leaned forward a little. He didn't have time to do anything, as he suddenly heard someone scream, attracting attention. Opening his eyes wider in amazement, Sivo turned around and noticed Yashin, trembling and breathing heavily from tension. He asked if it was really him. Realizing that the main character recognized him, Yashin called him by name. Xiang, not understanding what was happening, began to look around but did not ask anything. Meanwhile, Sivo asked why Yashin was here. He assumed that he had been sent here by monsters, but Yashin said that this was not the case. He explained that it was because of what the main character had done here during the day. Yashin recalled that he had been simply telling Sivo to be more confident and not to be afraid, not to detonate bombs in broad daylight when there were people around. Sivo, looking guiltily to the side, put his palms out in front of him and apologized to his friend, explaining that it was all due to his stupidity and inattention. Yashin became angry upon hearing this and noted that Sivo was apologizing again, like a professional, as if he was truly sorry. With a sudden change in his mood, he became more serious and frowned, noting that things would be much easier if the situation could be resolved with a simple apology. He looked around, noticing Yaguang lying to the side, and soon after looked at Xiang, who was still standing there not saying anything. He advised her not to try to understand all this, since the situation was exactly as she saw it. Yashin explained that Sheru had been his. Yashin, who had been the best friend of the main character since middle school, admitted that he had only found out yesterday that the main character was a goblin, and it was a pure coincidence. In addition, he convinced Che-Jiang that someone like Sivo would never harm people. However, Che-Jiang noted that this was not for Yashin to decide, as he and Sivo had a close relationship, and she herself understood this. She wanted to say what Yashin should do if he really was the heir of the Sansa clan. Yashin said that she should understand that he was not at all an unscrupulous person. Whether Sivo was guilty or not, he knew that his actions, as a member of the Sansa clan, were inappropriate. Sivo frowned in confusion but said nothing, and Yashin continued, noting that even if this excuse seemed absurd, the guard of the Sansa clan could not side with a goblin. That's why, from now on, Yashin was vacating his position as the guard of the Sansa clan. Everyone was very surprised to hear this. Che Jiang, unable to contain her emotions, asked again, exclaiming that Yashin could not resign from the position of successor and guardian. Yashin noted that this had been the case until now. Since everyone had been trying so hard to get a position, they simply had no reason to refuse it. Grinning, he added that there should be no problem, although everyone would be surprised by what he had done. However, Yashin assumed that deep down, everyone else would be thrilled to death that the position they so coveted had become available. He thought that these words were enough to express his position and tightened his grip on the hilt of the sword in his palm, advising Che Jiang not to delay and to sort everything out quickly. He reminded her that he had no intention of killing or seriously injuring Yuzuru, and therefore asked her to humbly remove the barrier. He noted that in that case, he would gratefully accept her submission. He understood that Che Jiang had no choice because it was her duty, but he warned that he would not restrain himself and would do everything possible to defeat her. Drawing his sword from its sheath, he held it forward, frowning confidently. Che Jiang, humbly lowering her head, assumed that she had no choice and took off her mask. Since she could not resist Yashin, Sivo paid special attention to Che Jiang's eyes, which were closed. Meanwhile, she folded her palms together, lowered her head, and cast a spell, removing her part of the barrier. She was going to do as Yashin ordered because if even part of the barrier from any of the 3 shamans present here was removed, the entire barrier would disappear. Sivo did not yet understand what was happening here, but although this was so, he still thanked Che Jiang. Yashin added that she was acting wisely and advised her to now take her younger brother and leave, because if she were caught obediently removing the barrier without even fighting Yashin, wouldn't do her any good. Having bowed, Che Jiang did not argue with this and, picking up Yaguang from the ground, began to leave with him. Sivo looked thoughtfully at Yashin and wanted to say something, but Yashin, interrupting his words, frowned and clenched his jaw, announcing that he had not come here because of Sivo, but was simply sleeping and was suddenly dragged out on a mission by other shamans. He said that the other 5 shamans were assigned to set up barriers and wait for Sivo, not knowing whether he would come. Yashin himself, according to the order, had to fight the monsters who were the first to arrive inside the barrier and bring out the main character's mother. However, during the process, Yashin encountered monsters who came to save the main character's mother. After that, they decided to cooperate with each other. Sivo listened attentively and wanted to say something, but Yashin interrupted, announcing that Sivo did not need to worry about him and asked him to listen carefully, since the current situation was quite complicated. Suddenly, everything around seemed to shake, and Sivo frowned wearily. Yashin, looking behind himself, assumed that Sivo had already guessed everything. If Che Jiang listened carefully, now, not counting Yashin himself, there were only 3 guards left here, and these 3 shamans were stronger than the 2 that Sivo had just fought. Sivo asked if he understood correctly that Yashin assumed Che Jiang participated in the battle. Yashin confirmed that this was indeed the case and explained that everyone who was sent here, excluding these siblings, were guardians, just like Yashin himself. However, when Che Jiang and Yaguang join forces, they are given abilities comparable in level to a guardian, and that is why they were urgently called at that moment. Yaguang, who was being dragged by Chang, woke up and interrupted, saying that all of this was due to her mediocrity. Chang did not answer, and Yashin continued the story, adding that only if Chang and Yaguang joined forces would they become powerful. But in reality, Yaguang completely relied on the abilities of his older sister. Yashin assumed that Sivo had noticed something was wrong with him, but was glad that he had managed to deceive the main character. Sivo asked excitedly if Yashin really got hurt somewhere. Yashin simply admitted that it annoyed him, and asked not to ask further questions, noting that there were only 3 of the monsters he was talking about. In order to get out of there, they would need to defeat one of them. He then asked how many of the pumpkins that Yashin had given to Sivo were left. The main character, calling on the scroll, announced that there were 2 of the pumpkins left and asked if he needed to give Yashin all of them. Yashin said that he would only need 1. Sivo, taking it out, handed the gourd to Yashin. Clenching it in his fist, Yashin cast a spell, and energy began to flow into his body. This caused a slight wind to rise, and Sivo, covering his face with his hand, protected himself from it. Finally, having finished with the magic, Yashin asked Sivo to listen carefully and noted that one of the guards would most likely fight one of the monsters that had come to protect Agnes' mother. Throwing the pieces of the pumpkin onto the ground, Yashin continued speaking and added that the roar heard just now proved that the fight between the 2 people had already begun. As for Sivo's mother, the other monster, which was Solmi, should have already taken her and escaped. At that moment, indeed, Solmi and Sivo's mother were climbing the stairs. Yashin added that the main character's task was to find them and join them, promising that he would take on one of the guards. They needed to find a way to hide from the other guard when Yashin or Sivo won and destroyed the barriers. Sivo and the others had to leave immediately. The main character froze because he wanted to argue that he could not leave Yashin and the others, but these words remained in his head. The reason he never said this was because Sivo realized how irresponsible and presumptuous it would be. Yashin recalled what he had said during their training on the court and remarked that the abilities they had shown there were not more than half of their real strength. He asked how Sivo felt looking at this right now. He assumed that the protagonist thought he was lying and released energy from himself, ready to fight. Yashin was ready to sacrifice everything and give everything for Sivo. Sighing, Sivo closed his eyes, noting that he did not think Yashin was deceiving him. Then he asked himself how he could not worry about such a friend. Before the main character could say anything else, Yashin suddenly frowned, pulled out his sword, and ran forward, greatly surprising Sivo. Swinging his sword, he deflected someone else's blow. Sivo screamed in shock, looking at how Kim Shagan, jumping to the side, said that the elder would be shocked if he found out about this. Holding his chin in his hand thoughtfully, he added that considering the elder had been very sensitive these days, it would be a very unexpected reaction when he found out that his only son was having fun with a monster. However, Shagan wanted to watch the elder faint and announced it out loud, drawing Yashin's attention to him. He asked if it was true that Yashin wouldn't change his mind. Continuing to frown, Yashin advised Shagan to forget about it. Shagan, while admitting that this was Yashin's life, still added that he liked him very much. Since he had abilities and was very different from his family members, he was sure that this was not necessary and asked why Yashin should not kill the one standing next to him. Sivo watched Shagan warily, and he added that, one way or another, only Shagan and Yagwang knew about what had happened here. He was willing to make sure that they remained silent, as he felt sorry for a person like Yashin. Stretching his palm forward, Shagan wanted to say something about how to act, even if Yashin was now thinking about his mother. Yashin suddenly said that he didn't even think his uncle thought about him like that. However, unfortunately, before coming here, Yashin met with Anam, and Shagan froze, calling this man a cunning old fox. In the end, they decided to leave it. And with a grin, Yashin announced that he had long ago decided to leave the house since he really did not like his family. Sighing, Shagan admitted that he could not disagree with this, and Yashin said that the protagonist's mother would be on the roof of the house, as in this case, it would be possible to fly away as soon as the barrier was removed. Sivo opened his eyes wider but didn't say anything, and Yashin ordered him to quickly leave and be near his mother no matter what happened. Sivo bit his lip but very soon agreed and left. Shagan, looking at Yashin, noted that if he understood everything correctly, then Yashin and the main character were friends. He understood that anything could happen in this world, and Yashin admitted that he would have nothing to answer if Shagan scolded him. Shagan did not understand why he should scold Yashin and tilted his head slightly to the side, asking how he could scold such a person who risked himself to save his friend. He also didn't know how many such people there were in the world. Yashin thought that there were only 7 guards in the Sansa clan, each of whom was capable enough to engage in battle with spiritual class monsters. Shagan, meanwhile, continued to talk, and preparing for the start of the battle, said that he was still very sorry. Yashin continued to think about the guards who possessed physical strength that could rival that of a single military corps. These shamans were trained in martial arts according to their inclinations, and each of them was given the title of immortal. Meanwhile, releasing his energy, Shagan said that he would have to personally beat one of those crazy people who protect them from their friends. He was the third guardian of the clan who is called the Immortal Butcher. He promised that he would try to finish off Yashin as quickly as possible. Yashin, also releasing his magical energy, stood in a fighting position, frowning in concentration. At that moment, Shagan said that in this case Yashin wouldn't hurt so much. A few minutes earlier, when a large amount of magical energy was released into the air, Sella turned around warily and asked what it was. Yashin, frowning, unmistakably identified this energy, realizing that someone had let a spirit into the body. Just in case, he decided to ask something but didn't have time to do so, as at that moment Solmi suddenly exclaimed desperately that this could not be her hand, holding the phone. She shook, and Sivo asked what was wrong. Solmi, crying in horror, said that Sivo was coming here, announcing that she had received a message about this recently, and suggesting that he would come here now. Yashin, frowning, asked what kind of nonsense this was. He was outraged that someone had left Sivo alone and exclaimed that if they had spent a few days together, Sivo would have known about it. He called him a name, but suddenly frowned, noticing something. The next moment, suddenly, someone asked, "What is this?" who called the whole environment some kind of rubbish. She didn't understand why Yashin was slowly talking to the monsters and suddenly assumed that he was worried that Sivo's mother, whom they were supposed to pick up, would get hurt. Hearing that Wum said something about the main character's mother, Solmi frowned and stood in front of her, blocking her with her body. Meanwhile, Wum suggested that Yashin might have mistakenly thought that monsters could be intimidated with simple words and pride. Yashin frowned with displeasure, and Wum, continuing to speak, admitted that she didn't understand anything at all. She was the fifth guardian and was called the Flying Immortal. Yashin, frowning and clenching his jaw, remembered that guardians were supposed to protect all four sides. However, he could not call the current outcome the worst, since the most important thing was that now he could not use his energy. But if he had time to prepare for the battle, he would at least be able to do something. Suddenly remembering something, Yashin opened his eyes wider, thinking about the 3 colored vessels that he gave to Sivo. He realized that if Sivo did not, using all these pumpkins, only 1 bottle would be enough for him to completely restore his energy. With his hand on his chin, thoughtfully, Yashin wondered what would happen if only he could meet Siwa. At that point, Swa said that she didn't know much about Wum's skills, but her reputation most likely wasn't that good. Yashin's friend noticed something and fearfully removed his hand from his face. Wum, waving her palm, threw a small knife, which flew forward very quickly, and blood splattered on the floor. Wum asked if everyone saw it. She was amazed at what abilities there were, and noted that she was definitely aiming at Yashin, but for some reason, Swa protected him. Swa actually stood there, frowning and holding the dagger in her palm. Due to the fact that she grabbed the dagger directly by the blade, her hand was wounded and blood dripped onto the floor. Her hand was shaking, but she didn't pay attention to it. Wum, taking off her mask, asked if Yashin had really forgotten about his duty and teamed up with the monster. Suddenly, Yashin felt Solmi grab his hand and turned around. Noticing how she frowned and seriously announced that they should leave now, Yashin tried to object but didn't even have time to say a word, as Solmi admitted that she wasn't sure they could use anyone as a hostage. Swa announced that, looking at the current situation, she thought even a disposable meat shield wouldn't help them, and advised Yashin to stop sitting idly by, find Siu, and take care of him. Yashin did not answer immediately but simply frowned. Swa wanted to tell him to do something when he met Siu,